Houston, you're a go for landing, over.
Roger, understand. Go for landing. 3,000 feet.
July 20th, 1969. Astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin became the first men to land on the moon.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Just like aliens visiting from another world. It had been the stuff of science fiction. Now, everything that could be imagined seemed possible. If mankind could travel the skies and go to other planets, why couldn't beings from other planets visit the Earth? Amidst a wave of modern UFO sightings, a new theory emerged that aliens visited Earth in antiquity and were regarded as gods. But if that were true, wouldn't there be proof? Perhaps there was. All we needed to do was open our eyes and our imaginations. The proof, perhaps, was all around us. In May of 2008, a startling proclamation was issued by the Vatican. For the first time in its 2,000-year history, the Catholic Church acknowledged the possibility that intelligent life could exist on other planets, and that a belief in extraterrestrials did not contradict a belief in God.
Which means, of course, that we are now entering an age in which the universe is beginning to be conceived in different ways from what it was before. And if it is a reality for us, why could it not have been a reality for other beings in the universe who could have visited our Earth and perhaps guided culture in ancient times?
But just what sparked this sudden turnaround in religious thought? Could the Church have been influenced by recent scientific discoveries?
You can make the argument that we are, in fact, just replacing angels of 2,000 years ago with high-tech angels now, and that we have this inner need to feel we're not alone in the universe, that we're scientific people, and we would be embarrassed to call them angels because we've stopped believing in that kind of superstitious stuff, but we still believe in aliens from other planets.
In 2002, the Mars Odyssey spacecraft detected enormous reservoirs of ice beneath the Martian surface. The presence of ice and the possibility of water suggested that life could be sustained or even generated on another planet. After decades of orbiting space shuttles and robotic rovers, the idea of sending man back into space, to Mars and beyond, ignited the imagination and brought back the notion that mankind and alien beings had crossed paths before. In 1968, just 1 year before Neil Armstrong's epic spaceflight, a book was published that forever changed the way many in the scientific, religious, and creative communities would view their home planet. Written by Swiss author Erich von Däniken, Chariots of the Gods attempted to prove that alien explorers had visited the Earth thousands of years ago.
When I was a young man, I was educated as a strict Catholic in a boarding school. And there we had to make translations of part of the Bible, Greek to Latin, Latin to German. For example, in the first book of Moses, before the Lord descends on the holy mountain, Moses was ordered to construct a gate around the mountain, otherwise the Israelites would be damaged. I was shocked. I said, this is impossible. My God, he would never use first a gate to protect himself or to protect the Israelites. What are they talking about? And now the work started. I started to read thousands of pages of the beginning of religions, of every mythology. It's always the same story. Of course, with different names, with different heroes. Somebody descends from the sky to the humans. Our forefathers could not understand it. They believed that these are some gods. I was shocked. I asked the question, were primitive humans influenced by extraterrestrials, not gods? And if it all was like I suggested, where is the proof? So you start trying to find at least indications. That's what I have done now for at least 45 years. You have pictorial evidence, you have artifacts in archaeology, and you have what's come out of the old literature. Hundreds of indications which you cannot deny anymore.
What it means is that we need new explanations for human origins, that perhaps we're not alone in the universe, and that human-like beings came to this planet from some other planet elsewhere in the cosmos. I think that's a very good idea myself.
And it really excited people. It was a new way of looking at the past, looking at ancient civilizations, and it put this very modern space-age spin to the whole thing.
Chariots of the Gods caused a sensation, fueled in no small part by the popular response to books like Frank Herbert's Dune, television shows like Star Trek, and feature films like 2001: A Space Odyssey.
The time was ripe because everybody was talking of possible space travel, of possibility of extraterrestrials. So it was all wonderful coming together, but it was not planned. I was accused that I have chosen the timing. So it was all a calculation. It was not a calculation. It was not a timing, because I was writing on this story since I was a student.
Since the date of its first publication, von Daniken's book has seen more than 40 printings and can be read in more than 30 languages. But Chariots of the Gods was a bestseller that might never have been published.
I sent this manuscript to 20 German publishers. No one was interested. The manuscript 20 times came back. It's not professional, we are not interested, and so on.
After a Swiss newspaper printed excerpts of it on a weekly basis, more than 10,000 copies of the book were sold before ever hitting the market.
So it was a running bestseller, starting in Switzerland first, then going over to Germany, and then the rest of the world. They had to print and print and print and print. It was absolutely incredible.
In 1970, a feature-length documentary was released to theaters, followed by dozens of best-selling books and growing legions of fans and supporters.
Chariots of the Gods was tremendously influential. It somehow spoke to people who want to believe.
When I was a boy, Chariot of the Gods was one of the books I first read. I mean, I ripped it apart. I digested it. I couldn't get enough of it.
I just fell in love with that book because it really opened up all kinds of new questions. And von Daniken was able to point out many anomalies in history that the mainstream archaeologists can't answer very well. He had what was a revolutionary new idea, that of gods from outer space coming to the planet, helping create civilization.
When I first read Chariots of the Gods, I couldn't put that book down because it answered a whole bunch of questions that I had. And it was a great combination of archaeology and adventure. And it's just a wonderful way to see the world and pursue these ancient mysteries.
And it truly was, I think, the catalyst for what people like I do today, and that is to talk about the mysteries and the unusual and the paranormal. He paved the way for a lot of us to talk about these strange stories. And that continues to grow, and it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. People want answers to questions that they can't answer themselves.
But in spite of the book's enormous popularity, or perhaps because of it, von Daniken's theories were scorned by scientists and jeered at by theologians.
Of course, it created a storm of controversy. I was completely attacked, especially by the scientific newspapers. They said, come on, he's just telling story, he's a liar, or he's a fraud, or whatever.
There is not a single piece of evidence that von Daniken puts forward that cannot be attributed to human ingenuity, technology, and development.
Don't try to reduce the scriptures to a science book, or don't try to reduce the scriptures to an explanation of our modern world today.
I don't expect that the scientific community now embraces and kisses me and say, oh, wonderful, great you did. We have to live with critics. This is normal. Chariots of the God was full of speculation. I had 238 question marks. Nobody read the question mark. They always said, Mr. von Däniken is saying. And I did not say. I asked the question, would that be a possibility? And in Chariots of the God, I made clear differences between speculations and facts.
But as controversial as many of von Däniken's theories are, believers point to tangible evidence. How, for example, could a centuries-old map chart a landmass that has only recently been discovered?
It would tend to indicate that the map was made at a time when Antarctica was ice-free, which would be many millions of years ago.
And how could a primitive civilization know how to harness electricity or even build a computer?
This was tantamount to finding a jet airplane in the tomb of King Tut.
And just who were these mysterious designs, only visible from high altitudes, intended for?
The signs are made for somebody who flies. There's no way out of this.
Could von Däniken's theory that ancient gods were really alien visitors contain any serious scientific merit? The answer involves a search around the world, and even right before our eyes. If alien beings from other planets had visited the Earth thousands of years ago, how would our ancient ancestors have tried to communicate with them? And wouldn't there be some physical evidence of the time they spent here? One answer may lie in the Nazca Desert of Peru. There, atop an arid plateau that stretches for nearly 50 miles, countless geometric patterns and figures decorate the landscape.
You fly over this desert and you see some lines. The lines look like airstrips. They start abruptly, they end abruptly. The longest of it is 23 kilometers, right away, not one curve, just incredible, and ending in one of these so-called airstrips. In the mixture of large lines and small lines, you see gigantic figures in the ground. Figures of fishes, monkeys, spiders, apes, but of such overdimensional size that you can see them only from the air.
They built them, the people built them, or somebody built them hundreds and hundreds of years ago, perhaps maybe even thousands of years ago. They don't erode because the conditions on top of that plain in Peru are such that there is no wind and it just doesn't wither away. But I mean, they've got spiders and monkeys and just different pictures that could be signs of, hello up there, here we are, it's something.
When I was young, when I was the first time in Nazca, I realized that in the ground you find some lines with a white stuff. To me it looked like salt. I crushed it out with my nails, I took it into my mouth. It doesn't smell like salt, it smelled like nothing. I went to the hotel, I stirred it in hot and cold water, but nothing changed. So I asked the Dresden University, please take some samples of this. What is this? They analyzed it in the big microscope, and out comes a crystalline glass. We don't understand this. So I know for sure something is wrong in Nazca, but I still don't have the answer why. Because the next step would be digging, and we are not permitted. Nazca is like a holy place. Nobody may change or do anything.
Various disputed explanations suggest that the lines could have been used for irrigation ditches, giant astronomical calendars, or pathways, perhaps used for religious worship.
Looking at Nazca from the air, it looks like an airport. And it really does, because you have all these bands, wide bands that look like airstrips that are laid on top of each other, but you also have these gigantic, long, straight lines that go for miles and miles over valleys, over mountains.
So once again, you've got this idea of like, okay, people are creating this, but what is the reason? Is it to show these gods in aerial vehicles, land here kind of a thing? Because we just don't have a good idea of why people would do this. And it really does seem that they're trying to signal people who are in the air, in space, or flying around our planet.
During World War II, American troops created air bases on remote Pacific islands. To natives who had never witnessed advanced technology, the sight of giant metal birds touching down looked to them as if the gods themselves had turned the Earth into a planetary pit stop.
They would see these big planes land, and it was all technology that just was out of the sky. They didn't know how these things worked, but they could see them land. And what they liked about it was they were getting free stuff. They were getting cargo. Suddenly, when the war was over, all these airstrips were abandoned and everyone left. And the islanders scratched their heads and they all said to themselves, wow, wasn't it great when all these planes came out of the sky and gave us free cans of corned beef and stuff? We really liked that cargo. Entire religions sprung up from this, where priests actually said, yes, that was our dead ancestors sending us cargo. So what they did then was they began going to the old airstrips and they would build mock wooden airplanes to try and get those planes to come back from the sky and deliver the cans of corned beef to them again. And so you can see how then an analogy with modern cargo cults plays exactly into the ancient astronaut scenario where something like this could have easily happened in the past, and entire religions built around ancient astronauts.
But gigantic geoglyphs aren't the only mystery surrounding Nazca.
I was flying over Nazca for days, hanging out the aircraft with the camera and shooting and shooting and shooting. I have more or less about 4,000 pictures about Nazca. This is really fascinating. You see, this is one of the pictures which prove that this mountain was made flat artificially, because you compare it with the mountain around there. There, the mountain's cap comes up from both sides. Here, it was flat. This is absolutely incredible. This is one of the most craziest pictures I made about Nazca.
The crazy thing is, the rubble, the remains of that summit or that mountaintop, gone. It's nowhere. It's not in the valley down below. It's nowhere in the region. What happened to it? Because all the mountains around it have their summits. It's there. And then you have other mountains that are as flat as a table with bands on top that look like runways.
Another question. Why would visiting ETs be drawn to the bone-dry deserts of Peru?
Let's just say hypothetically that a spaceship arrives here on planet Earth and you wanted to quickly find out what this planet consists of. Nazca would be the perfect place to go and visit for some sampling and for some experimentation, because Nazca still today is one of the most abundant areas in the world regarding raw materials. There you find everything. You find gold, you find uranium, what have you. It's basically the cliff notes of planet Earth. You go to Nazca and you immediately know everything about what our planet consists of because all the raw materials converge there at high volumes.
Why do we have to believe that these simply could not be an expression of an artistic impulse, you know? Is it really that outlandish to believe that, you know, that these natives in Peru might have wanted to create some large-scale work of art? And to say that such a large-scale work of art could not have been created merely for the possibility of having created it, rather than the Nazca lines are so inhumanly vast that they could only be admired by people who are capable of flight. Well, you know, you can say the same thing about the Great Wall of China. And yet the Great Wall of China has a purpose that is political, that is martial. Somebody might have walked the Nazca lines as a spiritual labyrinth in the shape of a spiritual totemic object, and were in their own way supposed to get a kind of epiphany from that. The fact that we don't understand the purpose of a thing opens it to tremendous speculation.
Now, sure, could it have been people of that time simply saying, let's make something for the gods? But who are the gods to these people? Did they come down, and did they live with them for a while? And then did they make these pictures as some kind of celebration to them? Who knows?
Nazca and the Nazca figures make no sign seen from the earth. You have to fly over it. The signs are made for somebody who flies. There's no way out of this. I hope archaeology sooner or later will come to a similar conclusion.
But if visitors from other planets were thought to be gods, wouldn't there be written accounts of them? Perhaps the answer can be found right in front of us, in one of the most shocking places of all. Ironically, Erich von Daniken's firm belief that Earth has been visited in the past by beings from other planets is entirely consistent with his belief in God and the Bible. It is merely a question of interpretation.
I want us to understand, I was a very, very deep believer in God. By the way, I'm still a believer in God. I never lost my God. But for a young man, my God had to be almighty. My God would never need a vehicle in which to move around, a vehicle to go from point A to point B.
In what Christians refer to as the Old Testament, there are in fact several accounts of God and his angels visiting the earth. Sometimes these visitations are accompanied by tremendous noise and clouds of billowing smoke. In the book of Ezekiel, for example, the prophet claims that he witnessed a visitation by heavenly beings coming down from the skies aboard a fantastic flying machine. As far as von Daniken is concerned, it's a highly detailed description of an alien sighting.
This is incredible. Ezekiel not only describes what he sees, he also describes what he hears. He describes the whole thing as being the splendorness of God.
The prophet also details several four-faced winged creatures who appeared in the likeness of men and who traveled upon a gleaming wheeled device.
Inside the splendors of God, there was something like a throne. And on this throne was a being sitting, looking like a human in glittering clothes. And beneath it, he saw some vehicles. He saw some wings. He describes the noise of the wings. He describes the noise of the wings with the thundering of a waterfall.
Ezekiel saw his wheel within a wheel. This sounds more high-tech than supernatural, and we can't suppose that people 3,000 years ago would understand the difference between the supernatural and high-tech.
But what if there is more to Ezekiel's heavenly visions than the imaginative insights of a religious man. What if there was a scientific foundation for them?
Yes, I once had the opportunity of meeting and spending time and traveling with a gentleman by the name of Joseph Blumrich. He was a senior chief engineer at NASA, person involved in the Mariner expedition to Mars. He was also in charge of the landing gear for the Mariner spaceship. And he told me himself that the idea of the design used for the Mariner spaceship that landed on Mars came to him from the reading of the biblical text in which there is talk about wheels within wheels. So here you have another example of a person of curiosity who conceives of these ideas.
Another biblical figure who continues to fascinate von Daniken is the character of Enoch.
Enoch is not part of the Bible. In the Bible, in the Old Testament, you find maybe just one phrase about Enoch, that's all. But among the apocryphic texts, there are volumes and volumes, if you know them. You find the book of Enoch. Enoch is the first person in antiquity who writes in the first person. I did, I heard, I was there.
In one of the ancient texts, this great-grandfather of Noah is said to have been taken away by God for 300 years.
He was taken up to the sky. Up there he meets the highest, the so-called highest. In religion they call it God. He meets the highest, and the highest says to his servants, you teach this young man in our language, and then you teach him writing. So he writes books. Of course, he knows all these foreigners by name. He quotes them by name. He knows their profession. He knows which of these extraterrestrials was the astronomer. So Enoch is the only in first person, thousands of years ago, who gives some of the names of the extraterrestrials and gives some of their professions. How is this possible? We have an eyewitness and nobody speaks about it. So I really was confused.
I mean, that would be the argument that the followers of von Daniken would say. Why is it so absurd for aliens to come when it's completely acceptable for God to intervene in human history? The difference is, von Daniken's arguing that aliens came and gave technologies to people to advance those cultures. So basically they gave objects, they gave new ideas and new technologies, and that those cultures advanced because of them. Whereas, at least in the Bible, it's not like God gave humankind a magic watch, or a new missile that they could use to defeat their enemies. God gives instruction, at least the Bible records, that God gives instructions on how to live, but not how to build new devices that further or advance a specific culture.
Can we liken Ezekiel's chariot to a UFO? The ancients used myth and metaphor and images to describe their experience of God. I think what we don't want to fall to is a type of fundamental literalism. The stories of the Old Testament emerge out of the people of that time, out of their own context, to make sense of their experience of God. We can gain insight by reading the Old Testament and reading about Ezekiel's chariot, but it's not to draw a strict analogy between his chariot and a UFO.
When all of these stories were written down, writing was a fairly new invention. The very first thing they wrote down is something that actually happened to them. It was so important, so compelling, so significant to them that they had to put it in writing. Why can't modern society come to grips that these stories might be true after all?
Von Daniken's research turned up evidence of other arguably extraterrestrial phenomena, and not only in the Bible. Almost every religion has similar stories about deities with spectacular powers and abilities who come to Earth and directly influence the lives of men.
Suddenly one day I said to myself, now come on, this is similar, the stories in so many old religions. Are they talking about extraterrestrials? These so-called gods are here, they give orders, they force the humans to do certain things, and one day they disappear. But they always disappear with a promise to return in a far-away future.
If, as I believe, people in ancient civilizations were familiar with space travel, people in ancient civilizations were in communication with human-like beings from other planets, then I think we should expect to find evidence for this in their literatures, which we do find.
Throughout the ancient Sanskrit epics of India, there are numerous descriptions of vimanas, or mythical flying machines. One of these accounts even dates back over 5,000 years.
In the Bhagavat Purana, which is an ancient Sanskrit history, there is a description of a spacecraft that was piloted by a king named Shalva. It's described that it was made of metal. It was described that it sometimes appeared to be in two places at once. It was described as having a motion similar to that of a butterfly. And these descriptions are consistent with what people who observe UFOs today report.
In other Sanskrit texts, such as the Mahabharata, the Rig Veda, and the Ramayana, there can be found descriptions of Vimana measuring as wide as 100 feet, and often equipped with the capabilities of modern aircraft. One Vimana produced a shaft of light, which when focused on a target, consumed it with its power.
It's like a Buck Rogers or Flash Gordon movie from the 30s. They read like the wildest science fiction. People are flying around in airships called Vimanas, blasting each other and having aerial fights, destroying entire cities.
And the crazy thing is that all of those stories are totally accepted in the modern society of India.
I don't think we can say that these descriptions are simply imagination, because even though they were written thousands of years ago, they match what many people today report in terms of observing the actions of UFOs.
Were they just mythological tales that they're making up, fantasy? Or these physical, real events, and they're trying to describe them as the best that they could? That seems to make more sense to me.
I gotta tell you this, I would be out of a job in India, because there, if I were to talk about ancient aliens and ancient gods, they would say, okay, so what else is new?
When backing up their claims of extraterrestrial visitation, ancient alien theorists draw upon two kinds of examples. There's the evidence you can read, such as that found in ancient texts, and then there's the evidence you can actually see. Among the earliest types of physical specimens, numerous cave and rock drawings and stone sculptures found all over the globe.
You know, pictures are worth 1,000 words. Absolutely. When you see pictures depicted, for example, on a cave in Italy that show two astronauts with helmets on, I mean, what the heck could it be? What could it be?
Each of these ancient illustrations or statues depict figures dressed in strange attire for the times and sporting unusual headgear. But could they really be representations of alien astronauts, visitors from other worlds who touched down upon the Earth thousands of years ago?
All over the world, we have statues and sculptures and paintings and depictions of these extraterrestrial beings. Even in the United States, at Sago Canyon, Utah, we have petroglyphs of very weird-looking creatures that have antennae on their heads, helmets, and halfway around the world, in Kimberley, Australia, for example, we have the exact same depictions of these helmeted beings with a halo around their heads. And the question I have is, what did our ancestors see that compelled them to put this on their cave walls? On yet another continent, in Guatemala City, we have a sculpture that looks eerily reminiscent of a modern-day astronaut. I mean, that thing is wearing a helmet. There's some type of a mouthpiece, and on his chest are some type of controls or a breathing apparatus. How is this possible? 1,500 years ago. And in Colombia, there were thousands of tomb artifacts that look like modern-day airplanes. It has fixed wings, it has a fuselage, and it has an upright tail fin, which is not intrinsic to nature, but it is intrinsic to modern-day aerodynamics. Did our ancestors see something similar flying in the air? Absolutely. Another compelling artifact that was found was at the Istanbul Museum, where you have this headless spaceman sitting inside some type of a space vehicle. You can see his hands, and you can see tubing that go to some sort of devices. He's wearing a suit, his legs are crammed in there. I mean, even to the untrained eye, this looks very aerodynamic, and it looks something that, came from outer space.
These people witnessed something. They were told something, and they tried to depict it the best way they could with the kind of technology they had at the time. And that was simple tools and simple artwork.
Many of these ancient civilizations were widely separated in space and time. They weren't in communication with each other, but still they have the same kinds of accounts. I think it's because they all experienced these things. And they all have the idea that we're part of a cosmic hierarchy of beings. So I think we can't explain things away so easily.
But for Eric von Daniken and other proponents of his ancient astronaut theories, perhaps the most significant illustration can be found in Mexico. The Mayan archaeological site of Palenque had been abandoned for centuries before it was stumbled upon by Spanish explorers.
We sort of get to the top of this, and suddenly, here are the Great Pyramids of Palenque.
Here, deep within a secret tomb, under one of the age-old temples, lies the 7-ton sarcophagus of Palenque's 7th century ruler, Pakal the Great.
Lord Pakal apparently died here at Palenque. He was apparently this mysterious Mayan leader. He was a giant, 7 or 8 feet tall, actually. And then they built this pyramid around his tomb. The Mayans literally worshipped him as some kind of a god.
King Pakal's sarcophagus is adorned with a carving that has become a famous example of classic Mayan art. Most believe the illustration shows Pakal descending into the Mayan underworld. But ancient astronaut theorists interpret the carving a vastly different way.
On this slab, an incredible chiseling. You see a man, and he's sitting in a sort of capsule. He has some sort of mask on his nose, and you see his upper hand, he's manipulating some controls. From the lower hand, he's turning something on. The heel of his left foot is on a kind of pedal, and outside of the capsule, you see a linking flame. This is incredible. This is absolutely a proof for extraterrestrials.
3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff.
If we look at the similarities of what our astronauts look like when they are in a rocket ship or in the space shuttle and have gear attached to them, there are similarities being shown. So one just has to ask the question of, is this just an artifact symbolically showing something, or are they trying to depict, with their own limited understanding of the time, what was taking place?
Was Lord Pakal just some Mayan king that everyone liked? Was he some important visitor from some far-off land? Or was he even possibly some extraterrestrial from another planet?
Although most scientists and archaeologists discredit von Daniken's interpretation of the Palenque carvings, visitors to the site are often treated to stories and offered souvenirs that support his claim.
This is Eric von Daniken's theory, the Chariots of the Gods, no? You see, Pakal's supposed to be driving the rocket, holding the controls, the pedals, the engine, and the fire of the rocket. This will be the cabin. No? And this is the oxygen.
Mainstream archaeologists claim that it's really a depiction of Lord Byeol and his journey to the underworld. He's going under the ground rather than out into space. Both are interesting theories, and either could be right in my mind.
In recent years, Byeol's tomb has been closed to tourists and casual visitors. Although the sarcophagus is off limits, ancient astronaut theorists can still find a wealth of evidence in the carvings along the walls of Palenque.
This is very similar to what's on the lid of Lord Byeol, of his tomb. The way he's got his left hand right here in like an odd position, and his wrist. Also some kind of rocket exhaust or something is coming out of him.
But Lord Byeol may not have been the only alien who once walked the Palenque ruins.
The Mayans had such an advanced calendar and mathematical system. Why were they so obsessed with the stars? One of the most advanced of any ancient cultures. And yet, the Mayans just vanished around 500 AD. We don't know where they went. And one explanation is that the Mayans were some kind of extraterrestrials, and they literally left our planet.
But ancient cave drawings and stone carvings aren't the only types of illustrations that fascinate ancient alien theorists. In 1929, historians discovered a map which had been painted onto a piece of gazelle hide. They traced the document back to a 16th century Turkish admiral named Piri Reis. But in stark contrast to other maps dating back to that time, the map depicts landmasses that were still, as yet, unexplored.
It shows the coast of Antarctica as it exists under the current ice cover. Now that's really pretty amazing, because it would tend to indicate that the map was made at a time when Antarctica was ice-free, which would be many millions of years ago.
The map also accurately charts the coasts of Europe and North Africa, but it's the illustration of northern Antarctica that truly astonishes ancient astronaut theorists, because this region wouldn't even be discovered for another 300 years.
We have to remember that Antarctica is covered by at least a mile thick ice. We didn't have ground-penetrating radar until 1958. So for a map to exist in 1531 accurately showing the topography is pretty interesting.
When cartographers superimposed the Piri Reis map over a modern map of the world, they were amazed to discover that the ancient chart was fantastically accurate in the most minute of details. But how could the creators of a centuries-old map have known of mountains or rivers that had yet to be discovered?
In 1531, I really don't know of anyone who was flying above the surface of the Earth high enough to map topography, and how would they see underneath the ice?
Their maps were so accurate. I mean, we know that they didn't go to Antarctica and explore it, but yet they were able to draw these maps of it.
But if ancient aliens possessed the technology to travel the universe, would the only evidence of their journey be in the form of a few carvings or a mysterious map? Wouldn't there also be signs of a highly advanced technology? Signs that might be too large to overlook.
You mean to tell me that people of that time period did this by hand? I don't think so.
When it comes to searching for evidence of ancient aliens, Eric von Daniken literally leaves no stones unturned.
I have collected for more than 40 years information, and there are two sorts of evidences to support my hypothesis. The one source is literature. This might be archaeological or mythological literature, and the other sorts are practical objects. For example, the pyramids are linked to the gods who once descended from the sky to us earthlings.
Without a little interplanetary help, how else could early Egyptians have learned to stack the nearly 2.5 million limestone and granite blocks that create the Great Pyramid. How could prehistoric man move the immense boulders at Stonehenge? And how could ancient builders at Cusco fit stones so closely together that even a razor blade can't fit between them?
As you travel around the world trying to piece together this puzzle of the ancient world, there's not that much to really get a good grasp on, but what there is giant blocks of stone, huge articulated granite or basalt blocks in many cases. Sometimes they weigh 1,000 tons. These things are the size of railway cars, and you find them in Peru and Bolivia and Mexico and ancient Egypt. You have to ask yourself, why and how could ancient people have dragged these railway car-sized blocks of stone, stacked them up together into these giant buildings?
Perhaps the most familiar and most mysterious megalithic structure in all the world is the Great Pyramid of Giza. The oldest and largest of Egypt's 3 great pyramids, this miracle of engineering is believed to have been constructed during a 20-year period, ending around 2560 BC. But to ancient alien theorists, those numbers just don't add up.
The Great Pyramid was not built in only 22 years, because logistically speaking, you would have to cut, transport, and put into place one stone every 9 seconds. And there are modern engineers who have come forward and said, we couldn't do this in 22 years either.
There are all kinds of theories on how the Great Pyramid of Giza was built. So many theories, you just sit back and shake your head. And that includes ET visitations, levitating the blocks with some kind of sound system, anti-gravity, thousands of workers pulling long ropes on a ramp that had to be almost 2 miles long to get it up to where it is. All I know is that they are so finely aligned and that the architecture is so precise that even modern people today, with great technology, would have a difficult time being that good. How, for example, in the inside of the pyramids, in the tombs, could they build granite and marble areas that were just so perfect and so clean? You mean to tell me that people of that time period did this by hand? I don't think so.
The enormous size and weight of the stones, multiplied by the sheer number of them, makes one thing certain. The construction of the Great Pyramid remains one of the greatest marvels and mysteries of architectural engineering.
I don't want to discount human ingenuity, because I do believe that we do have the ability to do these things over a longer period of time, but the knowledge to build some of these monuments, there had to have been some type of intervention or some type of knowledge given to ancient man to carry out those instructions. They couldn't have just come up with it on their own.
In Egypt, there are old traditions saying the Great Pyramid was constructed by a pharaoh with the name of Saurit, and then they say Saurit is the same which the Hebrew community calls Enoch. Enoch is a prophet in the Old Testament. There are books of Enoch called the apocryphic texts. You make a connection with Enoch to these extraterrestrials. He clearly says he met these extraterrestrials. Now we have writings in the book of Enoch, and he gave the order to construct a building which cannot be destroyed by the thousands of years of the future.
And the ancient Egyptian texts speak that the pyramids were built by human beings with the assistance of the guardians of the sky, meaning the gods. And so we have proposed that the pyramids were built by human hands, but with the assistance of extraterrestrial technology.
As one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Great Pyramid remains not only an archaeological mystery, but a geographical marvel. In 1877, author and theologian Joseph Seiss demonstrated that the Great Pyramid resides at the intersection of the longest line of latitude and the longest line of longitude, the exact center of all the landmass in the world. Also, each of its 4 sides aligns almost precisely with the 4 points of the compass, though such an instrument wasn't even designed until thousands of years later. But is it just mere coincidence that pyramid construction, very similar to that practiced in ancient Egypt, was also evolving halfway around the world?
There are pyramids on remote Pacific islands, and in India, and in Mexico. So this is something that's all over the world. Archaeologists haven't really been able to explain why dissimilar cultures, separated by huge oceans, are building the same structures and in many ways the same way.
Here in central Mexico stands an ancient city that dates back more than 2,000 years. Its name, Teotihuacan, literally means City of the Gods. And located at its center is the Pyramid of the Sun. Incredibly, this pyramid's perimeter is virtually the same as that of the Great Pyramid of Giza. A structural coincidence? Or could it be that both were inspired by the same designers?
Couple theories for that, okay? One, maybe they were all taught the same thing by an extraterrestrial race. Two, there were ancient travelers from within this planet who went from one area to another over the thousands of past years. And then as some skeptics will say, hey, that's the greatest archaeological way to make it, so they just knew it. I don't think that's the case.
At Teotihuacan, here you have a giant pyramid of the sun and a giant pyramid of the moon. According to the legends, these things were built by gods who were giants at the end of one of the destructions of the world. Civilizations such as the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Hopi Indians of northern Arizona, they believe that the world has been destroyed 4 times in the past. One time by ice, once by fire, once by water. Each time, mankind rebuilds again. And Teotihuacan supposedly was built just at the beginning of one of these 4 worlds.
You may ask the question, why build these huge, huge structures? For what purpose? Well, in Egypt, for example, either the pharaohs had incredible egos and they wanted to outdo themselves, right? So they built these huge museums for themselves. Or it's also possible that these ancients wanted to leave behind something for us.
It is written in ancient Egyptian texts, the purpose why the pyramid was built was to store knowledge. 300 books which allegedly contained the knowledge of the universe, dictated by the guardians of the sky.
Of course, the pyramids aren't the only ancient monuments that continue to baffle scientists and archaeologists. There are literally hundreds of them, and they can be found in every corner of our world. In a remote area of the Pacific Ocean lies one of the most isolated yet inhabited locations in the world, Easter Island. Here, over 800 stone guardians called moai stand watch over the island's coastline. But are they primitive native carvings or eerie portraits of alien visitors from thousands of years ago?
Whatever they were for, they're made to last for thousands of years. They're built out of blocks of stone that weigh many, many tons. Not only are people building structures out of these huge megalithic blocks of stone, but this was going on around the world. And yet, supposedly, it's just primitive people doing this for no really good reason, it would seem.
I think one of the things that comes into our considerations of what ancient cultures could have accomplished is whether they were able to write it down or not. We're very tied to, if we have evidence that they wrote down how they did it, then we believe we know how they did it. So Egypt, we have a lot more writings and drawings that show them building the pyramids, give us an idea of the technology. If you go somewhere like Easter Island, we don't have any real written evidence of what they did, and sometimes that leads us to question their innovativeness.
"3,000 miles away, in the Republic of Bolivia, stonework exists which is amazingly similar to the statues of Easter Island. Tiwanaku is, in fact, so ancient that it defies modern dating techniques. It is estimated to be over 17,000 years old, perhaps the oldest city in the world. And somehow, the sculptures at Tiwanaku were constructed in the same style and with the same enigmatic expressions as their distant cousins on Easter Island.
A lot of the stuff with Tiwanaku you can see in earlier civilizations, all the way back, before into the centuries BC in Peru. You see some of these same patterns, some of the same iconography, imagery, and you can see the ancestry of this.
But while tourists flock to the ruins of Tiwanaku, perhaps the most mystifying of all ancient sites lies just a few hundred yards away. Of relatively little interest to most visitors, Puma Punku is a field of stone ruins that both thrills and stimulates the imaginations of ancient alien theorists.
In my opinion, the most significant piece of evidence that we have in this entire ancient astronaut puzzle is Puma Punku in the highland of Bolivia. While the pyramids at Giza are incredible feat of achievement, compared to Puma Punku, the pyramids are child play. Logic does not exist at Puma Punku because there we have megalithic structures which just lie about this entire site as if ripped apart by some sort of a great force.
The blocks of Puma Punku were so finely cut that they once perfectly interlocked, like the pieces of an elaborate puzzle. But with the nearest quarry over 10 miles away, how did these colossal stones, some weighing hundreds of tons, even get here?
We are talking about the place 4,000 meters over sea level. That means there are no trees up there, which you could use for rollers. Nothing grows except a few grasses and bushes.
I have stood in front of many monuments. However, Puma Punku takes the crown because what we find there is so inexplicable, so inachievable, that the question remains, how was it done and for what purposes? Mainstream archaeologists say that Puma Punku was built by the Aymara Indians. And we would all have to agree that in order to build something like Puma Punku, you need writing, you need planning, and you need some sort of a idea where which piece goes and how it ultimately all fits together. But there is one thing that all the mainstream archaeologists agree upon, that the Aymara didn't have any writing. So how is it possible that they built all of this without plans?
What's really amazing, and why the ancient astronaut theorists are so drawn to Pumapunku and Tiwanaku, is that the quality of the stonework and the immense size of these blocks is so incredible and perfect that there's actually evidence of machining, and that they were using machine tools to cut these blocks.
One of these platforms is 800 tons, and they are so smoothly polished. You have some stone, megalithic stones, with grooves which are just a few millimeters inside, which definitely cannot be made with Stone Age chisels. It doesn't work with Stone Age chisels, so there is another technology behind it.
The lines cut into these rocks are exactly straight and precisely the same depth from one end to the other.
It's as if only master builders were allowed to work there, because everything is so precise, everything is so perfect. You wonder how any of this was even possible. One of the most intriguing things there is that the stones that were used there aren't sandstone, they're granite and diorite. The only stone that's harder than diorite is diamond. So the only way that this could have been achieved is if the tools were tipped with diamonds.
American professors who were up there with their computer and modern measurements, they were really shocked. In their literature, they say it is impossible to reconstruct Pumapunku. It's absolutely impossible.
But is it really difficult to believe that ancient peoples could have so precisely carved these stones, or could build such an incredibly intricate structure from them?
If it was ancient astronauts teaching them these building techniques, why don't we see just perfect, almost skyscraper-like vertical edifices? Everything was all pyramid-like. Stone cutting techniques have been invented and reinvented and independently invented all over the world. If you think of yourself as a god king and you want to have a structure built that's going to last thousands of years, it's much better to build it out of perfectly fitting stones without mortar that degrades and decays and has to be maintained. So we see mortarless structures, megalithic structures, all over the world.
You have an anomaly here where, on one hand, these people are supposed to be very primitive. They're just one step out of the Stone Age. Yet, what they're doing are things that we couldn't even do today, apparently, or would have extreme difficulty. And that is building with these giant blocks of stone, perfectly fitting them together with other blocks, interlocking them.
The ancient people of our time on this planet truly saw strange things. They witnessed bizarre events. But those stories, other than in depictions and some artwork and things like that, they're gone. For some reason, they're just gone. But left behind are incredible things that we have that make you wonder, how in the heck were these things built? Those are great mysteries, and I think one of the things that keeps people just continuing to push for the answers are the fact that these things are so out there that they can't figure it out.
But uncovering the mystery of just how these incredible structures were built would only solve one piece of the puzzle. Finding out why they were built and how they were used poses equally compelling questions. Questions that may not be answerable here on Earth. Did aliens really inspire our ancestors to build ancient temples and pyramids? And if they came here, did they leave behind any advanced knowledge of physics, astronomy, or mathematics? If so, is there any evidence that remains to this day? One example might be this one. Often described as the world's first mechanical computer, it dates back over 2,000 years.
The Antikythera device was found in 1900 by sponge divers diving off a small island in the Aegean called Antikythera. There was a shipwreck there, and in it was a coral-encrusted box, and it was made of metal alloys. And it then went to the Athens Museum, where a good 50 years later, they were able to X-ray this box, and they were able to discern cogged wheels that were interconnected and give us a very good depiction of what this thing was. And it is a computer. It's a really sophisticated machine.
It's a very interesting piece of technology because it served two purposes. One was that it was an astronomical device where you could, by using it, chart your position to the stars and navigate your way through the seas. It was also an astrological device so that someone could tell you, if you were born on this date and your planet sign is this, then certain things are going to happen to you when the planets are in this alignment. So it was a very interesting piece of technology that literally had more complicated gears and inner workings than a modern-day Swiss watch. And it's found to be dated, I think, like 200 BC, so it's really an anomaly as to who could have created that and what it was being used for.
When archaeologists first started to examine this thing in the 1950s, they said that they never could conceive of the ancient Greeks having such complicated machinery. And in fact, they said this was tantamount to finding a jet airplane in the tomb of King Tut.
Even older than the Antikythera mechanism are these carvings on a wall at the Dendera temple complex in Egypt. To some, the strange designs look eerily similar to objects very much in use today.
In Egypt, there is this underground crypt at Dendera that was always secret, and only the high priests had access to that crypt. And it's very hot in there, very narrow, low ceiling, and on the walls you have these reliefs of what looks like ancient light bulbs. Because we have to question one thing: how did the ancient Egyptians light the inside of their tombs?
According to most mainstream archaeologists, torches were used by the ancient Egyptians to light the pitch-black chambers of tombs and temples. Yet nowhere on the ceilings is there even the slightest evidence of soot or smoke residue. But if torches weren't used, how else could these ancient rooms and hallways have been illuminated?
Another theory that was proposed is that the light was directed from outside by copper mirrors.
And then there was light.
Hey, that is a neat trick.
And they've actually tried to recreate that theory, but unfortunately they failed because only after a few corners the sunlight dissipated because the copper mirrors were too weak. Also, there isn't enough oxygen inside those tombs with which to support or feed a flame of a torch. I was once inside the king's chamber, inside the Pyramid of Giza, and somebody turned off the lights and immediately we were in pitch darkness. And I said, no problem, I'll just take out my lighter from my satchel, and I turn on the lighter, and it didn't work. So how were the insides of their temples lit? I mean, the only remaining solution is by some sort of an artificial
light source. And that is, for example, a light bulb. So at an underground crypt at Dendera, we find reliefs of such light bulbs.
Egyptologists' explanation of this, and they have to have some explanation, there's got to be one. It has to be pretty mundane. It can't be that it's an electrical device. Their explanation is that it is a lotus flower. And what appears to be a bulb around is the aroma of the lotus flower. And so it's just a very odd depiction of a flower. But another explanation, of course, would be they actually had electrical lights.
But if the ancient Egyptians had used some kind of electric light to illuminate their passageways, why does the visual evidence exist only in the temple at Dendera?
In Egypt, you had different areas of specialty, and Dendera was the area where the knowledge of the light-giving source was kept. And this secret knowledge was kept by the high priests. And they're the only ones who were privy to this type of information, because Dendera was the special place where this specific knowledge was guarded and kept.
The scientific community is not saying, oh, there aren't extraterrestrials or they never did it. They are judging whether or not this is a valid scientific theory. And what do I mean by that? For something to be a scientific theory, it really needs to be something you can test with an obvious experiment.
But how could the ancient Egyptians have used anything resembling a modern-day light bulb without access to electricity? After all, electricity wouldn't be discovered for thousands of years. That is, of course, with the exception of what scientists call the Baghdad Battery.
The Baghdad Battery was discovered in ancient Iraq. Scholars today say there's no way that ancient man was using electricity or light bulbs. So they look at this Baghdad Battery, and there's about a dozen of them that have been found in Iraq. And the only mainstream theory is that they were using it for electroplating jewelry.
Two major proponents of ancient alien theory, Jason Martel and Georgios Tsoukalos, demonstrate just how the Baghdad Battery could generate electricity using a modern mock-up of the device.
Well, basically this is made out of a clay pot, clay just found naturally in that region in southern Iraq. And then they would use a small copper lining and something along the lines of an asphalt stopper wrapped around an iron rod. And these all applied together, and the combination of some weak acidic acid, vinegar, grape juice, orange juice in this case, wine, would be able to generate a charge by combining these elements with the iron rod and the copper, and the combination of that creates an abundance of electricity. So what we're gonna do is basically just fill the clay pot with some orange juice here. I'll try not to spill it too much. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and put the copper rod back in there, copper and iron rod. We'll give it a moment to kind of fill that copper area there. And then by turning on the voltmeter and applying this to each side, we should be able to generate a charge. And there it goes, into the positive. Mm-hmm. And if we give it some time to get the electrolytes really buzzing in there, you'll see that this volt will actually continue to rise.
But while some see the Baghdad Battery as evidence that man was sparked on by extraterrestrial wisdom, others look at it and simply say, so what?
You could take some ancient technology like the Baghdad Battery, which probably was used for something like metal plating, in which you just mix chemicals and it has certain chemical reactions to it that they're using for this reason. And we can take and put a voltmeter on and go, oh, look, we're able to get a reading out of it. Well, so what? That's just a chemical reaction. If they were using it, say, this battery to operate other machines, where are the other machines? If they were sending the electricity down wires, where are all the wires that would have been all over the culture? In other words, it's not likely a one-off invention like that is going to survive without all the other inventions that would have been there at the same time.
It is a battery, everybody agrees with that, but nobody knows why they made it and how they made it. What mind would think of that? You know, electrical current backed several thousand years ago? It's very strange, but it's clearly a battery.
The whole idea that ancient civilizations actually had knowledge of electricity and used electricity is an accepted archaeological fact today. Just like in our own civilization, where about 200 years ago, Benjamin Franklin and other scientists began experimenting with simple electrical devices, we now have evidence that over 3,000 years ago, people were also experimenting with electrical devices. Where might it have led them? What other electrical devices would they have been able to create? I believe they probably created all kinds of electrical devices.
Tombs, temples, ancient light bulbs, even electricity. Here on Earth exists evidence of architectural and technological wonders, centuries before we ever believed them possible. But if evidence of ancient astronauts exists here on Earth, what about elsewhere? Might we find what we are looking for by looking in the sky? Here, at the ancient city of Teotihuacan in Mexico, evidence suggests that ancient cultures possessed an incredibly accurate knowledge of our neighboring planets. Some scholars have even interpreted the number and orientation of its pyramids to perfectly reflect a model of our own solar system.
Along the Avenida de los Muertos, the Avenue of the Dead, the pyramids there align in perfect distance of each of the orbits of our planets in our solar system.
Perhaps significant is the fact that the large pyramid of the Sun is positioned at the center of the other structures, reflecting the fact that the Sun is at the center of our solar system and that the planets revolve around it.
It was a known fact back then already that the Sun was at the center of our solar system, which Western science didn't find out until much, much later.
But just how could Teotihuacan's designers have known so early on that the planets in our solar system revolved around the Sun? Didn't that take many more centuries of scientific progress and investigation to figure out?
Interestingly enough, debunkers will say, oh, this is just coincidence that these pyramids are aligned with the planets of our solar system. But if we go on the other side of the planet to Stonehenge, we have another ancient site, which is way older, by the way, than Teotihuacan, where if you look at Stonehenge from a bird's eye view, you see that these are all concentric circles.
And each of these circles corresponds exactly with the orbit of all of our planets in our solar system.
So we have two places on Earth where we have the same thing.
In recent years, Stonehenge has also been interpreted by some archaeologists to be a kind of astronomical calendar, one which could be used to calculate events such as solar eclipses. But if that were true, whoever aligned these massive stones on the barren English landscape would have to have had precise astronomical knowledge of the path of the Sun. Built between the 7th and 9th centuries, the stone temples of Tikal tower more than 200 feet above the Guatemalan rainforest. Tikal is home to one of the largest excavation sites in the world, one where thousands of structures still remain buried beneath the jungle. According to most scientists, Tikal's pyramids played an essential part in helping the Mayans devise their calendar. By aligning the sight lines between the highest points of the structures, ancient astronomers could pinpoint the most important dates of the year, such as an upcoming equinox or solstice. But What also excites ancient astronaut theorists is how perfectly the layout of Tikal's pyramids correlate to the star map of the Pleiades-Orion region of the sky. An overhead view of the structures almost exactly mirrors the alignment of the constellation. This same outline has been spotted in an area far from Tikal, much, much farther. Recently discovered on Mars is a cluster of landforms that offers a near-perfect replication of the pyramid pattern of Tikal. 3 distinct locations, 1 unique pattern. Coincidence or design?
At Tikal, the legends and the mythologies that we have all speak of a time when the gods intermingled and interconnected with our ancestors. So Tikal also was built as a message for future generations to see that a long, long time ago, we were visited by extraterrestrials.
Someone who had seen this had to have actually relayed the information to them because they couldn't have just guessed. So it really starts to raise the question of saying this ancient astronaut theory really needs to have more light shed on the topic.
It's certainly possible that the ancient people not only measured all of these astronomy events, but were able to come up with a mathematical theory to put them together and then to predict new things. We shouldn't think that the ancient people were dummies.
Early man, people in ancient times, didn't have dashboard-mounted GPS units. They had the path of the sun through the sky, the path of the moon through the sky. They could see the stars at night. These were permanent fixtures that they could navigate from. So it's not surprising at all that almost every culture recorded astronomical phenomenon.
We never look up at the sky and enjoy the beauty of it. Ancient people would not have been able to avoid looking at the sky. With no electricity, the skies would be so dark and the stars would be so bright. Not only that, but they relied on the sky for directions, for seasons in which to plant, and for a variety of things. Today, with our GPS units and navigation systems and computers, we don't need to look at the sky.
Now I want to be very clear about one thing, that our ancestors were as smart as we are today. However, I don't believe that ancient astronauts visited the Earth in the remote past. I'm convinced of it because of all the countless indications and pieces of evidence that we can find from all around the world in different ancient cultures, in different mythologies and legends. I know it happened because if you look at all the pieces, it's the only conclusion that you can draw.
But just why were ancient peoples so focused on the sky and the stars in the first place? Were they waiting for something to happen? Or perhaps for something or someone to return? Four decades may have passed, but the ideas put forth by Eric von Daniken are still captivating his followers and frustrating his skeptics to this day. Like an Old Testament prophet or an ancient shaman, the author is still out there, spreading his firmly held message that we are not alone.
Die Steinzeit-Heinis haben nicht über Tausende von Kilometern eine schnurgerade Linie gezogen, teilweise übers Gebirge. Und unsere Steinzeitfreunde haben nicht Tausende von Steine in geometrischen Formen hingelegt. Hier ist Regie geführt worden.
But while the proof of von Daniken's theories may be debatable, their influence on movies, TV series, and even radio programs is undeniable.
It's a tremendous lightning rod for fiction and for fictional storytelling.
The classic Battlestar Galactica series started with a narration that said, there are those who believe that life here began out there with tribes of humans far across the universe that may have been the forefathers of the Egyptians and the Toltecs and the Mayans. You know, that's straight out of von Daniken and that kind of belief, you know. It puts us in contact with an idea of a mythological intelligence. And that is one of the things that we as human beings crave desperately, is to know that we are not alone in the world and that somebody else out there is either looking after us or coming to fight for us, and that will unite us against a common enemy.
I was reading a lot of books from Erich von Däniken, and I can imagine that's the true what he wrote in his books, and so I can imagine this, that we had help from aliens, but I don't know, I'm not sure.
We only know so much in this world, and what we do know is so limited, and every day we're finding more that require us to ask more questions and think bigger. It's possible that something from another planet came, some other life form, intelligent life form came and did this.
I mean, who knows? It could be, because the origins of many things are lost in antiquity. All we have are remnants and shreds of evidence to suggest what might have happened.
If someone told me that it was proven that aliens had a part in this, I wouldn't be that surprised. Why not?
To be honest, ancient astronaut theory has never cropped up in a discussion with my colleagues. I don't care how many pints into it we've been, we have never discussed ancient astronaut theory in any credible way whatsoever.
One of the good things about ancient astronaut theory is that it makes us think. It brings out the, what about this? What about that? We need explanations for all these things. And I think that one of the main reasons why mainstream archaeologists get a real knee-jerk reaction to the ancient astronaut theory is that it's very disturbing to them because they don't have all the answers.
Now, some of them may believe that life could exist in the universe, but their bottom line is, show me the proof. Show it to me for real. I want to see the spaceship. I want to see something concrete, not just a few pictures that everybody can interpret as being this or that.
Far-fetched, ridiculous, insane. Ancient aliens visiting Earth centuries ago, building monuments, influencing scripture. But what if it all turned out to be true? What would happen if just one piece of evidence turned up, one stone, one key, that proved that von Daniken had been right all along? And if he is right, what does that suggest about our future? If alien visitors had come here before, would they come again?
Even I think the idea of aliens and them visiting us is very exciting and interesting, and it would be really cool if that happened. So it gets people excited about the question, maybe they start thinking about it, and like many things, they might ultimately come to thinking about the physics or the archaeology and get involved in the scientific process. So that can be a positive side effect of these theories and their popularization.
If it turns out that the ancient astronaut theory is wrong, I will be the first one to say, okay, no problem. But so far, certain pieces of evidence have not been debunked.
If the ancient alien astronaut theory is somehow proven to be true, this would be a huge boon to my work and to the search for other planets like Earth with life on them. Because if alien astronauts have visited Earth in the distant past, it means they're pretty nearby. And it means that we don't have to look very far to find planets like Earth with signs of life on them.
But evidence has to be treated with a great deal of caution because it has different meanings. I'm not sure what the reaction of the population will be.
It will strengthen
the general concept that our history of religions in the world needs to be looked at again with more respect and also with more wonder, meaning what are we supposed to make of this now and what are we supposed to be doing with this now?
If science detects life on Mars, if science detects a UFO, then we need to take what science is saying to us and begin to rethink about ourselves on Earth in light of the possibility of new life. Does that change our understanding of God? It should, if anything, broaden it. If we do find alien life, we should rejoice.
And honestly, the way things are going on this planet right now, I would welcome a visitation every once in a while, a little help.
There is no doubt that my hypothesis will be accepted by the mainstream. It's maybe a question of just 5 or 10 years. Sooner or later, we will have contact with someone out there, and then the thinking changes completely. And one day, they will return. And if you don't listen to Erich von Däniken, you will have the shock of the gods.
Mega machines cutting through solid rock. The transportation of multi-ton stone blocks. Modern aircraft carrying millions of people each day around the world. And space shuttles sending humans to the stars.
And liftoff of Endeavour.
But are these examples of modern technology? Or is there evidence that these incredible achievements existed on Earth thousands of years ago?
And you begin to have to ask yourself, are we missing part of the story?
Could ancient man have possessed knowledge far beyond that of our own century? And if so, where did it come from?
I think that people in ancient times were visited by beings coming not from this earth, and they gave us scientific technologies.
It becomes ever more apparent that the possible answer of have aliens visited in the past could be a potential yes.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, what if there were clues left behind, sometimes hiding in plain sight? What if we could find the evidence? Saqqara, Egypt. Located roughly 20 miles south of Cairo, it is home to the world-famous step pyramid of King Djoser. Dating back more than 4,000 years, it is the oldest of Egypt's 97 pyramids. Saqqara is also famous for being one of Egypt's oldest burial grounds, earning it the nickname City of the Dead. It was here in 1891 that French archaeologists unearthed an ancient tomb containing the burial remains of Padi Iman, an official from the 3rd century BC. Among the various items discovered was a small wooden model of what appeared to be a bird lying beside a papyrus bearing the inscription, "I want to fly." The artifact was later sent to the Cairo Museum, where authorities placed it alongside several other bird figurines. The model sat largely unnoticed until 1969, when Egyptologist Dr. Khalil Massia was examining the bird collection and noticed that there was something very different about the Saqqara bird.
It's interesting because, on one hand, clearly it should look like a bird, because it has eyes and it has a typical nose of a bird. On the other hand, The wings are clearly not bird wings.
To the middle of the rump, you see is the wing a bit thicker. In this region, the lift up is the highest. The whole thing becomes thinner to the end of the wings, and those wings are modeled down. And this is a very modern aerodynamic design.
Then the other point is birds have no rudders, because a bird does not need a rudder because of its aerodynamic architecture. And so there is the idea they are not representing birds, but flying machines or aircraft.
Could the ancient Egyptians have possessed the power of flight? In 2006, aviation and aerodynamics expert Simon Sanderson built a scale model of the Saqqara bird, 5 times larger than the original, to test that possibility.
We're running at a constant speed, slowly increasing the angle of attack and then measuring the forces which it's producing. That way we can learn about its flight characteristics. At 10 degrees we're producing 4 times weight in lift, so it actually would be flying now.
Yeah.
That's good.
Tests shows the Saqqara bird is a highly developed glider. And this is a design we use today.
During the Sanderson tests, it was discovered that the only thing preventing the Saqqara bird from achieving flight was the lack of a rear stabilizing rudder, or elevator, needed to maintain balance. Is it possible that the Saqqara bird ever possessed this critical component?
What is missing is something like an elevator, but if you look at this feature here, then we may interpret that something like an elevator was connected here, but was lost during the history.
Computer models seem to confirm that the Saqqara bird is certainly airworthy. But there is another problem to consider: launching a glider. Modern methods require the use of a tow plane that pulls the glider into the air, then releases it when a proper altitude is reached. So how might the ancient Egyptians have launched the Saqqara bird?
The scientifics of Egyptology told us that such a bird could be powered off by catapults to fly. And we had a high acceptance by Egyptian scientists.
The idea of using a catapult does have a contemporary parallel. Many of today's glider enthusiasts employ a bungee cord system to launch their sailcraft into the air. But if the Saqqara bird is capable of flight, where would ancient Egyptians have acquired such technology?
I think that people in ancient times were visited by beings coming not from this earth, and they gave us culture and scientific technologies to improve our life on earth, coming from the primitive to a higher developed culture.
If ancient cultures would be able to produce any really flyable machine, they would be far more advanced than we believe today. So it changes our viewpoint of ancient societies.
It's a fact that our ancestors were more intelligent and had more technological superiority capabilities than our history books give them credit for.
You begin to have to ask yourself, are we missing part of the story? And honestly, I think we are. I think there has been a forgotten episode in human history. And we're a species with amnesia. We don't really remember who or what we are.
I haven't been convinced that there is evidence that supports an ancient visitation. But there is no reason why not. And I think to shut oneself to that possibility is a mistake, mainly because there are so many anomalies that we can't explain.
7,000 miles from Egypt, the dense jungles and rugged mountains of Colombia contain a vast number of archaeological sites. Many treasure hunters believe the legendary city of gold, El Dorado, lies hidden here, somewhere under a thick canopy of trees. While the mythical metropolis has never been found, early in the 20th century, tomb robbers searching along the Magdalena River stumbled upon a gravesite dating back 1,500 years to a pre-Columbian civilization known as the Tolima. Among the funerary objects found there were hundreds of small 2 to 3 inch gold figurines.
Many of those looked like insects and fish. However, out of those hundreds that they found, they also found about a dozen that are eerily reminiscent of modern-day fighter jets. They have a triangular shape, they have an upright tail fin, stabilizers, and a fuselage. And they have nothing in common with anything similar in nature.
Could these gold objects really be proof that Earth has been visited by ancient aliens?
One of the objects shows typical swept wings like with a modern aircraft, and if you compare it to something like a space shuttle, you see that the basic wing shape is very similar to wing shapes for high-speed aerodynamic bodies like a space shuttle is.
There is not a single insect in the world which has got its wings at the bottom. Now, when you exclude the possibility that it's an insect, one of the things which remain is the fact that this is actually, yes, what it looks like, a plane.
In 1997, German aviation experts including Algund Ingboom and Peter Belting set out to prove the speculation by building a scale model replica of the Gold Flyer, fully equipped with landing gear and a working engine.
It was rather simple because we don't need to put much parts to this shape because this shape is perfect. Everything was already done by the native people 2,000 years ago.
They did not add an inch or remove an inch. They just essentially blew the little thing into a larger size. I mean, this is sensational that pre-Columbian culture knew about aerodynamics.
Once completed, the remote-controlled flyer took off down a makeshift runway and flew.
When you see this thing taking off, you really feel that this is the real deal.
It was a very successful test and showed us how perfect ancient people were working out aerodynamic design. What shows you that there must be something happened. We are not quite sure how it did, but that it did.
This is applied science. This isn't just thinking somewhere. This is people going out there and making sure and proving with eyes to see, anybody can see this, that this is real, this is genuine. This little thing which sits in a museum could fly.
So we have two examples from opposite side of the planet, and both examples are aerodynamically sound and they fly. So to suggest that all of this is coincidence, I mean, after a while, even coincidence no longer makes sense.
Could the ancients have seen actual entities like ancient gods, ancient astronauts actually flying around in what amounted to modern aircraft?
The answer to these questions may be found in ancient documents that describe flight patterns, aircraft specs, and even aerial battles in remarkable detail. Over the past 50 years, NASA has sent astronauts into space inside large rockets. This method has been described by some as simply putting a man on a large firecracker and lighting the fuse. Man's ability to travel farther into space will require more advanced propulsion systems. Several are being researched by NASA.
There are a wide variety of advanced propulsion technologies that are being actively developed and studied by NASA and other researchers. A really exotic version of that is to use a launch assist catapult. You use technology derived from the magnetic levitation trains to build a maglev sled that carries your rocket, gets it up to about Mach 1, and then launches the rocket from it.
While these futuristic propulsion systems seem like something out of science fiction, ancient alien theorists believe past civilizations possess these same advanced technologies. They point to a number of cultural myths that describe sky people coming to Earth in fire-breathing dragons or metallic-looking machines as proof of extraterrestrial visitation.
In my mind, legends and myths are based on something real. And while they've been mythified and exaggerated in many cases, in my mind, some core of truth here, in that people really were flying in airships in ancient times, just like we do today.
But might these airships have reached Earth using the same type of propulsion systems we use today? The answer may be found deep in the Indian subcontinent. India. Over 1.1 billion people crowd its modern cities and rural townships, speaking hundreds of languages and practicing a number of different religions. India is considered one of the oldest civilizations, with settlements dating back over 11,000 years. It is also home to several of the oldest records of ancient technologies. Ancient Sanskrit texts dating back as far as 6000 BC describe in varying but vivid detail flying machines called vimanas.
Vimanas are aeroplanes, and they are powered by some jet engines. This seems to be true because all the description of the flight behavior, elephants ran away in panic. Grass was thrown out because there was a lot of pressure from behind those vimanas. So that we can say this is a description of the spaceship.
Although mainstream historians believe the Vimana texts are myths, many of the documents contain passages that seem to describe modern machinery and technology.
The Vaimanika Shastra goes into metals that are used in these craft. It talks about electricity and power sources. It talks about the pilots and the clothing they have to wear. It talks about the food that they eat. It talks even about the weapons that are kept on these airships.
The flight manuals of the Vimanas are quite similar to the flight manuals you find in the modern passenger flight business, or when you go to the military jet engines. Of course, they have also flight manuals because it's necessary for a pilot to get knowledge about his plane he wanted to fly with.
We also learned that these Vimanas could be controlled mentally. And this is a technology that modern militaries are beginning to develop.
Even today, with as advanced as we think we are, almost every manifestation of an actual extraterrestrial civilization today would look almost like magic to us, where it has to do with technological electromagnetic systems that interface with coherent thought and organized thought. And this gets into people go, wow, now you're losing me here. But I tell people, I said, yeah, well, you got to push your boundaries a little bit if you're talking about a true interstellar civilization.
The Vaimanika Shastra, or science of aeronautics, indicates Vimanas used a propulsion system based on a combination of gyroscopes, electricity, and mercury. Is this possible?
Mercury is an unusual element. Mercury is metal, it's also a liquid, and is a conductor of electricity. Now, there's unusual things you can do with mercury. You can put it into a closed gyroscopic device with mercury spinning around, and then you can electrify it. And studies have been done on this by NASA and by other scientists. And they find that you have levitation effects, anti-gravity kind of effects, and a spinning bright light is part of it too.
The Vimanika Shastra suggests Vimanas were powered by several gyroscopes, placed inside a sealed liquid mercury vortex.
Here's an example of a little kid's gyroscope. You spin it with a heavy wheel around a central axis. Well, a gyroscope seems to do a lot of strange things, even defy gravity. And it does this because it uses what's called rotational or angular momentum. And it wants to keep a particular orientation on its spin axis, the center rod. If you push on that rod, it will want to righten itself up to its original orientation. It wants to keep that same angular momentum. Gyroscopes are used all over the place, in airplanes, in spacecraft, in submarines. This allows them to determine their position based on where they started. They can also use it for finding their velocity or even just the orientation of the vehicle in space. One of the texts talks about Mercury rotating and driving some sort of a powerful wind or a windmill effect. That might be some sort of what we call a flywheel energy storage, where you have a spinning disk and then you extract energy from it slowly. That would be the mercury. And then that could be used to drive some sort of a propeller or what we call a ducted fan sort of system, like you have in a hovercraft. Mercury would be quite good for that because it's a high density, so you'd have a small package for your power plant, and that's always good when you're building an aircraft.
Flywheel energy storage systems, however, tend to lose power quickly. To navigate across space, its size would have to be enormous.
They're fine for use by power companies for load leveling. You put energy in when you don't need it, you get energy out when you need it. But they're sitting on the ground. To have something light enough to actually fly, it's not at all clear that this would be a practical device. Now, maybe the people were trying to describe something that kind of looked like this to them. It might not have actually been mercury, it might have been some other liquid metal.
The mercury vortex engine is perhaps a failure in the translation because the vortex is not a material quite suitable to a jet engine.
The issue of how are these civilizations traveling faster than the speed of light is a fundamental question. It's a scientific application of things that have been studied for thousands of years, and they're within the Vedas, the ancient Vedic teachings or other ancient teachings, and it is there.
But if Vimanas existed, could this prove there was a worldwide transportation network thousands of years before Columbus? The answer might be found on a mountaintop outside Mexico City. In the 21st century, modern transportation and communication methods have connected the world like never before. Products or ideas, no matter where in the world they may have originated, can spread to even the most remote countries. A hip-hop hit in Brooklyn might make it big in Tokyo before it's even heard in Manhattan. This cultural interconnection has transformed the globe. But is it new? mainstream archaeologists believe ancient civilizations such as those found in the remote Pacific Islands, Asia, and South America developed independently from each other. But ancient astronaut theorists contend that similarities in building styles and beliefs found in these cultures suggest that a worldwide trade route may have connected them to each other.
But just like we have airports today around the world, in ancient times with the Vimanas, there would have been hangars for the craft, airports for them to land, and those airports would have been situated in strategic places around the world. And that's exactly what we see in remote places.
Could the complex set of lines covering Peru's Nazca Plain or the mysterious plateau above Mexico's Oaxaca Valley be evidence of runways for a worldwide air transportation system?
One of the unusual archaeological sites in Mexico is a place called Monte Alban. That is also a mountain where the top of the mountain was completely cut off and leveled to make a very flat tabletop mountain. And there's a megalithic city there too that's extremely old. This was probably some kind of Vimana airport.
The Vimanas could be kind of missing link between the single cultures in the world, because they had just a very short time to flow from one part of the world to the other.
Legends of air travel are also found in ancient Africa and the Middle East. According to the Kebra Nagast, a holy book of the Ethiopians, written sometime before the 2nd century AD, the Queen of Sheba was once given a gift of a flying carpet by King Solomon of Israel.
The Kebra Nagast is one of the most important texts you've never heard of. The Kebra Nagast means the Book of Kings, and it is the most sacred book of the Ethiopians. In it, King Solomon, it's described, he had access to some type of a flying machine. And in that part of the world, the term flying carpet was always used very liberally. My question is, did they really mean actual flying carpets, or was it another term with which to describe some type of a flying machine?
This was the original Chariots of the Gods that Eric von Däniken talked about. The flying magic carpets of the Arabian Nights stories. There are traditions in the Middle East of King Solomon having this airship and flying to different places in the Middle East, certain mountains, which are known as the Mountains of Solomon. These may have been certain airports or landing areas for these Vimanas. Nicholas Roerich, famous Russian-American explorer who traveled all through Central Asia and Tibet in the 1920s, he too claimed that Tibetans had traditions of King Solomon flying to Tibet in this aircraft.
The Kebra Nagast also describes how King Solomon used his flying airship to make maps of the world. But could these have any relation to other ancient maps some believe may have been made by extraterrestrials?
Some of these maps show the world not as it looks today, but as it looked during the last ice age. And this is really hard to explain. Everybody's heard of the Piri-Reis map, but they've perhaps not heard of the Rontius-Phineas map or the Mercator maps that show Antarctica in great detail, hundreds of years before Antarctica was even discovered.
One of the most referenced stories of ancient aircraft is found in a surprising place, the Bible. In the book of Ezekiel, the prophet describes a flying chariot, containing wheels within wheels and powered by angels. Although Bible historians suggest Ezekiel was speaking symbolically about the terrifying enemies facing Israel, could this be another example of an alien visitation and proof that prehistoric aircraft existed?
In the story of Ezekiel's throne chariot, this flying vehicle that doesn't seem to have any means of propulsion, if we thought of the word angel as representing something like celestial energy, it sounds much more like a spacecraft then, because some of the angels are going back and forth. Well, that sounds like flames. That sounds like propulsion. Some of them are wheel-like. Well, those sound like flying saucers.
Our ancestors weren't idiots. Ezekiel saw something that was so frightening to him that he fell to his knees. Then, out of the glory of God came this being in these bright clothes that looked like metal and told Ezekiel, "All right, man, we brought you here. We want you to measure this monument, this building." And Ezekiel asks, "Well, why should I do this?" And the being says, "That's why we brought you here." And then you have 40 pages in the second part of the book of Ezekiel with measurement after measurement after measurement of this gigantic building, in which, by the way, the glory of the Lord landed.
In the early 1970s, NASA scientist Joseph Blumrich set out to disprove the theory that what Ezekiel witnessed was a spaceship.
Joseph Blumrich is your proverbial rocket scientist. He worked on the moon project for NASA, and from the mind of a rocket engineer, started to look at what was written in the first part of the book of Ezekiel, and after many months of research, Joseph Blumrich came to the conclusion that what Ezekiel described in his eyewitness report, it was indeed a type of spacecraft.
Joseph Blumrich would go on to write The Spaceships of Ezekiel. Several years later, a German structural engineer named Hans Herbert Bayer sketched out a blueprint of the second section of the book of Ezekiel, where Ezekiel is told to construct an open-top building to house the flying chariot.
Ezekiel's spaceship fit exactly into the temple that Hans Herbert Bayer recreated. So what we have here is a proof by indication. Here we have a NASA engineer and a structural engineer. They didn't know of each other's work, and both pieces fit together like a puzzle. In any court of law, that's evidence that would hold up.
I think that scientists feel uncomfortable with the notion of the lost civilization precisely because the evidence for it is so ambiguous. It's not so in your face that it's immediately obvious. And, you know, the result is that science has not welcomed this idea. It'll take much more evidence before it's widely accepted.
The God that I believe in doesn't need a vehicle in which to move around from point A to point B. Whatever was described in the Old Testament wasn't God. It was a misunderstood flesh and blood extraterrestrial whom our ancestors misinterpreted as being divine and supernatural. And why? Because of misunderstood technology. And that is the underlying thread that applies to all of the ancient astronaut theory.
But while ancient texts provide tantalizing clues to our past, physical evidence paints an even clearer picture. But will modern science finally prove the ancient astronaut theory?
Did the ancient civilizations of Earth have access to advanced technology? Well, it seems like they had something going on.
In today's largest construction sites and quarries, huge mega machines are used to dig, cut, and lift stone. These man-made creatures dwarf their creators and perform the work of thousands of men using modern hydraulic technologies. Without such equipment, builders could never construct modern skyscrapers. Yet thousands of years ago, ancient civilizations were accomplishing the same work while constructing their monuments and temples using massive stones. These enormous blocks, many weighing in excess of 100 tons, would be a challenge even for today's engineers. Yet thousands of years ago, people cut them out of solid rock, transported them for miles, and then lifted them precisely into place. But how? Did they cut these massive stone blocks with hammers, chisels, and copper wire, as mainstream archaeologists suggest? Could they have lifted and transported them without a pulley system or the wheel? Or did ancient civilizations possess advanced technologies that have since been lost to science?
At Giza, you just don't have the pyramids. Linked to the pyramids are what Egyptologists call valley temples. It doesn't take a rocket engineer that when you go there, there's something not quite right here. Whereas the pyramids are built with blocks of 2 to 3 tons, these temples, which are minute compared to the pyramids, are built with blocks of 100 tons, and some of them 200 tons. Now, let me tell you what a 100-ton block is. If you take 100 family cars and you squeeze them together, you get one of these blocks. First of all, let alone how they move these blocks, is why would they want to use 100-ton blocks? It simply doesn't make sense.
There's no reason for them to want to build out of granite blocks the size of a semi-truck. It's like, okay, let's do something, but let's do it as difficult as we could possibly do it.
The reason why I am convinced that sophisticated technology was utilized in these ancient rocks is because if we go to a stone quarry today and look at the scope of machinery required to accomplish similar things, those machines are huge.
Subscribers to Ancient Alien Theory do not believe extraterrestrials built these amazing monuments, but instead provided some type of technological know-how or tools to our ancestors. Engineering expert Chris Dunn has spent several decades researching the construction tools used by the ancient Egyptians.
We're normally taught by Egyptologists that the ancient Egyptians had simple tools. They went to work every day using stone balls, copper chisels, a copper tube and sand to grind holes in diorite and granite, extremely hard rock. From what I have actually gathered over the years is information that seems to actually argue against that notion that they had simple tools.
In Egypt, Dunn was able to examine ancient sites firsthand. What he found has proved to be both revolutionary and controversial.
If you look at the Giza Plateau and all the stones that they actually placed in the Great Pyramid and Khafre's Pyramid, Menkaura's Pyramid, 2.5 million blocks of stone in the Great Pyramid alone. They had to have had some efficient means of cutting them to size and putting them into place. They had to have had somebody on site who's saying, okay, I need a block this size, and then getting a block to them that size, stat, like immediately.
While searching several miles north of Giza at Abu Ruwash, Dunn stumbled upon a clue when he spotted a granite block containing a deep cut.
When I first saw it, I just didn't know what to make of it. And it was only after puzzling over it for days, and sometimes waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, scratching my head and thinking, well, how did they make this cut? And finally to realize that The only way that they could have actually cut that thing was with a saw that was 35 feet in diameter.
The idea that ancient Egyptians used giant saws provoked much resistance from mainstream archaeologists. Dunn, however, was convinced.
As an ex-machinist, I look for tool marks. I look for them everywhere I go. And I could be accused of, well, you know, if you're going to look for something, you're probably going to find it because you're looking at it through a certain filter. Accepted, I agree. But the question is, why is it there? Clearly, to me, that is a machine mark. But there were no machines back then. So what do? I just go looking for more machine marks, and they're all over the place. You find them on statues, you'll find them particularly in the Luxor Museum. There seems to be an impression on the side of Amun's buttock where it meets the bench, where there is an undercut. It was the slip of a tool, and therefore it must have been a tool that was quite efficient.
Dunn also believes that the large depressions in the ground at Giza are not boat pits, as is claimed by mainstream archaeologists, but were actually used to hold the 35-foot saws.
I speculate that they were actually saw pits. The saws were mounted in these pits, and that they ran the blocks through the saws before they put them in the Great Pyramid.
Another mystery involves how megastones were lifted up and placed into a precise position.
What you find in modern construction is that to build big buildings, you need to build big instruments which help build these big buildings. And that is something which archaeology has never addressed.
The three largest man-made stones in the world are found at the Temple of Jupiter at Baalbek in Lebanon. Each weighs an estimated 1,000 tons, or 2 million pounds. A nearby quarry contains an even bigger stone, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. This giant rectangular block weighs an incredible 1,200 tons. To move it today would take the strength of 21 heavy-lift cranes.
Being in the construction industry, if a certain project is being constructed somewhere, particularly in mountainous areas, how would we carry these machinery, these cranes and all that? They are so heavy that it's virtually impossible to take them to the site.
This stone came off of a project in Palm Springs where they had one of the largest excavators they could rent. They had trouble loading it into the truck. It's well in excess of 5 tons, 10,000 pounds. Small in megalithic terms, but basically what we can handle with modern machinery.
We're supposed to accept that the people who built the pyramids did not have the wheel, did not have the pulley, did not have iron. In fact, they had nothing. With brutal manpower and pieces of strings. The context does not fit the evidence.
I've done pulling operations in Upper Egypt, thousands of people involved in the various stages of the project, moving very fragile pieces of stone that weigh hundreds, if not thousands of tons. Yes, you can use ropes, but you're going to have to use other mechanical advantages.
But if ancient civilizations did not possess modern mechanical equipment, how did they move and lift megaton stones? Some believe they were given a technical advantage from extraterrestrial visitors.
You've got to ask yourself, why would they try and do something that seems so incredibly difficult? The answer to why they would do that has to be that it somehow wasn't so difficult for them. It was easy.
There exists one very concise description of how these massive stones were transported from the quarry to the building site. The master builders had the capability of putting some type of a white substance, paper-like substance, onto the stones, and they wrote on it, and then they basically gave the stone block a push, and it moved by 6 feet as if by magic. Now, did that thing really move by magic? No. Some technology was used.
That is part of the solution. In order to really move massive amounts of stone like that, they would have had to have been levitated, somehow made weightless, and then just moved through the air by some kind of device, perhaps even a handheld kind of device, like some beam weapon.
Ancient man's method of moving large blocks is only one mystery. Another surrounds the techniques of their stonemasons. How did prehistoric civilizations cut such intricately designed patterns in solid granite? Palm Springs, California. Master stonemason and sculptor Roger Hopkins uses a variety of advanced tools to cut and shape hard stones. Powered implements, such as diamond-tipped wires and polishers, enable him to fashion works of art out of huge granite blocks obtained from nearby quarries. Yet even with these high-tech tools, Hopkins cannot replicate what ancient civilizations accomplished thousands of years ago. Could these advanced engineering methods be the smoking gun that proves humans had help from alien beings?
The precision on some of the work that I've seen is just incredible. It's possible to do by hand, but it'd take an incredible amount of time. Plus, you have to have years of experience to be able to pull it off.
In my opinion, the most tangible pieces of evidence that we have regarding possible extraterrestrial technology is when we look at the ancient stone cutting techniques. Because in some instances, we ourselves today could not replicate what our ancestors allegedly accomplished with stonemasonry.
Pumapunku is a large temple complex located on a high plateau in Bolivia. Mainstream archaeologists date the site from approximately 200 BC. The people who lived here had neither a written language nor the wheel, yet somehow they built one of the world's most complex structures. Ancient alien theorists view Pumapunku as clear proof of extraterrestrial influence.
The ruins we find at Pumapunku are simply extraordinary. Pumapunku defies logic.
The interest of Pumapunku is not so much that the individual stones slotted together perfectly, but the fact that the stones as such are of such tremendous design that it requires concepts of mathematics which are far beyond anything we are actually using right now. Yet somehow in the past, somebody has made that for a specific purpose, and in a way which even computer programs today would kind of go, how is this possible?
In the highlands of Bolivia, Pumapunku, some of these blocks are over 40 to 50 tons each. What can you tell us about this?
Boy, they had their stone cutting abilities, pretty well fine-tuned for 5,000 years old. I mean, it's almost unbelievable. But these cutting planes that they have on here are very impressive. And some of the incised cuts, see, like in here, all these interior cuts, very hard to do. I mean, it would be difficult for us with our equipment to get that kind of precision.
Let's talk a little bit about inside boxes.
Ooh, I was afraid you were going to pull something like this on me. That is a hell of a piece of work. I mean, if we were to do something like that today, we use what they have, these computer-driven CNC machines, which have diamond tips, and you have a template that, you know, the computer follows, and even then, it may not come out as perfect.
Because even though you can tell that obviously this piece broke off, nowhere in here can you see any imperfection. It's like, and by the way, when you're there, if you go with your finger over these edges and you put a little pressure on your fingertip, you can cut yourself. This is how sharp the edges are.
But where could the ancient peoples have developed such technology? Is it really possible that extraterrestrial visitors provided different construction methods and tools?
When I saw these blocks, I didn't really think that they were cut. The first thing really that I thought of was this appears very similar to Frank Lloyd Wright's textile block system of construction, which he used in his California houses in the early 1920s. Now, what he did was he took concrete, poured it into molds.
There actually are ancient Incan legends that suggest that they had the capability of softening the stone. At Sacsayhuaman, for example, we find these gigantic stone blocks, gigantic stone walls, where it looks as if those stones were molten, put into place, and then the stone hardened again.
Several hundred miles north of Pumapunku, Machu Picchu sits high atop the Peruvian Andes. Built by the Incas in the 15th century, this stone citadel was suddenly abandoned about 100 years later. Like Pumapunku, Machu Picchu also has signs of advanced engineering and possibly molded stones.
I can't help but think that whoever was behind this thought the process through from beginning to end. They didn't quarry the rock and then decide, how the heck are we going to transport this? They knew from beginning to end what needed to be done with whatever techniques and technology they were going to use, so that this was no big deal. In industry today, there's a kind of an adage, keep it simple, stupid.
Based on his experience, Mike Dunn believes the simplest way to build the Great Walls of Machu Picchu would have been to transport small rocks to the site, then melt them, and use molds to fashion the exact size and shape needed.
That would solve a lot of difficulties of constructing this wall. First, you have your shapes all the same size, each shape. So you're guaranteed that they would fit together, as opposed to being cut by different artisans.
Melting the rocks and then pouring them into place would take an incredible amount of heat just to spall off pieces of stone. I have a stone torch, which I use for sometimes shaping granite, and I mean, it generates a temperature of in excess of 3,000 degrees. 3,000 degrees. That's a lot.
When we look back at the ancients and we see a technology that they couldn't possibly know, there's only two possibilities then. Either God did it, which we really don't think happened, or some high-tech civilization from another planet came and showed them how to do it, then took their materials and tools and went back home.
The idea behind that is that none of these ancient monuments that were constructed or manufactured by extraterrestrials. It was us, humans, who built it with extraterrestrial technology.
It's entirely possible that there were visitations, that they pointed out ways to do things and that they wanted to leave some kind of a record. And, I mean, if you're going to leave a permanent record, the only way you can do that is in stone.
But if advanced beings from another planet really did bring their technology to Earth, might the ancient astronauts have left one of their tools behind? The methods used to build huge megalithic structures, such as Pumapunku and the pyramids of Egypt, remain a mystery. But what about the tools used to build them? Where are they? And might they provide a clue as to how these enormous stone structures were created?
A lot of the real ancient, mysterious work was done at a time when there was no steel. And the copper they had was, yeah, they could harden it by cold hammering it, but still wouldn't make a dent in rocks like basalt and granite. So they would have had to use, you know, much more laborious techniques, or they had some sort of advanced technology which escapes me. And I've been in the business 40 years.
The tools and machines must have been equal to the task of actually building the pyramids, crafting those statues to such a high order of precision, crafting those boxes to a modern-day precision that we find in our inspection lab. And the big question, where are the tools?
In the late 19th century, British archaeologist Sir Flinders Petrie scoured Egypt, looking not for the biggest items, but the smallest.
Petrie was absolutely fascinated by the technical achievements of the Egyptians, particularly the early Egyptians. He constantly was looking for how they made things, how they developed things, how they continued to sort of basically perfect their tools.
We're normally taught that the ancient Egyptians had simple tools, and what Petrie brought out is information that seems to actually argue against that notion.
This is an example of a drill hole. You can see the very fine lines on it. You can see the technology that's made to use it. You can see how it's a perfect hole almost all the way through, but it tapers at one end. This is the fragment of a diorite bowl. It's one of the hardest substances, and you can see on this fragment that there's a lathe mark, which is really interesting that they managed to make such a mark in such a hard material.
Among all the tools discovered by Petrie, however, one stood out from all the rest. While working inside the Great Pyramid, Petrie stumbled across a tubular drill made of granite.
Tubular drills amongst the ancient Egyptians were actually fairly common. I mean, Petrie found quite a few of them. The interesting thing about the one that he found in Giza is that such hard stone that was so carefully curved, precisely grooved. As you can see, it's got very, very fine markings on it, basically lines, literally a couple of millimeters apart. You can see it goes all the way around, very, very accurately, hardly any waves at all. He was absolutely amazed by this. He kept returning to it throughout his life. His theory was that the Egyptians must have had access to diamonds or some kind of jewel that would have cut it. The interesting thing about Petrie's theory about how these drill lines were made was that he never discovered any diamonds in ancient Egypt. So where were they? Where did they go? We don't know.
If the ancient Egyptians didn't possess diamonds, how were the precision grooves cut onto the granite drill? Did Petrie accidentally discover a tool made by extraterrestrials? Machinist expert Chris Dunn attempted to answer this question by creating his own granite drill, using the known tools and techniques of the ancient Egyptians.
In order to test the Egyptologist theory about how the ancient Egyptians drilled into granite, I took a tube and a fixed a crank on it and actually used sand and silicon carbide. And after many hours of turning and drilling into this piece of granite, finally got deep enough that I could actually pop a core out. And the reason for that was to actually look at the surface, not just of the hole, but of the core.
The next step was to use a high-tech industrial microscope to compare his drill core to a latex copy of the one at the Petrie Museum.
We have under the microscope the core that we drilled with the copper tube and sand. And as you can see, the surface of the core, the striations are not very clear. There's nothing really distinctive in terms of the feed of the tool marks using sand and copper. Now bringing the latex that they took of the core in the Petrie Museum, and we see something totally different. The striations are very clear and they're quite deep. The devil is actually in the details, and the details of this particular artifact are what I consider to be a smoking gun in terms of what level of technology we give the ancient Egyptians credit for.
Intrigued by his discovery, Chris Dunn performed other experiments using his precision instruments.
As you can see, this is an inspection surface plate, probably ground to within 2/10,000ths of an inch. That is 1/10 the thickness of a human hair. Now, I was really amazed when I went inside the Serapeum and put these gauges up against the surface and found them to be within what I consider to be the tolerance of these particular gauges. If you would put a piece of paper under one edge of that blade, just a piece of paper, you begin to see that there would be light leaking through. And so the precision on the inside of the granite boxes in the Serapeum are, I would say, within 2/1000ths of an inch, which is incredible because those tolerances can't just appear by accident. It was very shocking. It was astounding to me to go to Egypt and go into a facility that was supposedly 3,000 years old and find the same kind of precision. I was amazed.
I've seen evidence of the carvings on granite done in Egypt, and they did it with little shards of quartz. I believe they would have just scratched away the stone with that. That's one possibility. But I mean, that's a heck of a lot of work to do that. I mean, we're talking somebody would devote years to doing something like that.
But here is my point. Here we have a real-life stonecutter. You see this, and there's like smoke coming out of your head.
Let's put it this way. I had a client come in and ask me to do that. I wouldn't do it for any amount of money because I'm not going to waste my life trying to replicate that.
But precision-cut stone monuments are not the only enduring Middle Eastern mysteries. Engineering experts have also examined the Bible story of the Israelites' exodus from Egypt. Just how did they survive for 40 years in the desert? Could they have possessed intricate machines with extraordinary abilities, used not for building, but for man's own survival? In the Hebrew Bible, the book of Exodus describes how the Jewish people suffered as slaves living in Egypt. Then sometime in the 14th century BC, the ruling pharaoh feared their growing numbers and ordered the killing of all firstborn Jews living in Egypt. In an effort to save her son, one mother put her child in a small basket and set him adrift on the Nile River. That child was found by the pharaoh's family, who named him Moses and raised him as their own. As an adult, Moses discovered his true identity and demanded that the Pharaoh free the Jews. When the Pharaoh rejected him, Moses helped the Jews escape from Egypt. Historians believe that Moses and his people crossed the Red Sea and made their way into the Sinai Desert. According to the ancient texts, God grew angry at the Jews for idol worshiping and forced them to wander the desert aimlessly for 40 years before allowing them to enter Israel. During this time, the Bible says the Israelites survived by eating a single food source, manna. But what is manna? A naturally abundant food provided by God? Or, as some believe, something very different?
In the Bible, it explains how the Israelites got from Egypt, where they'd been slaves, to the Promised Land. They had to cross the Sinai Desert. And inevitably, given that there was a lot of Israelites and very little growing as it was a desert, they ran short on supplies. God stepped in at this point and sent manna from heaven. This took the form of some kind of seeds that rained down upon the desert, and then they were collected the next day, and they provided food for the Israelites, except Friday, when there was a double portion, because on Saturday, being the Sabbath, it didn't fall.
While the Hebrew Bible fails to give a clear description of manna, another ancient Jewish text provides an alternative clue. The Zohar is a collection of spiritual commentaries and interpretations of the Torah, and is central to the mystical Kabbalah belief written in the 13th century. The Zohar describes what is called the Ancient of Days as providing the manna. But what was this Ancient of Days? A man, a god, or something else?
The text speaks of different-sized brains, different-sized faces. They were connected with different tubes and different light sources. Theologians have suggested that this is the description of God. However, when looked at from a modern perspective, what is described in the Zohar isn't necessarily a God figure, but rather a type of machine.
Intrigued by this information, two electrical engineers, George Sassoon and Rodney Dale, used the anatomical descriptions of the Ancient of Days to design what they called a manna machine.
This really is the key diagram of the manna machine as we built it up from the texts. For instance, one here is the mouth, but it's actually the air intake, which carries what is described as the breath of life. The air goes up this tube here, which is described as the brain of the Ancient One, but is actually a dew still. So that although we were talking about the great sea and the hairs of the beard and so on, at the same time we were able to work out their relative positions, build up the specification of the machine, and find that we had something that was biochemically viable.
Diese Maschine hatte einen Ansaugstutzen.
The machine took in moist morning air and condensed it in the part of the machine that looked like a plexiglass dome. From there, it mixed with an algae culture. The culture was treated with energy, such as a strong laser light, in order to speed the growth.
Das Algenwachstum beschleunigt.
Of course, it needed energy for cultivating the alga, and this was produced, we postulate, in a small nuclear reactor which would produce both heat and light as required.
Die Manna-Maschine war wahrscheinlich.
The Manna machine was a very dangerous device. We suspect that the reactor that powered the machine was transported in the Ark of the Covenant.
Transportiert wurde.
We have multiple references in the Bible that whoever came close to the Ark of the Covenant and didn't know how to operate it was smitten to death. And sometimes people, after they encountered the Ark, started to lose their nails and started to lose their hair. So we have evidence of some type of radiation poisoning which was in direct correlation with the Ark of the Covenant. And so the Ark of the Covenant housed an extraterrestrial device which was given to the Israelites during their 40-year wandering through the desert.
The Manna machine is believed to have supplied a highly nutritious form of green algae, or chlorella, as its food source. It's yet another theory supported by modern science.
We found that work in the field of space travel had already been done, where the green alga chlorella was bred in tanks and fed to people living in the closed environment and kept them alive.
Research studies done by NASA in the 1960s and 1970s established that human life could be sustained for extended periods of time by consuming chlorella algae and nothing else. If it's possible for astronauts to survive on algae, could the Israelites have done the same?
Die Manna-Maschine war ein.
The Manna machine was a sensitive device. In order to function properly, it had to be cleaned once a week.
Die Maschine demontieren und hatte also Ruhe.
On that day, the machine was taken apart and cleaned. So it's possible that the Sabbath we have today actually originated from cleaning this machine.
Und die Manna-Maschine durchaus eine Parallele haben.
One theory that one could put forward, of course, is that the machine, although they knew how to maintain it and make it produce the manna, that it did after a time pack up, not work anymore, and that was why they came out of the desert.
But if the Israelite survival depended upon the Manna machine, where did they get it? Some believe they had stolen it from the Egyptians prior to their exodus. Others suspect extraterrestrials gave it to them as a humanitarian gesture to prevent their starvation in the desert. Either way, the answer, like the Ark of the Covenant, seems lost to history. Today, scientists have successfully pioneered a process that produces a substance high in protein by means of solar energy, water vapor, and chlorella algae. Could this be a duplication of alien technology from thousands of years ago?
They actually built a machine based on algae culture producing some type of superfood, and we can find a similar type of technology described in the Zohar. Is history repeating itself?
One of the big questions is, where did the machine come from? And I suppose there are two answers to that. Either it was built on Earth, which is a theory I can't really subscribe to. The other question, of course, is that it might have come from outer space somewhere. Now, that's quite a big leap of imagination, but of course the interesting part is that it actually produces food as is used by spacecraft.
If the ancient world contained manna machines, giant mega saws, and sophisticated aircraft, what was the energy source for all of this technology? The answer may be hiding in plain sight. Of all the ancient structures located around the world, perhaps none is more mysterious or as enduring as the Great Pyramid at Giza. At a height of 471 feet, the Great Pyramid stood as the tallest structure in the world until the completion of the Eiffel Tower in 1889. But while other pyramids and temples contain walls filled with hieroglyphics describing their purpose, the Great Pyramid lacks even a single marking. What was its function? Why was it built? And what secrets remain hidden inside?
Nobody has been able to explain the interior design of this pyramid. It simply doesn't make sense according to our logic. You have narrow tunnels that you have to crouch. You emerge in grand galleries that are 9 meters high. You have chambers that are made of granite, where granite doesn't come from in the area. You have to ship the granite by barges 600 miles away.
It's an anonymous site, not a single inscription, not a single hieroglyph, not a single anything. It's just there.
Some people speculated that it was a temple and an initiation chamber where people would go to the king's chamber and become enlightened. There are anecdotal reports about people who have been inside the pyramid and have come out absolutely shaken because it was haunted.
Egyptologists believe that the pyramids were built to bury the dead pharaoh. The problem with the accepted view is the fact that not a single dead pharaoh's body has been found inside a pyramid, even when the pyramid was completely sealed, i.e. not a single grave robber could have entered it.
The Egyptologists say it's to conceal the body. Well, why advertise it? I mean, there's nothing more visible than a pyramid for miles. And to this day, you would have thought, in this modern age, with all the knowledge we have, we should be able to explain this pyramid. We cannot explain this pyramid.
Engineering expert Christopher Dunn has been on a personal quest to unlock the secrets of the Great Pyramid since the late 1970s. According to him, there are specific clues in the design and construction of this mega monument that can help answer exactly why it was built.
When you look at the Great Pyramid and look at the culture that built it, there are brilliant, brilliant engineers. In fact, a lot of engineers say we couldn't build the Great Pyramid today. And it was built supposedly 4,500 years ago, and it was built to the precision of a machine. When I started to do the research and I examined the Great Pyramid with the eye of a functionality, it was built like a machine. Perhaps it functioned like a machine.
The interior design of the Great Pyramid features 4 inclined air shafts emanating from the King's Chamber and the lower Queen's Chamber. Like the Great Pyramid itself, their presence and purpose cannot be easily explained.
The difficulty of building those shafts is incredible. It's a bit like building a chimney at an incline across a house. I mean, as a construction engineer, I can tell you it's a nightmare.
In 2002, a team of engineers and Egyptologists sent a small robot into one of the air shafts connected to the Queen's Chamber. After 65 meters, a stone door blocked its path. A hole was then drilled through it. On the other side was a small room with yet another door leading further up the shaft.
Since the discovery of the door, we've had every university, archaeologists, anthropologists, every engineer you can think of, nobody has been able to explain the purpose of these shafts.
But were these shafts ever open? And if they were, what might they have been used for?
The early explorers that went into the Queen's Chamber found that the walls were coated with a layer of salt. That kind of gelled with a theory that I had developed. You had a dilute hydrochloric acid solution coming down one shaft and hydrated zinc coming down the other shaft. And when they combined in the Queen's Chamber, they created hydrogen.
Hydrogen. It is one of the most powerful energy sources in the universe. In the mid-19th century, it was hydrogen gas that helped lift some of mankind's first airships, called Zeppelins, into the sky. Today, it is used as a fuel to launch rockets into space. And if, thousands of years ago, the Great Pyramid was actually producing hydrogen, that would make it one of the earliest power plants known to man.
The Giza power plant theory is essentially the drawing of energy from the Earth through the Great Pyramid and converting that energy into microwave energy. So the chemicals actually come in through the shafts into the Queen's chamber, and then they combine and mix, and hydrogen boils off. The hydrogen is then lighter than air, and it will flow into all the upper chambers. The energy from the Earth is then vibrating the whole pyramid. The vibrations are picked up in the Grand Gallery. So I proposed the Grand Gallery was a resonator hall, and there are 27 pair of slots that actually go up the length of the gallery, and then the resonators were mounted in there vertically.
Christopher Dunn is theorizing that with resonating galleries, the pyramid shot a microwave out of one of the shafts. And once you started up this power plant, it would have gone on for years, decades, even hundreds of years without stopping and creating the microwave. And that was a usable energy that could be captured.
Now we can speculate where it goes from there. It could be collected in the immediate vicinity, or it could keep traveling off into space. We don't know. That's the mystery.
But if the Great Pyramid was actually a power plant producing energy, was it doing it alone? Or was it part of a larger network? And are there any clues that could tell us what all of that energy was being used for? Perhaps the 20th century's most influential inventor was a Serbian-American named Nikola Tesla. His patents on alternating electrical currents and distribution helped establish the commercial electricity industry. He also made contributions to robotics, radar, and computer science. But while Tesla can be credited for many scientific advances, one idea that fell short was his attempt to create a wireless electrical grid.
Tesla's project was to have these towers around the United States and around the world. And they would broadcast electricity like a television station.
Instead of having to string power lines all over the place, you just transmit the energy through the air or through the ground. There were a number of demonstrations of this device for wireless power transmission during Tesla's lifetime, so we know the device worked. It appears that he was using the conductivity of the ground or the air to carry the electric current. Basically, in the air, if you put enough voltage on it, you'll get an arc across it. I mean, you see that all the time in a fluorescent light bulb. In the ground, you have water, mineral salts that can also carry the ions along, and therefore carry the electric current.
But while Tesla's power towers proved popular in theory, the project ended in financial failure. But could Tesla's idea of wireless electricity have been a rediscovery of an ancient technology?
I believe that what Tesla was doing was trying to recreate what was an ancient power system that was used around the world. And the way they did this was the use of obelisks. Obelisks as monolithic granite towers, which are one solid piece of crystal. And the obelisks themselves were cut to special sizes and tuned like a tuning fork.
Could these ancient broadcast towers really have sent electricity up into the atmosphere? And if so, how was the electricity generated?
Each of these obelisks would have required some kind of generating power station similar to what we have today. Electricity is created by rotating magnetic fields. So rotating magnetic fields generate AC power. The very first power station was built by Nikola Tesla at Niagara Falls. You've got to have some sort of power that's spinning the rotating fields, and in this case would be water. So every obelisk would have had to have had a power station similar to like the one at Niagara Falls. It's generating power, but the obelisk itself is putting the power into the atmosphere, making it usable. And this is similar to Christopher Dunn's theory of the Giza power plant, because he believes that the Great Pyramid was actually sending a microwave beam to a satellite that was in orbit around the planet. That satellite then could have been taking microwave power, and then it could transmit it again, in theory, to some other location on the Earth, such as, say, a remote island like Easter Island or something like that.
From some of the descriptions of ancient flying machines, it's possible that some form of power beaming might have been used. And in fact, for a lot of the schemes that you see, it actually would make a lot of sense, because you could put the power beaming station on a mothership in orbit. You're just beaming energy to the vehicle, where it's absorbed and turned into propulsion thrust. It actually makes a lot of sense because you're taking the energy system, the power system, off of the vehicle and locating it remotely.
Electricity, power tools, mega machinery, and the ability to explore the heavens. Have these technologies been available for just the past few centuries? Or are they of ancient origin, only recently rediscovered? Were our ancestors capable of these incredible achievements? Or might they have come from another source, one much more out of this world?
Civilizations were much more advanced than we give them credit, and literally as advanced as we are today.
In my view, we need to take this seriously, simply because of the scale of the work. We're looking at monuments that took perhaps a century to build. Even today, we have difficulty in considering such a project.
Just boggles the mind. And really, to look at those artifacts and to go back in time and say, how did they do it? We are kind of cracking the lid open a little bit and looking inside to try and see just what happened in our history.
It's a question which is a scientific question, and you constantly have to ask it. And the possible answer of have aliens visited in the past could be a potential yes.
There's a very specific reason why all of this stuff was built in stone, for posterity, so it would last, so that a future generation would have to stumble across these monuments. We are that society who can look at these ancient monuments and finally recognize that all of this stuff was built as a message for us to see that our past is way different than what we're being taught in school.
Reports of UFO sightings come from all corners of the globe.
I was taken on board a 200-foot diameter spacecraft in the Mojave Desert and given...
I saw two great big real bright lights hanging up in the air.
Most believe these alien encounters are a modern phenomenon. But the fact is, They have been reported for thousands of years.
Practically every human civilization have been in touch with extraterrestrial beings.
In India, Israel,
the Mayans, and the Aztecs.
The idea that there was one or more non-human groups inspiring this is the truth.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. But what if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, where did they come from? And just who were the visitors? Roswell, New Mexico. This sleepy town in America's Southwest was once best known for its large military airbase. But that changed in 1947, when a local rancher reported that a spaceship crashed on his property. Several weeks later, the U.S. Army issued a press release confirming the existence of an alien craft. The next day, the military changed its story and announced that what they had found was a weather balloon. These conflicting reports sent shockwaves around the world, and the name Roswell became a pop culture code word that forever links extraterrestrial visitation with enduring mystery.
Speculation about why the Roswell crash would be covered up is difficult to pin down. Some people talk about this in terms of information that would be shattering to our worldview.
Almost everyone's heard about the so-called Roswell event. And one of the real implications of disclosure is that some of our most cherished myths about the origins of the human race and our history and archaeology would fall apart.
Something happened at Roswell, New Mexico a long time ago. People want the truth. I think there's something in the human being itself that is striving, that is hungry for this knowledge in order to answer questions about our own existence.
Today, public opinion polls indicate more than half the world's population believes aliens have either come here in the past or are coming here now. But what is it exactly that makes so many people believe?
I do think looking upward makes sense. The universe is large. There are things out there we do not understand. There is probably intelligent life somewhere.
People tend to forget that we're on a planet that's 4.5 billion years old. The presence of our civilization in that vast scale of time, I mean, if I click my finger, it wouldn't even be fast enough to say this is the time of our civilization. And to think that we're the only ones in this vast period of time, to me, is absurd.
Our galaxy, the Milky Way, has over 100 billion stars. And in our universe, we think there are more than 100 billion galaxies. So if every star had a planet with intelligent life, how many alien civilizations would we have?
If you take us as the crown of creation or the top of evolution, we look at ourselves as the greatest, the biggest. We say how incredible, unique we are in the whole universe. We forgot to learn modesty.
Each step that we take makes us a little bit less special. We used to think that we were the center of the universe as humans, and then we realized, oh, all right, well, that's not true. But we're the center of the galaxy, and like, well, all right, so we're like 2/3 of the way out in a spiral arm. And then, well, at least our sun, you know, with this now, the sun is actually in the middle and the Earth goes around it, so Earth isn't even the center of that system. And so the more that we learn, we sort of, you know, it's a very humbling science.
When man first landed on the moon, our perspective on the universe changed forever.
Listen, the Eagle has landed.
We aliens who happened to go down the ladder on July 20th, 1969, we aliens were certainly part of a magnificent race. I just don't think people have a grasp for what energy it takes to go from one star to another.
This historic event raised the question: if humans can successfully navigate in space and explore other worlds, why couldn't beings from other parts of the universe have done the same? And might they have already come to Earth hundreds or perhaps thousands of years ago?
I think human past is more fantastic than we all believe. I have come to the idea that maybe extraterrestrials were on this planet.
Kawachi, Peru. 2,000 years ago, this ancient settlement served as the religious and cultural capital of the Nazca people. But sometime around 500 AD, the Nazca mysteriously disappeared, leaving Kawachi to fall into disarray. 1,400 years later, in 1910, anthropologist Ales Hurlichka came to Kawachi to study the ancient Nazca civilization. During a dig, he unearthed some of the most surprising and shocking artifacts he had ever seen. They were skulls with enormous, elongated craniums. Where did they come from? How did they get there? And were they human?
In Peru, we find these weird, elongated skulls. And they're bizarre looking. I mean, and these people look like aliens.
One may say, okay, aliens, but another aspect that we have to consider is that skull and cranial deformation forming elongated heads is a practice that's known throughout much of the ancient world.
In 1870, the process of skull deformation was well chronicled by a German botanist and explorer named George Schweinfurth. While exploring the African Congo, he came in contact with a tribe called the Mongbitu. They routinely performed a ritual of cranial binding that allowed them to physically alter the shape of human skulls.
They took infants' skulls and compressed them and bound them, and they forced the cranium out and elongated, and in many cases they doubled the size.
And a big question is, why was this being done? It may have been a way to distinguish the elite, perhaps, from the everyday people, may have been a social stratification type of issue. Something that also appeals to me is that may have been a way to express physically and maybe try to achieve physically greater levels of consciousness or higher levels of mental ability.
In my opinion, they did this in order to mimic the gods. And those gods were physical beings, because if they were just a figment of our ancestors' imagination, I don't think that's a compelling enough reason to expose your children to such a ritual to achieve that type of look. And in my opinion, these people were misinterpreted flesh and blood space travelers.
Some people have suggested aliens had elongated skulls, and apparently ancient peoples are mimicking those skulls. The old saying is that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Although there have been many images that attempt to depict what aliens might actually look like, one in particular has come to dominate the public perception. It too features an elongated cranium and is associated with an extraterrestrial race that many refer to as the Greys.
In terms of entities, one very common description are the so-called Greys. 3.5, 4 feet tall, essentially humanoid, but very spindly with disproportionately large heads and huge black almond-shaped eyes.
But would someone in a primitive society really want to replicate this look and deform their skull? Some archaeologists have a different perspective. They point to artistic self-expression as an explanation of these customs.
There are all kinds of people that either worship the body or use the body as art, be it a tattoo or a piercing of some sort, or tribes that put things in their ears or in their lips to try to grow parts of their body. Some societies we know practiced binding parts of the body, feet or heads, and try to make certain shapes. And this was done for whatever reason. We know today that this isn't usually the most healthy thing to do, but it doesn't mean people don't do it. People are always trying to change their body to make it look a certain way.
Whatever the explanation may be for these rituals, they are not just found in Peru and the African Congo. Skull deformation is a global phenomenon.
What's really strange is that this is found all over the world. And this is something that archaeologists cannot easily explain. Because for people on remote islands, for people in South America or Malta or in Africa, to suddenly independently do this cranial deformation like this seems incredible. I mean, this is something that had to be learned, something that was taught to them.
We seem to have basic similarities, as if there was one civilization or at least one type of culture that was influencing people around the world. I find it more and more difficult to believe what I was taught as an undergraduate, that all these different cultures just coincidentally came up with the same concepts independently of each other.
Is it possible that individual societies around the world were influenced by similar events? And were they imitating real beings who visited from other planets? Some of the most compelling images of an elongated cranium can be traced to ancient Egypt and the depictions of one of its most controversial pharaohs. Could it be that he too was mimicking the look of extraterrestrials? Or is there an even more outrageous explanation? Could he have been one of them? Egypt. Long before the ancient Egyptians built the pyramids, or even settled along the Nile River, they spoke of an era called Tepzepi, or the beginning of time. According to legends, Tepzepi was when sky gods descended from the stars to Earth on flying boats, and then turned mud and water into a new kingdom.
The word God, according to the ancient Egyptian, is Neteru. It means a being that came from the cosmos. They're very adamant about the fact that their gods had descended from the stars. They tell us that the god Osiris, who ruled with his consort and sister, the goddess Isis, they were star gods, and in fact they identified them very clearly. Osiris was identified with the constellation of Orion. Isis was identified with the star Sirius, brightest star in the sky. There's an interesting point about this, is that within the constellation of Orion is the so-called nursery of stars. The stars in our galaxy literally were born in that zone. And it's very peculiar that the ancient Egyptians insist that the birth of star gods are in this constellation. They truly believed, they were very adamant about this, that their origins is in the sky.
Something that we see around the world with ancient civilizations is that they had incredible knowledge of the stars, of the planets, of the heavenly motions. The average person in the ancient world had way more knowledge of what's going on in the skies than a lot of well-educated people today.
As ancient Egypt grew into a great civilization, its citizens believed their pharaohs were sons of Osiris, and thus living gods. Artwork and wall carvings depicted them as perfect humans. And while the people worshipped many different gods, the pharaoh stood above them all. This basic Egyptian religious belief remained in force for nearly 1,000 years, until one pharaoh changed everything. Who was this heretic? His name was Akhenaten, and in every surviving depiction he is shown with an elongated skull. Who was he? According to Egyptian mythology, he too was descended from the gods who arrived on Earth at the time of Tepsepi. But why do so many still believe he actually came from the stars? In 1352 BC, Akhenaten ascended to the throne as the 10th pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. Almost immediately, he instituted a series of radical religious changes, including a ban on references to multiple gods.
It's a rather strange thing that he would want to do that in one sweep, but he ordered all the iconography of previous gods to be removed. He only allowed one emblem, which was the sun emblem, literally a sun disk with curious arms or rays pouring down.
Why did he do this? Because according to his writings and his poems that were written about him later on, he was visited by one of those beings that descended from the sky, who told Akhenaten, "This is the way. I am your god."
This sun god was known as Aten. Akhenaten claimed to be a direct descendant of Aten.
Akhenaten, like any other pharaoh, regarded himself to be divine. He was a god. Not only himself believed himself to be a god, but the whole nation saw him as a god. The definition of God is that he was a descendant from these celestial beings.
During his 4th year as pharaoh, Akhenaten ordered the construction of a new capital city. He called it Amarna and dedicated it to the sun. Akhenaten would spend the next 10 years here, during which time he instituted changes in both art and culture, including how he himself would be publicly depicted.
In Egyptian iconography, Egyptian pharaohs are depicted as these triangular-shaped beings, these broad, strong shoulders and these very skinny waists. Now, we look at leaders today and we know that most leaders don't have broad shoulders and skinny waists. But it was important to depict the Egyptian kings as having broad shoulders and skinny waists, very, the epitome of what a king ought to look like.
That's exactly the opposite with Akhenaten. He shows himself perhaps as he really is, a rather strange look. He has a very mystical look.
If we take Akhenaten's statues, for instance, literally, he was a very strange-looking character. Sort of combined, some people would say, feminine aspects with masculine aspects, may have had an elongated skull.
The change in royal iconography of Akhenaten showed him as he probably really was, with a misshapen head, with a pot belly, with a sunken chest, as opposed to the idealized iconography of traditional Egyptian artists that show this big, strong pharaoh.
Akhenaten's wife, Queen Nefertiti, and their children were also depicted as having elongated skulls. So why were Akhenaten's and Nefertiti's heads deformed? Did they suffer from a genetic abnormality? Or did they deliberately alter their shape? Some believe there could be yet another explanation behind their strange, otherworldly appearance.
They look like they're different than other human beings.
Is it possible that Akhenaten might have been an extraterrestrial hybrid?
Ancient alien enthusiasts look at Pharaoh Akhenaten of Egypt and say, ah, look at that long head. That looks like an alien gray. That looks like some kind of something that's non-human, or some hybrid between something else and something human. Must be evidence of alien interference, alien reproduction with humans, something like that.
I've been to Egypt, and one of the most stunning things about seeing the archaeological remains of ancient Egypt is that one unique pharaoh, Akhenaten.
I mean, he's got a very narrow, pointy face, high cheekbones, and a very elongated cranium.
The idea that they were either looking like extraterrestrials or perhaps had extraterrestrial DNA in them is a credible idea.
Akhenaten ruled for 17 years. After his reign, Amarna was abandoned and temples to the sun were destroyed. Images of Akhenaten were deliberately defaced. Ancient Egypt swiftly returned to its old ways, worshiping many gods. Was this a rejection of Akhenaten's radical religious belief system, or a cover-up of his alien identity?
There's been a lot of theories about why. I mean, the most extreme is that he somehow had some sort of extraterrestrial connection. If one accepts that conclusion, then it would explain why he was literally put off the reign, and some say put to death.
Some Egyptologists believe Akhenaten was forced to abdicate and flee from Egypt with a group of his loyal followers. In 1907, the actual body of Akhenaten was discovered in Egypt's Valley of the Kings by a British archaeologist named Edward Ayrton. After unearthing Akhenaten's mummified remains, he was able to confirm that indeed the ancient pharaoh's skull was misshapen and elongated.
Some scholars argue that he suffered from some kind of physical abnormality. He suffered from a disorder that caused his face to appear to be long, or his head actually was longer. I think with Akhenaten, we're dealing with a physical deformation that wasn't corrected by the royal artist. They just depicted him as he was: pot belly, sunken chest, long head.
Akhenaten was succeeded by his son, Tutankhamun, who became the most renowned pharaoh of all time. When his tomb was discovered in 1922 by Howard Carter, Tutankhamun was also found to have an elongated skull. Could he have inherited alien genes from his father? Today, much of Akhenaten's life still remains a mystery. Did he really change Egypt's entire belief system because, as some suggest, he was a celestial being? If that's true, might there be evidence of similar entities coming to Earth? Perhaps more clues can be found thousands of miles away, on the other side of the African continent. Mali, in northwest Africa. Deep in a remote valley live the Dogon people, who are the descendants of a nomadic tribe that settled here around 1000 AD. Just like Akhenaten's followers, the Dogon had been forced to leave Egypt because of religious persecution.
The Dogons claim a very long and ancient tradition, and in my opinion, maintain some of the ancient Egyptian traditions and myths that have been carried on right into the present age. Parts of ancient Egypt may not have died. They were carried on to this day among the Dogon.
But what exactly are their beliefs? Dogon mythology holds that the sky god Amma created the first living creature, known as Namo. The legend also says that shortly after his creation, Namo multiplied into several parts, one of which rebelled against Amma. Amma responded by destroying him and scattering his ashes throughout the world.
According to the Dogon myths, a god gave them this knowledge. He descended from the sky in an ark surfing on fire and landed in a storm.
Still today, Dogon celebrates a festival in the honor of Namo and that visitation that occurred in the remote past. How do we know this? For this festival, they have wooden masks that date back to a very long time ago when this festival began.
Dogon masks tell the mystic stories of their ancestors. This is a sculpture of the creator. They call him Amma. He's embracing the universe. This is how they pass on information from generation to generation, by stories carved in masks.
But could Namo have been a real person? Some see eerie similarities between the Dogon's legend and the story of the mysterious pharaoh Akhenaten. Akhenaten believed he was directly descended from the sun god Aten. Namo was said to have been created by the sky deity Amma. Is it a coincidence that both cultures, although thousands of miles apart, shared mythical tales of beings coming from the skies? And both Namo and Akhenaten were depicted with elongated heads. Is it possible that these legends were based on real events?
The Dogon dwell in the central plateau region of Bandiagara. Their knowledge is centuries old, and their priests have been sharing it with chosen individuals only. In the 1920s, French anthropologist Griel and ethnologist Dieterlen visited the tribe and were invited to share their secrets.
But one secret stood out. The Dogon claimed that their god Amma came from a specific star in the Sirius constellation, the same place where the ancient Egyptians believed their god Osiris was born. This star, which modern astronomers refer to as Sirius B, the Dogon called Potolo. But what baffles experts is that the star is so far from Earth, it's impossible to see with the naked eye.
I was very intrigued by this, by the way. I mean, the Dogons should not have known about the existence of this star. Sirius is the second nearest star from our solar system. It's 8 light years away. In fact, it's not even visible with standard telescopes. It was first seen, literally seen, and photographed in the 1970s.
Modern science has corroborated that Sirius B does indeed exist. Problem is, the Dogon knew about this before modern science corroborated it. I mean, that's spooky.
Measurements taken with the Hubble telescope in 2003 have confirmed that Sirius B is what's known as a white dwarf, or a partially burnt-out star with extremely dense mass. Although it is smaller in size than Earth, it's estimated to weigh 8 times as much as our Sun. But how did the Dogon acquire this ancient knowledge of astronomy that seems to be centuries more advanced than that of modern science?
The mystery is, how did this story get passed on down generations? If the story came from a time before astronomers knew there was a companion star to Sirius, which can't be seen with the human eye.
This is the Dogon symbol for Sirius. When you move it around, you can see an orbit around the center, marked by Sirius A. Sirius B circles around it, so it is a circular system. This sign is practically an astronomical model that the Dogon could not have invented because only Sirius A is visible. Sirius B and C are invisible. However, their description of the orbit is correct. One assumption is that this god, Namo, who brought them this knowledge, could have been an extraterrestrial intelligence.
Since the early 20th century, the tribe has been routinely studied and researched by anthropologists. This has led many modern historians to claim that the Dogon must have learned about astronomy from Westerners.
The Dogon's mythology is so fluid that when science confirmed something that they might have believed in antiquity, it might have just been sheer coincidence, or it could have been a conflation. That is, they heard, because it's an oral culture and because the mythology is so fluid, they heard something that someone said about this star in relation to another star, and they just grafted that into their mythology. They grafted that into their religion, and then when some reporter, some subsequent reporter comes along and says, "What do you believe?" they say, "Well, we've thought this for millions of years."
When critics suggest that this knowledge was given to them by modern ethnologists, that's simply incorrect, because we know that this story goes back hundreds of years earlier than any modern ethnologist ever went there.
If it were ever proven that all this information is exactly correct, including the parts that are still being studied by astronomers, this would mean that the Earth had visitors from outer space in prehistoric times.
Either they inherited that knowledge, and the question is from where? From a previous civilization, or from some sort of extraterrestrial civilization, or it's a coincidence. In my view, it is not a coincidence.
If the Dogon people really possessed this advanced astronomical knowledge, were their legends based on real events? The ancient Egyptians and Dogon were far from alone in their belief in gods or mystical beings that came from the sky. Is there an explanation for similar myths shared by ancient cultures all around the world? And what does that reveal as to who these visitors may be? Perhaps the answer can be found not in northern Africa, but here, in the rocks and canyons of the American Southwest. "30 miles south of Gallup, New Mexico, lies the pueblo of Zuni. Sheltered from the desolate high plains, this adobe city is home to the Zuni Indians, one of the oldest indigenous tribes in North America. They have inhabited this land for almost 2,000 years and have protected their secrets even longer.
The Zuni are a very interesting culture in that they're one of the few cultures that really have not opened up to the rest of the world about their star knowledge traditions. Most of this type of information is very closely held by the natives. And I really find it very intriguing that this is the time period in history where now we're starting to learn more and more about their star knowledge.
Much of the Zuni people's history is etched in the rocks in the New Mexico desert. Tribal elder Clifford Mahudi and archaeologist Dan Simplicio have studied the Zuni's secret history firsthand. They've collected stories passed down through generations that are rooted in the belief that the tribe's creators and protectors are supernatural beings from the sky.
This one's kind of interesting here. I would imagine it was created in last century, but on this design, you can see the star figure. Celestial images oftentimes are depicted in a lot of our cultural petroglyphs, and this is one of them where it depicts the star. It could be the supernova of the Crab Nebula.
Our Zuni mythology in the prayer system, in the ritualistic protocols, talk about these people that came over here and told us how to actually live our lives as being sky people. If you listen to a lot of religious chants and songs and prayers, that's all they talk about. They're talking about space, they're talking about out there in the universe where they came from, so they depict it on a rock wall here. But the actual meaning of it is somewhere more profound and more complex than that.
These drawings are thought to have been created around 1200 BC, yet they appear to depict modern space travelers and their vehicles.
If you move back a little bit, you can see another figure here. It has a dome, has eyes. There's something coming down.
And a nose.
Like a nose through the nose, but it kind of flares out.
I think it was something to do with the ancient ones when they saw something. They took as much description of it to put it on there. Of course, it's not going to be exactly what they saw, but that's as best as they can do for something that they saw.
With all petroglyphs and things like that, I mean, they're up to interpretation. Sometimes they're just doodlings of people, but other times they may well be actual descriptions and depictions of some kind of god from outer space, some ancient astronaut. And when you go around, say, like the Zuni Pueblo, I mean, that's what they'll tell you those petroglyphs are. Even the Zunis themselves call them the spacemen.
This one seems to have two legs coming out like that. It has a broad, diamond-shaped body. There probably was a bitter head that chipped off here. That's very different looking than humans are.
Now, usually they're called UFOs, but in the Zuni way, we've always been taught that they're the keepers of the upper world, which means space. You know, they're sky people, beings that are of the extraterrestrial origin. And this is still within our mythology and our religious practices today.
Like most Indian tribes, the Zunis call these sky people Kachinas. According to the Zunis' creation story, the Kachina gods came down from the heavens to lead the Zunis to Earth through a special portal.
The Sipapu, that's the entrance to the fourth world, or the underworld, and that's a representation of where the Kachinas come and go. And so according to the mythologies, the Zunis were brought forth into the world of light, which is where we are at today, by what I would interpret as extraterrestrial beings from the universe.
Every year, the Zunis participate in a ceremony known as the Shalako Festival. Dressed in traditional costumes to represent the Kachinas, the Indians celebrate the arrival of the gods on Earth.
This is a figurine of Kachina gods. And these guys are some gods from the sky who came down. They wear weird helmets.
This one has a helmet as a head, and if you look at the whole body of it, it's as if it wears some type of a suit. This one here also has the helmet and the visor.
For the Pueblo Indians, like the Zunis, these are their sky gods that every year they have special ceremonies. People put on these special costumes and masks to reenact the coming of the gods. They really look like ancient astronauts.
If you look at the poetry and the legends and the stories from American Indian tribes in the Southwest, they have the legend of the Star People. The Star People came to Earth and seeded planet Earth, and they came on flying ships. If you speak to the elders, they will tell you that a lot of us believe in the existence of extraterrestrials.
These are timeless traditions that have been passed on through the centuries from clan to clan, from family to family, from family member to family member. And it is an oral tradition. Native peoples did not have the written word, they had the spoken word. And culturally, the spoken word is still a significant component of their daily lives and the ability to pass down the truth.
I remember my grandparents talking about a craft that flew and had actually crash landed on one of the mesas east of here. There's no interpretation of what an aircraft is, so the closest thing that they could interpret as anything capable of flight is a bird or our masked Kachina dancers.
We're very, very superstitious people. It's always been in the history of Zuni that they have always been here, even right here where we're sitting right now. But you just don't see them. They're in a different frequency. And those are very, very sacred, and those are very, very secret.
They're out there somewhere.
For those who believe that ancient astronauts came to Earth thousands of years ago, prehistoric artwork provides more clues in what they claim is a growing body of evidence. From wall carvings and statues in ancient Egypt, to tribal traditions and exotic masks in West Africa, to petroglyphs in the American Southwest, all thousands of years old, they seem to recount similar stories of visitors from the skies. Could the legends of alien beings visiting Earth thousands of years ago have inspired more traditional beliefs? Celestial beings coming down to Earth. Gods descending from the sky. Can these events only be found in the ancient legends of the Zuni? Do similar accounts exist in other cultures and other religions across the world? And if so, what is the explanation?
We have to remind ourselves that our ancestors were highly intelligent. However, their technological frame of reference was different than our technological frame of reference. So they didn't have the vocabulary with which to describe or with which to name certain things that they saw. So what did they do? They used words that they were familiar with in their time, and so they tried to describe whatever they witnessed to the best of their abilities with their vocabulary.
Ancient China also shared some of the same beliefs that can be found in Egyptian, Native American, and Dogon legends, that deities arrived from the stars. According to Chinese mythology dating back to 3000 BC, when the god named Wang Di was born, there was a radiance from the great star Qi. Wang Di would later emerge from the belly of a fire-breathing dragon to become China's first emperor.
The origins of the Han Chinese people start with a story of a great god looking down with empathy. Here were people in poverty, in a beautiful, rich country, and the landscape profound, but the people were suffering. He took pity and decided to come down.
Wang Di arrived on planet Earth in a flying dragon. He had the power of flight. Wang Di could be anywhere within minutes, and he usually accomplished this by hopping on his dragon and flying somewhere.
Now this divine energy becomes human and is a great leader, the Yellow Emperor, who rules and unites the people, and there's a period of great prosperity until his work is done.
Wang Di brought order to the chaos, creating China's first empire. He is seen as a cultural hero and is credited with the invention of the compass, acupuncture, and the standardization of Chinese writing. One of his greatest legacies is the Great Wall of China.
When the land is prosperous, he decides it's time to go. And the great yellow dragon comes back, and he gets back into the belly of the dragon and flies off forever.
Now, were these dragons truly dragons in a biological nature? Or were they misinterpreted types of machines? Because, as we all know, dragons are always correlated with spewing fire and a lot of smoke. Whenever we see a modern rocket take off, there's all this smoke, and sometimes the smoke is yellow and sometimes it's red. So it's very bizarre how we have these correlations between the ancient times and modern times today.
Mythology is the effort to grasp what we can't grasp, to understand what is beyond us. In the Eastern teachings, the dragons very often carry people, sometimes on their back, sometimes inside their bellies. So if we think of them as a poet's effort to explain a vehicle that was strange to them, well, those sound like flying saucers. So it might just be a problem of translation, because after all, it's just a word. It's trying to describe something that's very difficult to grasp.
4,000 miles west of China, another tale of celestial beings influencing civilization can be found, this time in what is now modern-day Iraq. The Babylonian legend of Enuma Elish dates back to the 7th century BC. The text was first discovered in 1849 by British archaeologist Sir Austen Henry Layard while searching the ruins of the library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh. The story tells of how the first humans were created by an extraterrestrial race known as the Anunnaki.
In the ancient texts of Sumeria, we have descriptions of these beings descending from the sky called the Anunnaki. The term Anunnaki means those who from the heavens came. It says, word for word, that these beings descended in flying vehicles from the sky. And we can find not only descriptions of the Anunnaki, but also depictions. And we can see them in statues, in carvings. So it's all very interesting to see that those beings looked like modern-day space travelers with weird suits. Some of them wore wristwatches, they had boots on, and helmets, and above all, wings and they were always described or depicted in floating above some quote-unquote regular people. So the question is, who were the Anunnaki? And according to the ancient astronaut hypothesis, they were space travelers who visited Earth in the remote past.
Similar themes can be found in the legends of Greek and Roman gods, which also describe events that some interpret as extraterrestrial contact. Both cultures believed in powerful gods who lived in the heavens and often came down to Earth to interact with humans.
A well-known example is Zeus and the Greek gods, and they've come down from the sky and Mount Olympus, where they live in some mountain, and they're bringing really civilization and sciences to mankind. But they have many human attributes too, where they're attracted to human women. They want to have sex and children with as many of them as they can, and then they go back into the sky.
These ideas of gods mating with humans are very commonplace, like Zeus in Greek mythology was always coming down and mating with mortals and producing demigods like Hercules or Helen of Troy, who were exceptionally beautiful, exceptionally powerful, unusually gifted in every way. So in other words, you were creating a better race in this sense.
In the ancient astronaut opinion, the whole pantheon of gods that we have in ancient Greece consists of nothing else but flesh and blood extraterrestrials who were misinterpreted as being these divine creatures by our ancestors.
There's a lot of evidence showing that we're not alone in the cosmos and that our human civilizations on Earth have been interacting for long periods of time with extraterrestrial intelligences.
Belief in celestial beings interacting with humans is a cornerstone in several major religions. In fact, according to the Bible's book of Genesis, God created the first humans, Adam and Eve. The Bible also contains other passages that describe strange interactions between otherworldly beings and humans.
People believe messengers of some sort come down from the heavens. They came down and they had sex with humans. And this is where we produced giants, people like Goliath. So in a technical sense, they are alien. They're gods or they're angels, or there's some kind of superhuman thing.
Interpreting these Bible stories has also led to a certain amount of debate and controversy. While most see a single God directing and influencing mankind's destiny, others argue that it is really a number of gods that are responsible.
In the Old Testament, it says very clearly, "Let us make man in our image according to our likeness." Now, grammatically speaking, that sentence doesn't make sense because you have God and then you have our image. Well, theologians suggest that by our, what they meant is the Trinity, the Holy Trinity. So basically, if you were to change the word God to gods, then all of a sudden, the sentence makes sense, and then the gods created man in our own image.
So you have this reference, let us create man in our image. In several religious texts, specifically the Hebrew Bible, which Christians also accept, and in the Quran, which Muslims revere as holy, you have the reference to God in the plural, and it is incredibly interesting.
But do all these religious scriptures that tell similar stories really point to the possibility that aliens have visited Earth throughout ancient history?
The fact is, the story of creation in our own Bible is the story of creation in cultures around the world, the story of the flood, the evolution of the human species, the development of language. All of this points to In fact, the Bible says so. Life on Earth came from contact with an extraterrestrial life form. That's in the Bible, that's in ancient cultures around the world. So I believe the theory of ancient astronauts is true, and I believe there's solid evidence there, and I believe the harder you try to refute that evidence, the more you wind up against a brick wall. That ancient astronauts visited us, visited Earth, thousands upon thousands of years ago, and seeded the very civilization we have today.
If the believers in the ancient astronaut theory are correct, then just who were these visitors? And might cutting-edge astrophysics and biology help us to uncover their identity? On March 18, 1965, Russian cosmonaut Alexei Leonov stepped outside the Voshko 2 and became the first human to walk in space. He spent 12 minutes and 8 seconds outside his ship before returning. Leonov's survival depended upon a protective suit that could keep him alive where there was neither atmospheric pressure nor oxygen. If we need spacesuits, would aliens traveling to Earth require the same protection? Is that what we're looking at in these ancient carvings and drawings?
When critics ask, well, why would ancient astronauts have to wear astronaut suits that we're familiar with today? The answer is very simple. Can we go through space without wearing a type of suit? Of course not. We would die. Because who says that whoever visited us in the remote past, that they could breathe in the atmosphere of planet Earth? So it's not far-fetched to suggest that they did in fact wear some type of suit.
Why might these images resemble modern astronauts? If they are aliens, is it possible they are similar to humans? And could they have come from a planet just like Earth? At the turn of the 20th century, a group of British and German scientists considered this possibility. They embraced a theory put forth by early Greek philosophers that all life in the universe began in one specific place. This theory is called panspermia.
Panspermia is the theory that life formed in one place and then got spread around to other places. In outer space, in the medium between stars, we see molecules that are the building blocks of life. So it's easy to get the building blocks of life to another planet. For example, if life formed on Mars, it could have come here to Earth, contaminated Earth, and then started life here.
Roughly 3.6 billion years ago, Mars was warm and wet, much like the conditions on Earth today. Biologists believe that because Mars cooled more quickly than other planets, life may have developed there first.
Mars is a better candidate for life during the early part of the solar system. Mars rocks are coming here all the time, and these have been knocked off Mars by asteroid and comet impacts. And we know that they could convey any Martian microorganisms to Earth.
In August 1996, a team of scientists made a stunning announcement. A Martian meteorite found in Antarctica contained evidence of fossilized life. The 4-pound rock, designated ALH 84001, showed the presence of carbonate globules excreted by microbes when they were alive on Mars 3.6 billion years ago. Earth was no longer alone. Life had existed elsewhere in the universe.
So this cross-contamination between Mars and Earth, which 20 years ago was regarded as a rather wild conjecture, is now pretty much accepted by the astrobiology community.
Astrobiologists studying the origin and evolution of life in the universe embraced the possibility that life on Earth began in outer space. Did modern-day scientists finally prove what ancient cultures have believed for centuries?
The common myth or idea that the origins of humankind is from the stars is widespread. Ancient cultures had the ancient Egyptians, the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Indians, and so forth. Is intriguing, and it's probably true. And I mean it from an astrophysical point of view. We do come from the stars. It's a fact that life on Earth has been seeded by the coming of a comet containing the life matter.
I personally suspect there is life out there. In fact, I believe that we have evidence, if nothing else, microbial evidence for life extraterrestrially.
But if life did land on Earth from outer space, was it by accident? Or might it have been sent here on purpose? One mainstream scientist thought so. British geneticist Francis Crick is best known for his collaboration with James Watson. Together, they unraveled the structure of human DNA in 1953. Less than 10 years later, they were awarded the Nobel Prize for their groundbreaking work in genetics. In the 1960s, Crick became a proponent of panspermia theory and took it to a whole new level with an idea he called directed panspermia.
Francis Crick hypothesized that somewhere perhaps on the other side of the galaxy there had been a civilization of advanced intelligent beings. And they had found that their planet was going to be destroyed. Perhaps a supernova was going to go off in their vicinity, and their planet would be sterilized of life. And he asked himself, what would an intelligent civilization do in that situation? Well, first of all, they'd try to figure out if they could get out of there, if they could actually preserve their lives and the lives of their descendants, perhaps crowd into spaceships and fly across interstellar space until they found a suitable planet to colonize.
But could it actually be true? Could we really be the descendants of an alien race that traveled here from another world?
The ultimate implication of some exobiological theories is actually that we ourselves are extraterrestrials, that life on Earth arose because organic material was brought here from elsewhere.
What if we're the ones, the descendants of those who came from another planet? We weren't created. We were brought here, seeded planet Earth as a colony from some other planet. So we're colonists of another race, and that's why the aliens look like us.
In my opinion, it's not unscientific to consider the possibility of ancient astronauts' alien intervention. We live in a huge universe. Now, bacteria versus humanoids, one may say that's a big difference, but in some ways it's not a big difference. Where you have life, you have the ability for that life to develop into what we consider civilization or intelligent beings.
Is it just a coincidence that modern science and ancient alien theory have come to the same conclusion: that life on Earth came from the stars. And if it's possible that billions of years ago, an extraterrestrial race spread out across space, how would they survive in their new home? Could they really be our missing link? For thousands of years, mankind has tried to depict alien beings who they believe came from the skies. Many of those creatures seem to share characteristics with humans. They often have 2 arms, 2 legs, fingers, and a head, just like we do. Biologists refer to this basic body shape as bilateral symmetry.
Bilateral symmetry is very simply you divide something down the middle into 2 parts, and lateral means up and down, and the 2 sides are an exact reflection of each other. If you fold the thing in half, all the parts line up.
Bilateral symmetry evolved relatively early in the evolution of animals, several hundred million years ago.
But being bilaterally symmetric allows you to be streamlined and to develop a head end, so you become cephalized. And that certainly happened in vertebrates. Virtually the mouth at the end of something, and then you get progressive development, and that seems to have led to many, many advances.
So when you look at it closely, you can see a lot of advantages coming in. Having the 2 arms and the 2 legs to work together really give you great mobility and balance and speed. Having eyes on 2 sides separated give really improved vision in various ways. Animals that are predominantly prey use their 2 eyes independently and get a huge field of view. Animals that are predominantly hunters have them more in the front and get really good depth perception, which you need if you're going to land on the animal you're hunting.
If it is true that aliens resemble humans in their physical characteristics, might there also be genetic similarities? Could we even be related? In 2003, the US government announced that the Human Genome Project had identified all of the nearly 25,000 genes in the human body. For the first time, scientists had a roadmap to the genetic makeup of humans.
Human genomes are the ones who are transmitted from parents to children. Each human genome, that is the one that we get from our father or the one that we get from our mother, has 3 billion letters, 3 billion components. Everybody thought that would open lots of possibilities to study human heredity and perhaps for medicine and other applications.
In 2006, genetic researchers at the University of California at Santa Cruz discovered an area of the genome they called HAR1 that appears to be unique to humans. Scientists believe the HAR1 gene plays a critical role in the advanced development of the human brain and is a key element that sets us apart from other animals. But where did it come from? Did humans develop this distinct gene naturally through evolution? Or did it land here from another planet? Francis Crick, the British scientist who helped discover the structure of DNA, believed that human genes could not have evolved by chance.
Crick didn't feel in that period of roughly 600 million years from the formation of the planet down to the time when the planet could first support life, there was enough time for DNA to evolve by accident. It's an enormously complicated molecule. Crick gave this analogy. You would be more likely to assemble a fully functioning and flying jumbo jet by passing a hurricane through a junkyard than you would be to assemble the DNA molecule by chance in any kind of primeval soup in 500 or 600 million years. It's just not possible.
But if this molecule could not have evolved accidentally, how was it created? Was it, as some believe, put there on purpose?
The question should not be, do the extraterrestrials look like us, or what do the extraterrestrials look like, but do we look like the extraterrestrials? Because according to the ancient astronaut theory, a long, long time ago, extraterrestrials came here, and through a targeted mutation of our genes, we, quote-unquote, became human.
Possibly, there's information in our DNA about whether human evolution was manipulated or not. The DNA is almost deciphered, yet we only understand 5% of the information it carries.
Geneticists have determined that it only takes about 5% to clone a human being, and that 95% of that genetic material that we have in our bodies is nothing more than what they refer to as genetic junk.
Why is everything there? And there's probably parts of the DNA that don't have an obvious current function. Maybe they're left over from something that was used in the past, kind of like our appendix is left over.
Could this genetic junk hold the key to the evolution of humans? Some people suggest that decoding our DNA entirely will unlock startling information about our origins. But could it even prove that aliens played a role in our development thousands of years ago?
If you hypothetically wanted to record an eternal message that could be decoded by a creature that had eventually evolved enough intelligence to decode it, and the place to put that message would not be on some monument or in some text which might be swept away, but actually on the DNA of the creature itself. It's recently been established that DNA is a recording medium of almost limitless power. It would be technically possible to record the entire knowledge of a civilization on the DNA in our bodies. All you'd need is a way to access that information.
I think we have something, the whole humanity, in our genes. Somewhere in our genes it is coded that extraterrestrials were here thousands of years ago.
But the questions persist. If aliens visited Earth tens of thousands of years ago, how did they get here? When we look to the past for the answers, are we looking in the wrong place? Should we actually look forward to our future? Scientists agree that the best chances of finding alien life will be on planets similar to ours, and descriptions of extraterrestrials seem to resemble humans in many ways. Some ancient astronaut theorists draw a surprising conclusion from these facts, suggesting that aliens might actually be human.
It is odd that many of the descriptions of aliens are effectively humanoid, and this raises an interesting possibility. One idea that's been put forward is that these are not extraterrestrials at all, but they're time travelers from the future.
They could be us from 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 years from now. Let's assume for a moment that 10,000 years from now on this planet, if we all survive, that time travel was created. They've invented it. Just like the time machine of H.G. Wells' days. They can go back or they can go forward. So let's assume 10,000 years from now, we decide to come back to see us. Maybe they have changed physically. They look like the alien Greys or whoever they may be.
It could well be that ancient astronauts might not be creatures from other planets at all, but time travelers from 2720 in a time machine.
Time travel is an essential concept for science fiction. But would it be possible for flesh and blood humans to find a way to transport themselves through time with current technology? Would this enable us to cover the vast distances of space?
If I could travel close to the speed of light, I could reach the year 3000, say, in a couple of years. I have to get very close to the speed of light for that, but it's doable, and we know that this isn't a theory, this is real physics. We can demonstrate these time-warping effects. So you can reach the future quicker by traveling close to the speed of light.
The concept of time travel was first proposed by Albert Einstein in 1905, when he published his theory of special relativity.
Ancient astronaut theory says that astronauts visited us a long time ago from somewhere else. The technology involved in doing that, we would assume, would be similar to what we understand now. I mean, we know special relativity is a law of physics. It holds anywhere in the universe. Ancient astronauts would come all the way here and travel these large distances and not age that much relative to their home planet. Because if you're going close enough to the speed of light, you will have slowed down time enough that when you get back, hundreds, thousands, or even millions of years could have passed.
One limitation to this method of travel is that because a spacecraft has mass, it theoretically cannot reach the exact speed of light. The resulting reduction in velocity would then dramatically increase the amount of time needed to cross the vast universe.
Well, there's definitely many theories about how extraterrestrials got here, how their propulsion system got them to planet Earth. They're surely not coming here the way we go out into space. They'd never get here. They are finding different ways. They have either developed a new form of propulsion, or they're able to travel through what I've always believed, wormholes throughout the universe that would instantaneously put them here.
The idea of wormholes was first proposed in 1935 by Albert Einstein and his longtime collaborator, Nathan Rosen. They began to explore the possibility that space and time could literally be bent to create a time travel shortcut.
Wormholes have not been detected. They're a postulated structure in space that involve actually taking, if you want to think of a sheet of paper, bending it in half and connecting the two pieces that you get together. A wormhole is thought to do something like that. Space gets warped and it connects between two different parts of space. There's predictions about what they would look like, there's theories about them, but we haven't detected one yet. You're not actually ever traveling faster than the speed of light, you're just cutting corners.
You don't actually have to go light speed and travel for light years to someplace. You literally go there through a wormhole and through hyperspace and bang, you're there.
If you can have a wormhole in space, then it could be turned in principle into a time machine. And so travel back in time as well as forward in time would then be possible. The problem is, where do you get your wormhole? It's not inconceivable that wormholes were made in the Big Bang, coughed out along with everything else. There might be one out there in the universe we could harvest and adapt to form a time machine.
If you end up discovering that you could make wormholes, then that increases the range that you can explore in space. And that increases the likelihood of having two civilizations at the same time with the right technology to communicate with each other.
While theoretically possible, traveling through wormholes or at the speed of light is currently impossible for us here on Earth. Using modern propulsion methods, it would take 70,000 years to reach the nearest star.
Our fastest rockets are totally puny. It's really pathetic. So we're talking about 0.01% of the speed of light if you're lucky. Any object that we could fire out of the solar system is going to take tens of thousands of years to reach the nearest star.
Believe it or not, at 4.6 billion years old, our solar system is one of the youngest in the universe. But if civilizations exist in other galaxies, Is it possible that they are more advanced than those on Earth? And if so, could they be ahead of us in their ability to travel through space and time?
For extraterrestrials to come here through the vast reaches of space to our planet, they clearly have to have technology that's way in advance of what we have today. To go from solar system to solar system, rather than going warp speed like in Star Trek, you're really going to travel as they do in Star Wars, where you're jumping through hyperspace. Going from a solar system to solar system is no time at all.
Just because we can't travel from star to star does not mean another more advanced society can't do it either. I think that's the height of human arrogance to say just because we can't do it, another more advanced civilization can't do it either. So, you know, we have to stop looking at us that we are the pinnacle of creation, because we're not.
Celestial beings. Visitors from the skies. Deities descending from the heavens to interact with man. Could these worldwide stories be the foundation for the prevailing belief that something greater than ourselves, from beyond our world, created the universe as we know it? Almost all of the great world faiths are based on stories of celestial beings who visit Earth. Many millions of people accept these legends as part of their core beliefs. And from the earliest cave drawings to images at Roswell, we see artists' interpretations of extraterrestrials or gods coming to our planet.
In many traditions, there is something coming from above. There's a stairway to heaven, or there's a whirlwind, or an angel descends. Sometimes the encounter is quite dangerous, as would be appropriate to something awesome and larger and more powerful than we are. Usually it is memorable.
Many of the myths are much more specific, and they really talk about gods physically coming to Earth, landing, doing miracles, and showing the people how to live.
If visitors did come from the stars, is it possible that they actually changed the way ancient people thought? Did they provide an intellectual spark to prehistoric civilizations? Could that be the reason why so many different cultures could build such large and lasting monuments?
It's almost as if primitive man woke up one morning and went, hey, I've got this knowledge and I know how to make tools and I'm going to go and build all these things. Nah, I don't think it happened that way. I think others came down to this planet and started teaching other people that were beginning to evolve. But the one thing I truly do not believe is that modern cavemen at the time basically created all this knowledge out of thin air.
All around the world, we have concise descriptions in ancient texts which say, word for word, that some beings came from the sky. So it's as if this intellectual Big Bang, or this Big Bang of knowledge, occurred in various periods of time. And those various periods of time most concisely always correlate with some type of description of gods descending from the sky.
I do think of that as a very significant before and after moment in the human story, and it is not a moment that is linked to physical evolution. We've already got the hardware. It's as though something happened to our software around about that time, and I think it's a very intriguing moment in the human story.
For supporters of ancient alien theory, the verdict is already in. They believe that aliens visited many of Earth's earliest cultures thousands of years ago. But is it possible? Are extraterrestrials responsible for the sacred creation myths of the first human civilizations? Might they have tampered with our DNA? Are humans themselves aliens from another planet in the heavens, or even from another time? While man continues to search for these answers, the questions remain. If they came here, what was their mission? We call Earth home, but with perfect conditions for life, could it be a beacon, calling out to other intelligent civilizations that may exist in the universe?
I think there is life, simple life, bacterial life, microbial life, on other planets. I think we're gonna find that. And who knows, maybe one day we'll find some other planet that's capable of sustaining life, that has evolved people over a long period of time, that are also looking up at the stars, wondering, is there anybody else out there? Are we the only ones?
What bigger question could we ask about ourselves and our place in the universe? You know, is there life elsewhere in the universe, or are we it? I mean, I think it's one of the most fascinating questions, and we're fortunate enough to live in a time when we can address this question scientifically and really try and get at some answers.
You can then come up with a conclusion that something, one, very strange is happening on this planet, and two, if it's coming from outside of this system, then we're being visited by something that has some intelligence behind it.
In the end, the truth wins. And we've seen this in history, where scientific theories or ideas that have been deemed impossible turned out to be true. And so, it is my firm conviction that the same will count for the ancient alien theory.
For centuries, mankind believed that life only existed here on Earth. But today, many scientists agree that we are not alone.
Practically every human civilization that has ever existed tells us we are not alone in the cosmos.
A long, long time ago, extraterrestrials came here, and through a targeted mutation of our genes, we became human.
We have, in theory, a worldwide civilization that has extraterrestrials interacting with it, and human beings, as we are today, who are possibly the genetic breeding of these aliens.
If we're being visited, they've probably always been here.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. But what if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, why did they come here? And just what was their mission? On July 20th, 1969, the Apollo 11 mission reached its destination. And two men Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin actually walked on the moon.
They've got the flag up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface. Up now. Beautiful, just beautiful.
It was the first time in history that beings left their home and traveled through space to an alien planet. Or was it? Were we really the first creatures in the universe capable of traveling to another world? Given the vastness of the universe and the billions of years that it took to create our galaxy, is it so hard to imagine that such a thing might have happened before, perhaps thousands of times, and over the course of millions of years?
The ancient alien astronaut theory presupposes that thousands and thousands of years ago, even before recorded history, Earth was visited by astronauts from another world.
But if alien beings did in fact travel to Earth, why? Did they come to explore, to plunder, to study, to hunt, or to breed? When Armstrong and Aldrin explored their incredible surroundings, they found the moon a barren landscape. It seemed to offer little more than a lifeless oasis of rocks and dust. But in 1986, further testing determined that the lunar landscape actually contains a high amount of helium-3, an extremely powerful, non-polluting, non-radioactive fuel source. Experts estimate that a single space shuttle filled with this material could satisfy all the energy needs in the United States for an entire year. Think of it. Armadas of spaceships mining the moon and other planets for natural resources. Could this help explain why Earth might have served as a destination for travelers from other worlds?
We'd go out there with robot mining crews and eventually human mining crews, mine those planets, extract the ore, ships would come, they'd take the ore and bring them back. Well, if we would do it, why wouldn't extraterrestrials?
But if alien excavators did come to Earth, perhaps thousands of years ago, wouldn't there be evidence? Here, in what is now known as Iraq, lies what is commonly regarded by historians and archaeologists as the cradle of civilization. Between 3500 and 1900 BC, the fertile area between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers was the home of the Sumerian people.
The Sumerians were one of the first cultures that built actual cities with streets and a street grid, like almost like New York City, where you have, a square street grid. They invented cobblestones. They had a sewage system. They were taught in agriculture.
The Sumerians also invented the first known writing system by using cuneiform script on clay tablets. In the 19th century, archaeologists exploring the ancient ruins of Nineveh discovered 22,000 of these clay tablets. When they were later translated, the texts described many stories similar to those found in the Judeo-Christian Bible.
Virtually every story that's in Genesis, the flood story, Adam and Eve story, they all have precedence with the ancient Sumerians.
In 1976, author Zecharia Sitchin published his own translations of the Sumerian texts in a series of books called The Earth Chronicles. According to Sitchin, the clay tablets describe an alien race known as the Anunnaki, who came to Earth to mine gold.
Zecharia Sitchin has essentially suggested that the reason why we were visited in the remote past is because the ancient astronauts' home planet needed gold for their atmosphere, and that their gold content in the atmosphere was depleting. So they came to Earth in order to mine gold and bring it back to their home planet.
But why gold? What are the unique properties of this precious metal that might make it important and worth traveling through the galaxy for?
I think for extraterrestrials, gold would be an important resource just like it is for us. If it's at all like our society, one of the major things it's going to be built on is electricity. And gold really is one of the top conductors, and its malleability and its ability to make it into wires, use it in really small forms as nanoparticles, is going to make it an incredible technological resource for any sort of life forms that reach that level of dealing with electricity and technology as we do. One of the exciting directions is possibly as an energy source through properties called thermoelectric effects, where it can take heat and turn it directly into electricity. This would be obviously a very nice, clean energy source.
With its capacity to create energy and conduct heat, some scientists believe gold may also be an invaluable asset in the construction of spaceships.
Gold actually reflects infrared light. Infrared is basically light that's not quite red. And so you don't see it, but we interact with it as heat. The radiation will interact with your molecules and make them vibrate faster, and you'll feel that as heat. So it makes a great heat shield. Partly because it's so malleable, you can make it very thin, it's easy to work with, and it has great properties for reflecting and heat protection.
The only metal that really lasts is gold. Gold is indestructible. All gold from ancient times still exists today.
If you look at Zecharia Sitchin's theories that ETs came down from another planet in our solar system, which is on a 3,600-year elliptical orbit, that they were running out of minerals and gold specifically that they somehow needed to line their atmosphere with.
These extraterrestrials, they just first measure our planet. And they have the instrument to find out where on this planet do we find raw material.
Through their incredible equipment, they find a planet that has this. It's got gold. So they decide, we're going to go there and we're going to mine. So they send some expeditions to planet Earth. All of a sudden, they get here, and the factions begin to say, well, there's a lot of gold here, but we're not digging it out. What are we going to do? We need workers.
The story that came down to the Sumerians is that the Anunnaki were mining gold on the Earth. And the run-of-the-mill workers complained, said, this is really hard work and we're tired. We don't want to do this anymore. And so they had a big council. They decided to create a primitive worker called an Adamo.
So they look at what is on this planet, and that is Homo erectus, and they say, well, they're not very intelligent, and they're not going to listen to us, so we're going to genetically alter them.
The Anunnaki created humans as a slave species.
According to Zecharia Sitchin, the Adamu were the first modern humans. They were created by the Anunnaki 450,000 years ago, when they genetically mixed their DNA with that of prehistoric man.
They took one cell of one of these ancestors of us. They changed the cell by an artificial mutation. They changed the DNA code, what our genetics are doing every day.
It's carved in their stone. This is not something made up. This is part of the Sumerian history.
They believed that the gods came down and created them, and they were their slave species. They knew that, and they didn't have any philosophical beliefs about the purpose of man or anything.
If you believe Sitchin's theory that mankind was created by ETs for slave labor, all of a sudden it makes sense. And then when you look at the biblical terms of what may have happened, Adam and Eve, sure, they may have been two individuals back a long time ago, the beginning of time. But perhaps Adam and Eve were the first of the genetically created human beings.
Closer comparisons between the Hebrew Bible and the Sumerian texts reveal many similarities, not only in their stories, but also in their language. Adam is Hebrew for man. Adamu is what the Sumerians refer to as first man, the Anunnaki slaves. But do the Sumerian tablets actually describe an alien race? A race that conducted mining operations on a global scale. Thousands of miles away, on the African continent, ruins of ancient gold mines have recently been discovered. The largest concentration can be found in South Africa, where some excavations, according to scientists, date back some 150,000 years.
They're in areas that have an abundance of gold right now. So it's very possible that they could have mined it. Now, the big question is, how do we know they weren't human beings that simply did that? Why the ET theory?
In many languages in Africa, the native word for star means bringer of knowledge or enlightenment. Some African cultures believe that extraterrestrial beings have been visiting the Earth for tens of thousands of years. Zulu legends speak of a time when visitors from the stars came to excavate gold and other natural resources. These mines were worked by artificially produced flesh and blood slaves created by the first people.
Some ancient mines in southern Africa are thought to be 100,000 years old or older. If humans weren't doing that mining 100,000 years ago and making metals, then we would have to assume it would be extraterrestrials doing it.
Alien slave mines? Genetically engineered humans? To believers of ancient astronaut theory, these notions are not far-fetched fantasies or fairy tales, but facts. And they point to additional evidence of alien mining a half-world away, on the American continent. Peru has long been known as the land of gold. In ancient times, Incan rulers adorned themselves with it. And when the Spanish explorers arrived in the 16th century, they sent shiploads of their plunder back home to Spain.
Gold was largely a valuable commodity because of being rare and easy to make jewelry, coinage. And you're looking at like the ancient Incas. Those people are using gold as a status symbol. Many cultures thought it came directly from the gods. People thought gold was so pure, so wonderful, it must heal, and they would actually occasionally ingest pure gold. Certainly, we're discovering more and more as we get better at archaeology and as we can look into these things, applications that people have used. For instance, there is some evidence that ancient people had very primitive batteries. And this would be a place in which gold would be very useful because of its electrical properties and its conductivity.
It should not be surprising then to find archaeological evidence of ancient gold mines. But some sites have recently been discovered that date back some 50,000 years.
All throughout areas in Peru, you see remnants of what could have been ancient mining operations. It's there. They go down, some cases, thousands of feet deep.
Gold turns out to be surprisingly easy to mine for, even though it's relatively rare. There's a lot of common techniques ancient people used, and some of them were used, well into recent times. A lot of it, involves using water often to change the properties of the rock around it, a lot of heating and freezing, and the gold will come loose.
In addition to gold, other ancient sites in Peru provide evidence that they were once mined for quartz, hematite, and red ochre.
They're used for different things. Quartz is incredibly common. It's basically silicon dioxide. It's kind of like glass. It's a great mineral. It's hard, but it can be formed into pretty sculptures. You could make quartz statues. You could probably even use it for money before you discovered minerals and gold. Hematite and ochre are much more valuable because of their iron oxides. And particularly ochre is important as a pigment. So as soon as you're going to start having painting, cave drawings even, or any sort of artwork, you need to make colors. And making color can be a challenge, and ochre is a great source of that.
Also located in Peru are the world-famous Nazca lines. While the origins of these ancient geoglyphs remain a mystery, the area in which the lines are located suggests that a major excavation took place there, perhaps hundreds of centuries ago.
At Nazca, entire mountaintops have been removed. I mean, this all requires machining. And I'm not talking, you know, a little wheelbarrow and a pick. I'm talking sophisticated machinery, because we today would also need sophisticated machinery in order to achieve such feats.
Could the vast flat plain located in the Nazca Desert be evidence of a gigantic mining operation, one that took place hundreds of thousands of years ago?
Whoever comes here in a spaceship, Nazca would be like a beacon, as in, come here, because the moment you come to Nazca, you're sort of confronted with a cliff notes to planet Earth, where you have all sorts of raw materials that exist in that one particular spot in very, very abundant quantities.
I think the Nazca lines aren't evidence of search for gold, but they're evidence of some communication with possibly ETs or gods from above.
But despite the controversy, one thing is certain. The plain and the lines that scar the surrounding countryside are not natural formations. But while scientists and ancient astronaut theorists remain divided about who or what created the Nazca lines, they are in agreement about one thing. The so-called Band of Holes, located in the Pisco Valley, is a complete mystery.
In the mountains of Peru, we have what's commonly referred to as the Band of Holes. And it is this band of holes that were carved or dug into the mountainside.
It's a bunch of little shallow holes dug into the ground, and it's had all kinds of explanations. Some people say it was just pot hunters, you know, looting, looking for burials. Some people think it looks like some kind of machine was running over the territory. Some people think it was some kind of systematic mining operation.
They need raw material, be it gold, be it silver, be it uranium, whatever they need something. And they send something down like a shuttle. It can be a robot. No extraterrestrial is on board. And this robot just crashes over the surfaces and collects and measures raw material and disappears again.
The holes run about 3 feet apart and measure 6 to 7 feet in depth and number in the thousands.
Often we see regular structures like that and we assume either a person or intelligent life had to make it. But there's lots of examples in nature where the natural processes lead to large-scale, what we call pattern formation. And you see it on a small scale in animals. You look at leopards and zebras. Leopards have spots, zebras have stripes. Surprisingly, on geological scales, some of the same processes that give you spots on a leopard could give you indentations in the ground and raised areas that would look like holes. It would take a long time over geological scales, but we've had a long time, and that might be what they're left over from.
Mainstream archaeologists suggest the holes were used to store grain, but ancient astronaut theorists reject that notion.
It's a mystery, because who in their right mind would go ahead and dig all these holes? For what? The other intriguing aspect about the Band of Holes is that you can only see it from the air. When you stand down there, all you see is a couple of holes dug into the ground, and it doesn't really mean much. But if you're up in the air, there is this long band with these individual holes that you can see, and you can conceivably create some type of message that can only be seen from the air.
But if ancient aliens came to Earth searching for gold, why did they leave? More gold still exists here, as do many other valuable minerals. Could it be that ancient mining operations were just the means to another, possibly greater end? Or perhaps the real alien mission on Earth was to hunt the greatest prey in the universe, man. Alamosa, Colorado, September 7th, 1967. When a 3-year-old horse named Snippy went missing, her owners grew concerned and went out looking for her. Their search yielded a gruesome and mysterious discovery. Snippy's body had been mutilated, almost surgically. An examination of the carcass showed that her skin and flesh had been neatly cut, her heart and brain had been removed, and a formaldehyde-like odor emitted from the remains. An autopsy also revealed that her spinal fluid had been removed. The events of Snippy's death stunned the community and remain shrouded in mystery, even to this day. Since the mutilation, an estimated 50,000 similar events have been reported around the world, most of them involving cattle.
But it was not until about the middle of the 1970s that cattle mutilations really entered into ufology. Farmers would come out and find some prize livestock that was alive and healthy the day before. Then it was just suddenly dead. It looked like it had been cut up in a rather odd way. Certain parts of the body looked like they were cut out in ways that seemed to be almost surgical.
Television producer and UFO investigator Linda Howe has been tracking the mystery of animal mutilation for over 30 years.
I began trying to get to the bottom of what was happening to all of these animals. There were horses, cows, other domestic animals found with the same pattern of bloodless excisions. The law enforcement called them animal mutilations. 266 some Polaroids from so many cases. And the first thing I felt was anger. And then I felt nervous, and then I felt afraid. I sat across from sheriffs who told me, Linda, we're not dealing with predators, disease, and satanic cults. We're dealing with creatures from outer space.
There are several explanations for why aliens would want to experiment on cows. One is that they're just looking for food, one that they're looking for some kind of information about vertebrate organisms. Another one is that they're looking for some kind of genetic material for some reason.
The closest answer I've ever gotten was from a man who had had very upfront and close and personal observations of non-humans in his work for the government. He told me, he said, the best answer I can give you, Linda, is it's a genetic harvest. But once you have said a genetic harvest from Earth, there's even a bigger question. Why a genetic harvest from Earth? What is being made with this genetic harvest? To what end?
The answer to these questions might be found in our ancient past, in the bizarre, almost Frankenstein-like experiments that were practiced by early civilizations.
We have ancient descriptions from Egypt where it says specifically that the gods created these chimeras, mixed beings or hybrids. We find paintings where you have a human body with a cut-off head and a red tube coming out of it, and next to it you have just the head of some animal, and in the next picture, because they look like comic strips almost, and in the next picture you see the same human body with the animal head attached to the human neck.
Incredibly, Examples of strange human-animal hybrid beings date back to a time even older than ancient Egypt.
According to mainstream archaeology, ancient Sumeria is the earliest civilization of humankind. And the interesting part is the fact that their earliest writings are filled with references of these bizarre beings that descended from the sky called the Anunnaki. Anunnaki means those who from the heavens came.
But is there any physical evidence of these human-animal hybrids? If so, wouldn't we have found skeletal remains? The answer may have been found in Saqqara, Egypt, home to that country's oldest pyramid. In 1851, French scholar and Egyptologist Auguste Mariette explored a deep tomb dedicated to the sacred Apis bull. Inside were two sealed and intact sarcophagi. But when Mariette opened them, what they contained was shocking.
They opened the sarcophagus and they didn't find a bull. Instead, they found this black mass of what's called bitumen, a type of asphalt, and inside this stinking mass, they found the bone fragments of 7 different types of animals crushed up. According to the accompanying texts, some type of monsters existed during the time of the Egyptians, and so who knows whether or not the priests instructed the people to destroy these beings, to rip them apart, to crush their bones, and put them inside this stinking mass and put them underneath a lid in the sarcophagus weighing 80 tons. I mean, in all of Egypt, we can find mummified remains of every single animal, but we find these sarcophagi that contain these crushed up bones. Doesn't that mean the ancient Egyptians did not want for those creatures to ever return after their death?
Of course, mainstream scientists and archaeologists believe ancient Greek and Egyptian stories of animal and human hybrids are just fanciful products of the imagination. But are they?
There is this period in pre-dynastic Egypt where these demigods ruled. We have not found human remains, we do not know who they were, but we do have scientific evidence that at least the ancient Egyptians believed firmly that they ruled. As to whether they are just human beings like you or I, or whether they come from somewhere else, or whether they are a hybrid being, we have no idea.
What if ancient civilizations possessed the advanced scientific knowledge of our own modern-day scientists? What if they, too, had unlocked the mysteries of DNA, cloning, and gene splicing?
Why is this so fascinating? Well, because if you look at this from a genetics aspect, we're in the process right now, today, of being able to recreate creatures like that. I mean, this is Frankenstein, this is science fiction stuff, yet in ancient Egypt, we have the exact same descriptions, the exact same depictions of some very bizarre hybridization program which took place thousands of years ago.
They are mixing alien animals and human DNA, not just for 10 years or 20 years, but for thousands and thousands of years. And that's why there are so many alien abductions, and that's why each generation is psychically more advanced than the next until we get to the complete union of two cultures, the ultimate hybrid.
I think the answer clearly is, we're not alone in this universe, and we have non-human intelligences interacting with this planet for reasons that are still unknown to most of us. It leaves you feeling a little nervous.
If alien beings came here, as some suggest, to perform strange mutation experiments on animals, could they have done the same on humans? And if so, why. Life on Earth comes in a tremendous diversity of shapes and sizes. It can be found from the depths of the deepest oceans to the peaks of the highest mountains. But the vast array of life forms we see today is only a small portion of what has existed on this planet during its millions of years of history. In fact, scientists estimate that 97% of all the species that have ever lived on Earth are now extinct.
Most scientists today will tell us that there have been 6 major extinction events that have occurred during the history of life on Earth. The most recent of these extinction events was the one that occurred 65 million years ago and wiped out the dinosaurs.
Paleontologists attribute these mass extinctions to natural causes such as meteor strikes, floods, and dropping sea levels. But another theory suggests that these extinctions were not caused by nature, but by alien beings.
In the ancient Sumerian text, they can control weather, they can cause droughts, and they did this to humans. They are capable of producing their own disasters.
But were now extinct life forms actually exterminated in order to make way for other, perhaps more docile or desirable species? Was the intent to clear the way for colonization or invasion? And if so, what sort of technology would be needed to effect such a widespread change?
Some theories say that we have that technology now called scalar technology. We heat up through high electrical impulses a certain spot on the water, and that creates a hurricane. And by making a path with that beam, you can track the hurricane. Now, if we can do that, and this is hypothetical, if we can do that, why can't an alien culture say, let's create an ice age on planet Earth? It will kill off the dinosaurs, but pave the way for aliens to implant human beings on planet Earth.
Did alien beings come to Earth in order to stay? Might they, as some believe, have seeded it with their own genetic offspring? If so, where is the proof? Some ancient astronaut theorists point to myths that describe gods coming down from the heavens in order to mate with humans.
Ancient texts talk about the fact that whoever visited the Earth in the remote past, these gods, thought that Earth women were quite beautiful. So in many occasions, we find stories where those visitors essentially mated with Earth women. It was misinterpreted, misunderstood as something divine that came here. They were flesh and blood extraterrestrials.
Native American folklore refers to those beings who came down from the heavens to breed with Earth women as star people.
The star people are extraterrestrial people. They are not from this Earth. They visit. They are star ancestors.
There's a great deal of interaction between them, like some of the American Indian star husband tales where some woman sleeping outside at night looks up at a star and thinks it's very beautiful and would like to go there, and winds up finding herself in the morning being pulled up into heaven and meeting with a supernatural being who was associated with that star and becoming the bride of the star husband.
According to Native American mythology, the brides of these alien beings would become pregnant and give birth to star children. They would be raised by the native mother until the age of 6, when they went to live with their star father. Similar stories of intimate encounters between celestial beings and humans can be found in ancient Hebrew and Judeo-Christian testaments, often referred to as the pseudepigraph, or what many refer to as the Apocrypha.
There are lots of instances in the pseudepigrapha, these are the books that didn't make it into the Bible, where people are visited by beings that aren't from this earth.
Before the Bible became the Bible of today, there were many additional books that used to be a part of the Bible. They were removed in what was called the Council of Nicaea because those books contained too much information, dangerous knowledge.
In Genesis 6, where it talks about these watchers that are kind of angels that came down from heaven and had sex with the women of the earth.
These strangers had sex with beautiful young girls on our planet. How can angels have sex? This is impossible. In our view, angels were something spiritual, not something who has a body and has the feeling of sex, but they had sex. Our prehistoric ancestors could not understand, and they believe that these extraterrestrials are some kind of gods.
The conception of the Christ. An angel comes to the Holy Mother, to the Virgin Mary, and tells her that she's going to be blessed by God with a child. And then, essentially, she finds herself pregnant.
There's an angelic reality important in the New Testament, whether it be at the birth of Jesus or his resurrection. We've got the possibility of other powers from another world being involved from the beginning to the end.
The more literal version is the idea that Jesus is strictly alien, which of course in a sense he is, as even if you take him as the Son of God, then obviously he is not of this earth.
I tend to believe that Jesus was a very spiritual human being who understood a lot of things that we're beginning to learn today, but it's also very possible that he might have been an extraterrestrial who came down to teach us things. That divine intelligence is very real in some form or fashion.
Tales of gods mating with humans are prevalent in everything from Greek and Roman mythology to Native American legends. In China, at the end of the 5th century BC, the country was divided into 7 states, each ruled by powerful warlords who battled for territory and power. It was during this turbulent era when the legendary story of Huangdi first appeared.
A great god took the form of a dragon and came down to a hilltop where a young maiden was out gathering fruit. And as this great dragon came near, the sky darkened. It was like a storm. She was terrified, and she passed out. When she came awake again, the sun had come out again, and the dragon was gone, and she was pregnant.
Much like the story of the Virgin Mary and Jesus, the story of Huangdi told of an earthling woman who would give birth to him, the legendary first emperor of China, who ushered in a time of great change.
Gods deliberately bred with humans so that they could get a race that they could trust and control a little bit better.
In my mind, legends and myths are based on something real. While they've been mythified and distorted and exaggerated in many cases, but there's, in my mind, some core of truth here.
Another prevalent theme in ancient texts, myths, and religions is that of a cataclysm of some kind. Usually, these come in the form of an intense flood, fire, or other devastating catastrophe. In the Hebrew Bible, for example, God punishes mankind for their decadence and sinful ways. He sends punishment in the form of a great flood, which destroys nearly all living things on the planet, except for Noah, his family, and the animals rescued aboard his ark. Similar stories can be found in numerous ancient texts.
Many of the mythical tales of most civilizations include some kind of idea that there are gods that came to Earth at some point. One interpretation has been that these are literal descriptions of visitors from space, not gods, but some creatures with advanced technology that came to Earth in times past and either created mankind, brought culture to the Earth, brought civilization, and then, for some reason, departed, usually under some kind of breach between mankind and the gods.
Take the case of the once thriving Mesoamerican cultures of the Aztecs and the Mayans. By the year 1500 AD, they had all but vanished. But why? Was there a natural disaster of some kind? Or is there another, more otherworldly explanation?
At some point, it all crashed in a cataclysmic disaster. And the world, as they knew it, came to an end. And tidal waves washed across continents. Areas of the planet went underwater. And the megalithic building that was going on then too also completely stopped. And it's what we see at certain areas, like in Peru, where giant blocks of granite have been quarried and partially moved to where they were going. But then it all came to a sudden, complete halt.
For nearly 3,000 years, the Mayan civilization thrived in Central America. Among their many accomplishments, the ancient Maya invented a remarkably complex and accurate calendar. According to scholars, the calendar started on August 11th, 3114 BC. The first calendar cycle ends about 5,000 years later, on December 21st, 2012. But why? Did the Mayans know something about mankind's future? Something we have forgotten or chosen to ignore?
There's a lot of excitement being generated now about the Mayan calendar ending in year 2012, and if there is such a cataclysm or some massive earth change that's suddenly going to occur. And so the idea that ancient people, like the Mayans say, were somehow totally in tune with this and had knowledge of these kind of vast cosmic cycles, which apparently lead to cataclysmic changes on the Earth, that's the kind of advanced knowledge that we wouldn't expect them to have. And where would they get that kind of knowledge? You would think that would have to come from extraterrestrials.
If we accept the notion that alien beings left behind the Mayan calendar as some type of ancient advanced warning device, might they have left other astronomical instruments here on Earth? And if so, why was it so important for ancient civilizations to track the stars? The stars. Since the beginning of time, man has gazed in wonder at the night sky. Stars became the stuff of legends, home of the gods, and sometimes man's final resting place. It is no surprise then that ancient man built monuments dedicated to these celestial wonders.
When we look at ancient monuments around the world, these megalithic structures, we find that many of them are aligned astronomically to the sun, to planets, to stars. Numerous examples can be listed. Stonehenge is essentially an ancient astronomical observatory. Yes, it may have been used for ritualistic purposes. It may have been used for religious purposes, but it's very clear that it was also used for astronomical purposes, for observations.
We're not surprised whether it's Stonehenge, pyramids, or perhaps the Nazca lines. that ancient people understood events that were going to happen in the sky and when they would repeat.
But why was ancient man so fixated on the sky? And why did they construct elaborate stone monuments and temples in order to track the movements of the stars? Was it simply to help farmers know when to plant their crops? Or might there have been another, perhaps more profound purpose? Could they, as some believe, have been constructed as a type of extraterrestrial GPS system? Nabta Playa, Egypt. 500 miles south of Cairo, in Egypt's Nubian desert, sits one of the oldest astronomical sites ever discovered. In 1974, archaeologist Fred Wendorf almost passed it by before noticing its small stone artifacts and toppled rocks.
It's a very intriguing site. It's just strange stone formations, circles, stone alignments, bizarre tumuli with strange rocks around them.
Later excavations put the date of the astronomical device at approximately 5000 BC, making it close to 1,000 years older than the remarkably similar formation at Stonehenge.
When they brought an astronomer there, they realized that it was a ceremonial site, very intensely astronomical. The intriguing thing about this site is that it shows that they were tracking stars over thousands of years. And to track stars over that period, they must have been aware of what we call precession, which means that they weren't simply astronomers or ancient astronomers. They were very sophisticated astronomers.
Could the people who built Nabta Playa 7,000 years ago have possessed an advanced understanding of physics and astronomy, one that rivals or perhaps surpasses our own? And why were they tracking Orion and Sirius? In 1994, the mystery of Nabta Playa took on even greater significance when Robert Byeol announced a surprising discovery along Egypt's Giza Plateau. The Great Pyramid contained 4 long interior shafts. Byeol determined that they were each precisely aligned with specific stars in the sky.
The southern ones aligned to the belt of Orion and Sirius, and the northern ones aligned to the circumpolar stars. Again, this is very intriguing. In terms of construction engineering, that's bullseye. As an engineer, I know that it's one thing building a pyramid, but it's another thing building a pyramid with that kind of precision.
Byeol also proved that the 3 pyramids of Giza were laid out in the precise order and position of the 3 stars of the Orion's Belt constellation. But what exactly is the significance of the shaft alignment and the layout of the pyramids themselves?
I mean, we're deciphering a message. The question is whether it is religious or whether it is a stellar message. The fact is that what we have on the ground is an image of a constellation that we know now is the birthplace of stars. Literally, stars are being born in there. And the Egyptians themselves believed that their gods had descended from the stars.
That could be either a knowledge of ancient astronomy, or it could also be a roadmap to where these ETs may have come from.
But why were the ancients so fixated on the Orion and Sirius constellations? Some believe the answer can be found on the other side of the world, in North America. Cholula, Mexico is home to the largest pyramid in the world. More than 3,000 years old, it is estimated that it took approximately 1,400 years to complete.
Even though the Cholula Pyramid doesn't look like much because of the overgrown vegetation, it is, in fact, the world's largest monument ever constructed by human hands. In fact, the volume of the Cholula Pyramid, the whole pyramid complex, is 4.45 million cubic meters.
The Great Pyramid in Egypt only has 2.5 million cubic meters in volume. So the Great Pyramid at Giza is way taller than the Cholula Pyramid, but volume-wise, the Cholula Pyramid is by far the largest man-made structure ever created on planet Earth.
Originally built by the Olmecs in the 3rd century BC, the pyramid was later added on to and used by the Toltecs and the Aztecs as a place of religious ritual and human sacrifice. But along with its history of bloodshed, an examination of the pyramid reveals that the ancient cultures of the region had a remarkable understanding of astronomy.
It's interesting to consider what the Aztec people thought about its origins. They did not think it was built by humans like us, which is our theory today. According to the ancient Aztec tradition, the Cholula Pyramid was built by a being they called a giant. If you look at the Aztec cosmology, you'll see that these giant beings were identified with different celestial objects. The one in particular that is said to have built the Cholula Pyramid is identified with the planet Venus.
Both the Aztecs and the ancient Egyptians charted most of the planets in the solar system thousands of years before European astronomers. But why? And even more compelling is the fact that the two cultures were thousands of miles and half a world apart.
Mainstream archaeologists are telling us that all these civilizations around the world, in the Americas, on remote Pacific islands, in Asia and Africa and Europe, that they're all disconnected with each other, and that there wasn't some contact with South America and Egypt or any of these ancient civilizations. But really, it has to be the other way around. All of these ancient civilizations were connected in some way.
But were these holy sites, as ancient astronaut proponents suggest, really connected to each other? And if so, why? Are they evidence of aliens coming to Earth?
Whoa, I'm getting a series of lights right there. I got it.
These reports that we continue to get from people of ET visitations and craft clearly points out to me that we're being visited, and we have been visited.
Well, there it is, over to the left.
They may have physically left the planet in terms of a civilization, but they're continuing to come back and monitor us for some reason.
Dude, it didn't come back. More appeared, bro.
Yeah.
If aliens are watching us today, what are they waiting for? Or, as some claim, have they already left messages for us in plain view? "90 miles west of London, in the county of Wiltshire, the English countryside remains pretty much as it has for thousands of years. Small farms, stone walls, and rolling green hills provide inhabitants with an environment of peace and stability. This historic region is also home to a large number of ancient sacred sites, many built thousands of years ago.
It's an ancient sacred landscape where most of them occur. There are monuments that you know about: Stonehenge, Avebury, Silbury Hill. This is one small area that seems to be a manipulated landscape that was done thousands of years ago, where sacred rituals have taken place.
But in 1978, Wiltshire's tranquil landscape became the focus of a controversy that persists to this day.
Today, alongside the tracks of farm machinery, a new set of circles were found. No human tracks lead to the markings.
There, carved in fields of wheat, barley, and rye, were elaborate geometric patterns. Even more curious was the fact that much like the famed Nazca lines of Peru, the designs were only visible from the air.
When you see it for the first time, you go, what in the world is that doing there? I mean, it's obviously not natural.
There have been cases that have been traced back for hundreds of years, the so-called mowing devil, where apparently some sort of devil supposedly mowed a field in a single night, but they became recognized as a phenomenon only when these circles started appearing in English wheat fields. They were very simple things at first, but they kept occurring year after year, and each year they seemed to get a little more elaborate. One of the early theories was that there was some kind of whirlwind that was making them, but as they became more elaborate, they also became associated with paranormal activity, particularly UFOs. Some people said they saw a light in the field at night, and some people began to read that as a UFO presence.
This circle in a Wiltshire field is just one of 200 such markings to have been discovered in the last 6 weeks. To farmers and scientists, how they're formed or by whom remains a big mystery.
Not surprisingly, the region became the focus of intense interest from UFO enthusiasts and skeptics, each offering explanations as to who or what was responsible for this strange phenomenon. But if in fact, alien beings from another planet were responsible for the crop circles, why were they making them in England? Were they trying to contact us? Or were there clues embedded in the designs? And was the proximity to Stonehenge and other ancient sites of any particular significance?
So you have the idea of these earth energies and these ancient structures, and then the crop circles are appearing around them. And many of the crop circles appear to be some kind of signals and ancient writing.
The crop circles are calling us back to a time before science and spirit got separated, when we were whole, we had a sense of wholeness. And here they're landing near sacred sites that are from an ancient time when we did experience those things.
When I saw the first photographs, I was haunted, actually. Are these extraterrestrials doing this? Are we dealing with somebody who knows how to bend space and time? Our entire relationship with the universe and quantum physics and all of its complexities has been pushed hard by crop formations alone.
Certainly it is one theory that extraterrestrials are trying to communicate in a big way through popular media. Crop circles do get in the newspapers all over the world. Perhaps that's what they want.
These are being carefully designed. They're not accidental, both in terms of the shape and where they land. These aren't accidents. There's a mind behind this that's making these decisions. Where's that mind? What kind of body is it in?
Scientists struggled to find an explanation for the phenomenon until in 1991, two self-proclaimed British pranksters, Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley, came forward and proclaimed that they were the ones responsible.
They showed how they could make crop circles in a single night using some very simple tools. And at the time, people said, well, that must be the explanation for it.
Nevertheless, some researchers remain skeptical that a single pair of elderly men could have created literally hundreds of designs in the dead of night with little more than a few boards and some rope.
You know what was very effective? You still will run into people, crop circles, oh, forget about them. Those two old guys made them. Come on, don't be so naive. They were done by those two old guys years ago. Why are you paying attention to them anymore? Very effective piece of disinformation.
During the years that followed Bauer and Chorley's confession, crop circles continued to appear in the English countryside and at various locations around the world. Some were inarguably the work of artists or jokesters. But after studying soil samples and grain dispersion patterns in the disturbed farmland, researchers concluded that it would be impossible for all of these designs to be man-made.
Well, in what we would consider to be a mysterious crop circle, where we can't identify it being made by people, the lay is absolutely beautiful, the lay of the crop. It's like a million carpet layers came down and put these stalks of grain down right parallel to one another. It's just a gorgeous thing to behold. When the hoaxers make them, they tend to be sloppy and messy because they haven't got that same force. They're doing handmade manipulation, which doesn't lay them down quite as beautifully.
In 1991, noted biophysicist Dr. William Levengood put forth a startling new theory. After spending 10 years studying crop circle sites and samples, he concluded that they were created by a complex energy system, which he called a spinning plasma vortex, that comes down from somewhere high up in the atmosphere.
Biophysicist Levengood has now analyzed 350-some samples from crop formations in his career. Now, if Levengood were sitting here with me, he would say, all I can do is I can take you from the ground, I can take you from the crops, up. But I can't tell you what sets in motion that spinning plasma vortex in the first place. It's still a huge mystery.
The anomalous things that happen inside crop circles are, in fact, one of the indications that you're in a so-called genuine circle. Because indeed, the weirdest things happen. Batteries fail, brand new batteries. People go in with cameras. Cell phones don't work.
There have been people who have started reading all kinds of messages into these crop circles, that they have some kind of digital significance, that you can read a kind of numerology and there'll be a kind of message. People are really reading something into it.
In terms of who or what is delivering them, we have no way to know that. We only have science fiction that tells us what's coming to visit us. So we have to just speculate about where this might be coming from. We have to wait for whatever the source is to introduce itself to us.
Are we dealing with time travelers? Are we dealing with spiritual forces from some dimension we don't understand? Are we dealing with advanced intelligences that are not even in this galaxy, that are from someplace else? And is this a form of communication? The conversations keep getting more and more complicated.
Crop circles are contact. We're being contacted. Just because we don't have the bodies to shake hands with, we have the evidence that the bodies have left us. I'm absolutely convinced that crop circles are evidence of intelligent life. There is intelligence bombarding us, winking at us, waving.
Are these mysterious crop circles messages or warnings? Or might they have another, perhaps more profound purpose? Could they be futuristic clues, guiding us to our ultimate destiny? Or ancient symbols, paving the way for our ultimate destruction? Belize, Central America. In 1924, British adventurer Frederick Mitchell Hedges traveled here with his daughter Anna to explore the ruins of the ancient Mayan city of Lubantun. One afternoon, Anna climbed to the top of a crumbling pyramid, hoping to see the ocean.
It was high noon, and she was at the top, and the way the sun came in, the way the rocks had moved, and that there was just a small opening, and the light from the sun went through, and it hit the top of the skull. And she ran down, and she was all excited. She said, "There's someone in there with a flashlight."
Anna's father and others in their party were too large to fit inside the small opening of the pyramid. So they tied a rope around Anna and lowered her into the hole. When she came back up, Anna held the top of a strange crystal skull. A second search uncovered a matching jaw. The two-piece skull weighed 11 pounds 7 ounces and appeared to be carved from a single piece of rock crystal.
It's the only crystal skull which is almost perfectly humanoid. It's the only crystal skull which has a detachable jaw. And when I say almost perfectly humanoid, the one thing which is missing is the sutures on the cranium. It has a perfect cranium. So it almost suggests that even though it's a human crystal skull, those who were carving it somehow felt that this creature was not born. It somehow came into this world perfectly.
The skull's appearance created an immediate sensation among the local tribesmen.
When natives saw it, it was like their God had returned. They all started crying and kissing the earth and everything. They were just so excited. And Mitchell Hedges, seeing this, he presented it to the high priest, and they put it in an altar, and for 24 hours a day, they burned flames around the crystal skull.
The Mayan elders believed that in ancient times, 13 crystal skulls were buried in secret places around the world. Currently, it is claimed that 7 have been found. 4 are in private collections, and 1 each in the British Museum, the Smithsonian, and the Kate Branly Museum in Paris. All have been the focus of intense examination, speculation, and even worship.
A lot of natives and a lot of people working with crystal skulls say that the high quartz content skulls, and especially the quartz skulls themselves, is the highest frequency or energy or vibration possible on the physical plane. And so a lot of native people kind of worshipped or took care of these objects because they knew that they had or felt that they had the highest energy possible on the earth plane.
But what are the exact origins of these mysterious crystal skulls? Since their discovery, scientific tests have determined that the 2 owned by the British Museum and the Kate Branly were not authentic pre-Columbian artifacts. Could it be that the Mitchell Hedges skull was also a fake? In the 1960s, it underwent extensive testing by art curator Frank Dorland and the Hewlett-Packard Company.
They used the most advanced stuff that they had. They could not find any marks on it except for around the jaw and I think a little bit around the eyes. The only place they saw tool marks using their techniques. At the time, Hewlett-Packard found that the temperature always stays about the same temperature, no matter if it's in hot or cold, and was carved against the lines of the crystal. If anybody tried to do that, it would break into 1,000 pieces. It's made out of a high level of electronic crystal, and they're not really sure exactly where it came from.
If you listen to the academics, crystal skulls are all modern fabrications, meaning somebody has gone on there with a wheel and has carved them as such. And this is where the big divide is between established academics and alternative researchers like myself, who feel that the academics are not using all the available evidence to draw their conclusions. And in short, we believe that the academics are wrong in their conclusions.
Are these skulls really ancient artifacts? And if not, who or what carved them?
Crystal skulls, according to certain stories, yes, they're alien artifacts. Even some people think they're made on another planet.
I think there are links between crystal skulls and extraterrestrials, not necessarily that they were carved and created by extraterrestrials. That I've been told they were created by humans, but they were created specifically to hold records from alien civilizations.
Could there actually be some type of coded information stored inside these skulls? And if there is, how could it be retrieved?
There's a legend that there were 13 skulls, and that when the 13 skulls come together, then something significant will change in the world.
Legend suggests that there are 12 additional worlds out there, planets which are inhabited by intelligent species. Now, we belong to those worlds or to those planets, and our planet Earth is called Planet of the Children. They also suggest that these 13 crystal skulls that allegedly exist on planet Earth were each brought here from one of those 12 planets, and the 13th skull is the one that apparently contains all of the information of all those 12 different worlds.
Within each crystal skull, information is stored, and in fact, IBM has shown that too, that quartz crystal can store millions of gigabytes of information. And in fact, any quartz crystal or a crystal skull could hold much more information than any computer we have now. So when these crystal skulls would be brought together, they begin to interface with each other. And ultimately, a greater knowledge and information is condensed and brought to us. And that's the legend of the crystal skulls.
But, as ancient astronaut theorists maintain, why would visiting aliens have given the crystal skull to the Maya? To what purpose?
The skull is a very important motif for the Mayans. When you look around the Mayan monuments, you see skulls carved pretty much everywhere. They use it for some of their denotations for calendars.
And it is the Mayan calendar that many people refer to when discussing the possibility of a new Armageddon. Are the skulls somehow linked to this? The current keeper of the Mitchell Hedges skull believes they are.
2012, just a few years away, all these different things are happening, the wars, etc. And I think the skulls are coming forward to do what they're made to do.
But are these skulls the trigger that will begin the dawn of a new era? Or will they simply be used as a tool by some form of extraterrestrial intelligence to guide mankind to its next stage of evolution? If so, is this intelligence waiting and watching for the right moment? And from where exactly could it be watching us? If extraterrestrial beings do exist in the universe, where are they? That was the question posed by Enrico Fermi, one of the leading scientists of the 20th century.
Shortly after the Second World War, the famous physicist Enrico Fermi, who was taking part in the Manhattan Project to build the atomic bomb, was talking at Los Alamos with some friends about the reports of flying saucers. And Fermi suddenly said, in relation to extraterrestrial intelligent beings, where are they? And he was simply making the point that if there was a civilization somewhere in the galaxy that had arisen, say, 100 million years ago, then they had plenty of time to spread across the galaxy.
Fermi said, gee, if there's all of these civilizations out there on all of these planets out there, where is everybody?
The Fermi paradox, as it became known, was an attempt to explain the lack of evidence of aliens, despite the mathematical probability of their existence.
Up until this point, to modern time, no credible scholar, no credible scientist looks at any of the evidence that ancient alien enthusiasts put forth and say, yes, this is evidence of ancient aliens. No credible scholar does that.
Moreover, the whole SETI project, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, has been going on now for nearly 50 years. The fact that we have found no radio telescope evidence of extraterrestrials plays very much into the Fermi paradox in that it further indicates if they're out there, why aren't we hearing from them? And we don't seem to be hearing from them.
But in the 1960s, MIT astrophysicist John Ball rebutted Fermi's hypothesis with a controversial one of his own, the zoo hypothesis.
The zoo hypothesis says that we are in a zoo or a wilderness area that they have essentially left alone and are going to leave alone to allow us to develop in our own way and our own rate.
Extraterrestrials have detected us on Earth, but have chosen not to come here, not to invade, but rather to observe us as we observe animals in the zoo. They've thought, we'll do a study of those Earthlings and see what sort of people they are.
Now, why would they do this? Well, if on the one hand we have nothing they want, that's surely true, And on the other hand, we aren't able to interfere with whatever they're doing. That's also surely true. They're out there doing their own thing, and they're not paying any attention to us, and we're not clever enough to eavesdrop on whatever they're doing.
That's the predicament we're in. We have something that is looking down and monitoring us. We are on the petri dish, and we can't get out far enough to see what's behind those eyes behind that microscope.
If aliens are watching us right now, where are they? Some believe they are sitting out in space in what are called Lagrange points, named after mathematician and astronomer Joseph Lagrange, who discovered them in 1772. There are 5 of these points between the Sun, the Earth, and our Moon.
Lagrange points are points between two bodies where the forces balance equally. Think of like a seesaw. When you have one really heavy person and one really light person, there's a kind of balance point in there, and that's what a Lagrange point is.
Lagrange points is where we send some of our own satellites, and that's a point in space where you can just sort of sit there inert for millions of years if you had to, without having to worry about in-course corrections. If you go anywhere else in the solar system, then in order to keep pace with Earth as it orbits the Sun, you've got to continually change your position.
So people have talked about Lagrange points as a place where a spacecraft might hide out, because you don't have to do a lot to stay in that spot. It's sort of equally balanced and you just get carried along.
If an extraterrestrial race would have ever visited our solar system, they could have placed a probe in those specific points in order to observe us, to record us, what have you. So, I mean, this is not something that the ancient astronaut theory has proposed. This is, you know, university professors, astrophysicists who have proposed this.
Some argue that another reason alien beings have yet to reveal themselves is because they don't yet consider us worthy. This forms the basis of John Ball's jungle hypothesis.
The jungle hypothesis just means that if you have animals such as ants that live in the jungle, no matter how many of them you have, their chances of ever having seen a human being are very slim. Not because we're hiding or anything, but we just don't have a reason to go into the jungle and step on anthills. So the idea is that we are probably related to advanced extraterrestrial intelligence, similar to an anthill might be related to humans, and the fact that we've never seen any extraterrestrial intelligence is just we don't have anything they want.
We could actually shake hands with something that might have been coming and going on this planet for literally thousands, perhaps millions of years, and has kept a distance during the last age of man for reasons unknown, and maybe is waiting for us all to finally grow up.
One thing that can be said with a great deal of confidence is that if the contact is initiated by them, they are going to be not only superior to us, but greatly superior to us. They won't be just beginners like we are. They will be far more advanced than we are.
Both the jungle and zoo hypothesis propose that alien beings are watching us, but are, for the time being, keeping their distance. But what if they're not? What if the alien mission was to integrate with our society in a way that avoids detection? If so, might they be walking among us right now? According to the ancient astronaut theory, aliens may have come to Earth for many reasons: to excavate, to breed, to conquer, or simply to explore.
Certainly, we want to go out and find out about things we don't know about. We see the moon, we want to go up to the moon and find out more things about it. We see Mars, we want to go there. We want to go to Jupiter, we send out our probes. So, if aliens are something like us, then perhaps they have that same kind of motivation. They just want to go learn.
Just like we exhibit curiosity, there are other species out there that have the same trait. It would be very egotistical to think that we're the only explorers in this galaxy. I mean, that would be a very sad statement to suggest we're the only ones with a brain and want to go out there and explore.
But while our own journeys into space have been brief and largely exploratory, could other beings, traveling millions of miles to Earth, have stayed? And if so, might they still be among us?
Many ancient astronaut theorists think this all happened in the past, and the extraterrestrials came here, did this and did that, and then they took off back to their own planet. But there's a lot of evidence to show that extraterrestrials who might have come here in the past, they've never left. They have bases somewhere on the planet, underneath the oceans, inside mountains. In South America, there is very strong beliefs that many UFOs come out of lakes and underwater, and that Lake Titicaca and other lakes in Peru and Bolivia and other areas of South America have some kind of underground, underwater alien base associated with them. If aliens were coming to our planet, there seems little doubt that they would stop at the moon on their way here. The moon itself is kind of the eye in the sky. NASA says that the moon is apparently hollow. During the Apollo missions, the command module crashed into the moon. And the moon rang like a bell for hours. There are craters on the moon which they cannot find bottom to. And it's thought by some researchers that these bottomless craters are entrances inside our moon. The whole enigma of the moon gets weirder and weirder the more you know it. Was the moon actually brought here from another solar system and put into orbit around our planet? Biologists say that life on this planet could never have occurred without our moon. And the reason for that is that the moon creates the tidal effect. And without the effect of tides and this rhythmic motion on the oceans, life would never have begun on this planet. In my mind, the evidence is there that the moon is a gigantic spaceship in orbit around our planet. It's occupied by some extraterrestrial race. In many ways, it's much like the George Lucas Death Star concept in Star Wars, where they're building this artificial moon that's capable, with technology, of actually destroying a planet.
But if alien beings are using the moon as some sort of satellite for Earth observation, why? What would be the purpose? And where is the proof?
They would like to see us evolve. You know, they are great masters, great avatars. They are very high, and so are we. And we need to live up to our potential. We really need to live up to our potential for all people.
And today, we are living still as if we are alone in the universe, while hundreds and thousands of people are seeing unusual craft in the skies as they did 5,000 years ago. And so in a way, the idea that the ancient aliens would finally be coming around full circle all the way into the 21st century is trying to push open a truth that governments have suppressed in the 20th century. It's really very ironic.
There are many diverse and conflicting theories concerning the idea that alien astronauts have been visiting the Earth for centuries. But perhaps the proof lies in the most obvious place of all, right within ourselves.
Somewhere in our genes, it is coded that extraterrestrials were here thousands of years ago. And it takes a certain time before this message is open to us, maybe in the brain.
I don't believe extraterrestrials, ETs, ancient astronauts are the missing link. I think what they very well could be, they may be the beginning of the link that helped genetically alter human beings, the link that jump-started our civilization the way we are today. It's very possible they came down here and saw some creature, and they said, you know what, we're going to jump-start this. It may take another 10 million years for this thing to become smart and intelligent, so they created us. And we're smart and intelligent now, aren't we?
President Thomas Jefferson, Christopher Columbus, Crusaders in the Middle Ages. What did they have in common? They either experienced or believed in the possibility of alien encounters.
And the fact is, there have been so many descriptions by various chroniclers talking about a strange cloud in the sky that glowed red.
Columbus, in his first voyage, he noted in the log a glowing object rise out of the water and head off into the atmosphere.
Could alien beings have been responsible for biblical floods, medieval plagues, and even ancient nuclear attacks?
Visitations occurred since before recorded history all the way to today.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And what if these visitations didn't only occur thousands of years ago, but much more recently? Might there be evidence of real-life close encounters? Alamogordo, New Mexico. White Sands Proving Ground, July 16, 1945. Early in the morning, a number of U.S. military officers and scientists gathered to watch a powerful new weapon being tested. Some believe the device will be a complete failure. Others think it might destroy the entire state of New Mexico. As a precaution, viewing stations are placed from 10 to 20 miles away from the test site. At precisely 5:29 and 45 seconds, the first atomic bomb is detonated.
3, 2, 1, fire!
The blast emits a fireball over 600 feet wide and produces an explosion equal to 20,000 tons of TNT. The mushroom cloud reaches over 7 miles in height, and the reverberations can be felt nearly 100 miles away. The world had a new weapon, one so terrifying it left even its creator, Dr. Robert Oppenheimer, shocked and shaken.
Few people laughed,
cried. Most people were silent.
For the first time in its history, the Earth had been assaulted by a man-made weapon of incredible power. But what if it had all happened before? What if an explosion of even greater force and destructiveness had long ago shaped the Earth's history?
Some people have suggested, on the basis of a number of lines of evidence, that there may have been atomic warfare, atomic bombs, atomic explosions in the very distant past.
Atomic warfare among ancient civilizations may sound like something out of a science fiction novel, but descriptions of similar deadly occurrences can be found in the very same text Dr. Oppenheimer quoted after the New Mexico atomic test.
I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Part of an ancient Hindu scripture known as the Mahabharata. The Bhagavad Gita was written sometime between the 5th and 2nd century BC. This massive 100,000-verse text contains stories about the ancient empire of Rama, which it is said existed over 12,000 years ago, or roughly 5,000 years before the earliest recorded civilization in Mesopotamia.
If you read the ancient Indian epics, they read like modern-day science fiction. Yet they're thousands of years old, with references not only of flying chariots and of these gods that had these incredible technological capabilities, but incredible weapons that they used in those epic battles.
They had what was called a Brahma weapon. There were many people that were singed and burned and melted by the Brahma weapon.
Ancient astronaut theorists believe the Brahma weapon was an early nuclear device because the descriptions of its deadly after effects are eerily similar to the effects of exposure to intense radiation. It is a theory largely discounted by conventional science.
There is no evidence that a nuclear bomb was described in the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita. It describes a battle. In battles, there are explosions, big explosions.
It's one thing about suggesting that, battles have explosions, but that's not really what we're looking at. You gotta look at the whole picture. One reference that we have, for example, speaks of these explosions that were brighter than 1,000 suns. And when these blasts occurred, the suns were twirling in the air. Trees went up in flames, and there was just this mass destruction. After those blasts, people who survive started to lose their hair and nails started to fall out. I mean, right there, we have a concise reference to radiation poisoning, nuclear fallout. And those texts are thousands of years old.
But if the Mahabharata is based on fact, wouldn't archaeologists have uncovered physical or radiological evidence? According to ancient astronaut theorists, they have. The Indus Valley, southern Pakistan. In 1922, an officer with an Indian Archaeological Survey Group discovered the ruins of an ancient city known as Mohenjo-Daro. According to mainstream archaeologists, the city, whose name means Mound of the Dead, had flourished between 2600 and 1900 BC. However, scientists in Pakistan have suggested Mohenjo-Daro is much older. Mainstream archaeologists believe the city was abandoned as a result of climatic changes, or possibly a decrease in trade. But when the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro were discovered in the 1920s, 44 skeletons were found lying face down in the street, many holding hands. Their faces and body positioning suggested they suffered a sudden, violent death.
You have a culture of people who literally were lying dead in the street. Archaeologists have found human remains, and something big has happened to these people.
What in fact did happen to the people of Mohenjo-Daro? Why is there evidence that wild animals avoided scavenging their remains? And why, even after thousands of years, had their bones not decayed?
In certain areas of that site, you find increased levels of radiation. And radiation exists all over the place. When all of a sudden you have higher levels of radiation in certain areas of the world, the question arises, why?
Is it possible that Mohenjo-Daro was one of the cities mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita? A city that suffered the equivalent of a sudden atomic attack. In his 1979 book, Atomic Destruction in 2000 BC, British researcher David Davenport claimed to have found a 50-yard-wide epicenter at Mohenjo-Daro, where everything appeared to have been fused through a transformative process known as vitrification.
Vitrification is a process in which regular type stone gets molten into a magma state, and then it hardens again. But once the stone is hardened again, it feels like glass. At Mohenjo-Daro, we find evidence of vitrification, which could have only been achieved if the material was exposed to extreme heat by some type of a blast.
When British and Indian and Pakistani archaeologists began doing excavations in the Sindh Desert on the borders of India and Pakistan in the late 1940s and early 1950s, what they found in these cities, Mohenjo-Daro, Harappa, Kotdiji, was archaeological evidence to show there were apparently atomic weapons, only it happened in ancient times. There's other evidence in parts of Africa and the Middle East where it would seem to be like some sort of atomic explosion had taken place there and had turned the desert sand into glass. And that's exactly what happened at Alamogordo in New Mexico when they detonated the first atom bomb in the desert.
Could the strange ruins found in the Indus Valley really contain evidence of an ancient atomic explosion? If so, where did these powerful weapons come from? Who was using them, and why?
In the ancient Indian texts themselves, it says, and I quote, "At one point, 3 giant cities were orbiting the Earth." And those giant cities were often described as being made of gleaming metal and iron. And at one point, those 3 cities went to war with each other. And it's described how the gods threw weapons at each other, destroying those cities, that they all went up in flames and fire came raining down onto Earth. So when you read those passages, the question I ask is, what is it that our ancestors try to describe here? And I think that it was some type of a technology that was witnessed, yet our ancestors, while being highly intelligent, didn't understand the nuts and bolts aspects behind that technology. And so they created something divine out of it, something supernatural, yet it never was divine, it never was supernatural.
If in fact the Mahabharata is describing historical events, might we also find similar accounts in other ancient writings? As far as ancient astronaut theorists are concerned, we need look no further than in the pages of the Holy Bible. According to one of the stories contained in the book of Genesis, angels were sent by God to destroy the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah because of the sins of their inhabitants. Only a righteous man named Lot, along with his family, was to be spared. But while making their escape, Lot's wife ignores the angel's warning not to look back, and upon gazing at the horror and devastation, is turned into a pillar of salt.
When you are at a nuclear testing range and you witness a nuclear blast, you're told to look away and not to look straight into the blast. And here we have a similar description in an ancient biblical text where instructions were given, whatever you do, don't look back because you will die. And sure enough, it happened to Lot's wife.
Could it be that the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is really a description of a nuclear explosion, similar to the one described in the Hindus' Mahabharata? Do the stories of the Mahabharata and the Bible represent actual historical events? For ancient astronaut theorists, the answer is a resounding yes. And they believe the so-called angels who brought forth the devastation were in fact beings from another planet. Alien visitors armed with advanced weaponry. September 2000, the Black Sea, Turkey. Marine archaeologist Robert Ballard and his team of underwater scientists discover what appears to be a farmhouse, some 330 feet below the surface. Estimates suggest the submerged dwelling to be approximately 7,500 years old. Ballard and other scholars speculated that rising ocean levels could have caused the Mediterranean Sea to burst through a natural dam, creating a flood so great it drowned an estimated 58,000 square miles under 500 feet of water. But more than finding the ruins of an ancient dwelling, had Ballard actually discovered proof that the biblical story of Noah and the Great Flood was true?
And those villages, of course, weren't built underwater. So Ballard concluded that the Black Sea, as we know it, was only created some 9,000 years ago. And that is exactly what we're talking about with Noah's Ark and the flood, the same area where all that happened. And in fact, mainstream archaeologists know that in the Mediterranean, there are over 200 known sunken cities. Those cities, too, were somehow flooded the same time that the Black Sea was flooded.
Also written in the book of Genesis, the story of Noah tells how God saw that the wickedness of man was great and decided to destroy all of creation. Only Noah, his family, and the animals aboard the ark were allowed to survive and repopulate the planet. But is this the whole story? Was Noah selected only for his virtue? Or was there another reason he was chosen to save the planet? Ancient astronaut theorists believe the Bible doesn't tell the whole story. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, a series of ancient texts, known as the Dead Sea Scrolls, were discovered in a cave located in what is now Israel's West Bank. Among the ancient writings are various stories not found in the traditional Hebrew Bible. One such story tells of Noah and his strange, miraculous birth.
One of the Dead Sea Scrolls is called the Lamech Scroll. What is Lamech? Lamech was a shepherd. And one day Lamech his woman was pregnant. And he said to her, this is impossible. I was not here for months. But his woman with the name Batenosh swears, no one touched me. But Lamech doesn't believe his wife Batenosh, and he goes to his father, which was Methuselah. And Methuselah says to Lamech, I can't help you, I don't understand this. I believe your woman, Batenosh, that nobody touched her, and I believe you. So what shall I do? So Methuselah goes to his father, the grandfather now of Lamech. His name is Enoch. Now Enoch tells to Methuselah that the guardians of the sky have made an artificial insemination into the womb of Batenosh, the wife, and he should accept this child because this child would be the father of a new human generation. And in the Bible, this is Noah.
What if, as ancient astronaut theorists believe, the story of Lamech is true, and the guardians of the sky described in the story are in fact aliens? Does this mean that Noah was the product of an artificial insemination, a genetic experiment performed by extraterrestrials? If so, what was the reason for the Great Flood?
Well, the reason for the flood, and we need to understand this, it tells us is that Noah was pure in all of his generations. What does that mean? Why would the account, specify pure in all his generations?
According to the Bible, God sent the flood because of man's wickedness and corruption. But ancient astronaut theorists believe the flood was actually a means of ridding the earth of biological imperfections. By using Noah and his family, they could repopulate the planet with a genetically superior species.
Part of this human society is again genetically backward, closer to the animal. What can we do? These humans were spread out over the planet. So they said, we have to kill them all by a great flood. And then we have to restart again.
Another familiar element in the story of Noah involves the collection of animals brought aboard the ark. In the Bible, God commanded Noah to collect 2 of every kind of living creature: animal, bird, and insect. But many biblical scholars and theologians agree that such a task would have been both physically and biologically impossible. Could there be another, more scientific explanation?
The story of Noah's Ark is pretty implausible if you think about it. You have 2 animals of each creature on planet Earth on a boat. Not only would the boat have to be huge, but how are you going to collect every animal on the planet and put it on that ship? So, could it be possible that Noah's Ark was once again misunderstood technology, and Noah's Ark was a DNA bank?
Could it be a story? Could it be technology somehow gathering up all living things as in a DNA bank of some kind? It fits together, hard to imagine how that would happen so far back, but if it did happen, it would need to be told as a story, and the story of a boat works.
Perhaps this is really an extraterrestrial DNA bank as well. The extraterrestrials need plants and animals and minerals on this planet too. Just like when we go to Mars or something, we'll be using what we can use on that planet. So extraterrestrials coming here would want to do that as well. And if they knew that some cataclysm was coming, they too would want to preserve certain kinds of animals and plant life and create, what we think of as Noah's Ark.
Alien DNA bank? Is there any evidence that such a thing is even possible? In 2008, on the Arctic island of Svalbard, a vault was built to store the seeds of hundreds of thousands of plants in the event of a global catastrophe. Elsewhere, similar efforts are reportedly underway to store animal and human DNA as well. Cutting-edge science, or merely history repeating itself?
The Frozen Ark project is a program that was initiated by the London Natural History Museum. What they've done is they started to store DNA of endangered species for future generations, for preservation. And as of today, over 1,000 species have been preserved in small little vials. And so the question arises, could it be possible that Noah's Ark wasn't necessarily a boat made out of wood, but what if Noah's Ark was some type of a DNA storage facility that was used in order to preserve all the species on planet Earth? If each species can be held in a tiny vial like this, then it all becomes very logical. And once again, we have to look at it from a perspective, what did our ancestors try to describe? What did they witness?
Aliens artificially inseminating humans. Ancient DNA banks. Could such ideas really help our understanding of the Bible? And is it possible that extraterrestrials have influenced the development of mankind? There are many who claim that the proof can be found in some astonishing places. For those who believe that close encounters with alien beings have helped shape Earth's history, it is important to remember that it isn't only ancient history that has been so influenced. There have been literally hundreds of credible accounts of strange creatures, UFO sightings, and otherworldly phenomena that took place, even in the so-called Dark Ages.
There have been sightings all over the world throughout the Middle Ages. There are stories going from Scotland to England to Italy to the Crusades. Remember, the Crusades took place over hundreds of years. And at certain points in the battle, in some cases over Turkey, in some cases over Jerusalem, there are images captured in writing by various chroniclers talking about a strange cloud in the sky that glowed red. A strange image coming out of a cloud in the sky. Why would we say this is a UFO? Because traditionally, UFOs mask themselves by forming a cloud around themselves, and it's a cloud that's going through the sky. That's their invisibility cloak.
In his 13th century historical work, titled Auto Imperiale, Gervas of Tilbury wrote about an aerial craft over the city of Bristol, England, which caught an anchor in a church steeple.
Uses specifically the term anchor. Now, we don't know what kind of anchor that is, but a creature, a man, climbs out of this craft and tries to free the anchor from the steeple, and all the people in the village start stoning him, thinking he's some sort of evil demon.
But for ancient astronaut theorists, evidence of an alien presence during the Middle Ages isn't only found in literature.
All throughout the Middle Ages, there are some magnificent paintings. And in certain areas of the painting, there are what looks like to be UFOs. They're always floating up in the sky, usually above the Virgin Mary or above Jesus on the crucifix, or somewhere we have sceneries that depict what looks like UFOs. One very interesting painting is where Jesus sits up in the clouds with quote-unquote God, and they're holding on to the antenna of what looks like Sputnik. And theologians say what is depicted here is nothing else but the Earth. But why would Earth have two antennae sticking out of it? And why would it be round? Because the mainstream viewpoint at the time was that the Earth was flat.
Here are pictures of the crucifixion dated around 1350 from Kosovo. Here are presumably vehicles with people driving them in attendance at the crucifixion. Could this be an attempt on the part of the artist drawing on a tradition? Obviously he wasn't there. Drawing on a tradition. Could he be reflecting a folklore? Possibly.
The people of the Middle Ages depicted devils and angels frequently in their art. They did not depict what we today consider aliens specifically, but angels are heavenly creatures that come from outside of our sphere, aren't they?
Did the medieval artists include strange creatures and flying spacecraft in their paintings because they had seen them in real life? Or were they trying to communicate their belief that the miraculous events of the New Testament had otherworldly origins?
The most famous painting, that without any doubt in my mind, depicts a UFO with its laser beam. It was made by Crivelli in 1486. The Annunciation to Mary.
In medieval art, in the Annunciation, when Mary is told that she will have a child, but she will still be a virgin, and the angels tell her this, over Mary's head is a space capsule. But what's a UFO or a space capsule doing over Mary? Maybe the artist saw it, and he's putting it in the painting to bring together his own vision of a UFO, the Annunciation from the Bible, and the mystery of salvation, that there could be a virgin birth.
According to ancient astronaut theorists, the UFO-shaped objects found in medieval paintings aren't the only evidence of an alien presence during the era. In his book, The Gods of Eden, author William Bramley cites private journals and other publications throughout Europe, which contain accounts of cigar-shaped flying objects emitting noxious mists. The first reports of this kind began during the mid-14th century, closely corresponding to the outbreak of the worst health epidemic in human history, the Black Plague.
The Black Plague back in the 1300s, many have said, was caused by a virus from a rodent bitten by fleas, this disease that wiped out 75+ million people on the planet at the time. But there's another theory by a fellow by the name of William Bramley who says that the Black Plague was created by ETs, that they wanted to eradicate human beings for whatever horrible reason.
We know that plague can be spread by rodents, but there weren't that many rodent infestations being reported back then, at least not enough to account for all of the breakouts that we had. So what you find in the literature from that time are numerous reports of bright lights moving through the sky, emitting gas, or what they call mists. And you find them in China, you find them in Europe. There are similar reports from the Justinian plague from earlier in history, and even later plagues, the cholera epidemics. You find similar stories of mists that are the cause of the plague. We have weapons like that, biological warfare. As for the motive as to why this happened, I can only kind of scratch my head, because in the UFO phenomena, we see certain consistent patterns, but we don't always understand the motive.
Italian historian Matteo Villani, who both chronicled the Black Death and died from it in the 14th century, wrote of pestilential fogs reported by travelers from Asia. He even wrote that people were convinced they could actually see the plague coming through the streets. But what some ancient astronaut believers find to be even stronger evidence of alien involvement are the numerous reports of mysterious black-cloaked creatures who would appear on the outskirts of villages just before plague broke out. Contemporary accounts describe them as having terrifying faces and waving long, scythe-like objects dispensing noxious mists. It's the image we know today as the Grim Reaper.
These figures in black would appear usually on the outskirts of a town. They were carrying these long devices that looked like scythes. These figures in black would just start sweeping in the fields. They would, as though they were cutting down the wheat. Then immediately there would be an outbreak of the plague.
Although ancient astronaut theorists are divided on Bramley's proposal that aliens were behind the plague, his research, like the artwork of the time, has led to one important conclusion.
What is evidenced is the fact that visitations occurred since before recorded history all the way to today. It's not like ancient astronauts only happened thousands of years ago and then all of a sudden we have Roswell. The fact alone that these visitations have been going on for all this time, thousands of years, that's sensational.
Flying cylinders spreading plague from the sky, black-clad aliens looking to destroy humans. But even if possible, why? And if true, wouldn't there continue to be evidence of even more close encounters? Encounters that would take place much closer to home. When Columbus and his men first set foot in what to the Europeans was the New World, the indigenous people had never encountered anyone like them. Their skin was pale. They wore strange clothes made of bright, often shiny materials. They arrived in massive ships and had powerful weapons. To the natives, the visitors were truly aliens from a strange, faraway world, powerful beings who might just as well have been sent from the heavens.
Columbus wrote in his journal that the inhabitants eagerly came out to see their ships and asked them if they had come from the heavens. And despite the fact that Columbus and his men indicated, no, we didn't come from the heavens, they called out to the people still on the shore, come out and see the people who have come from the heavens. Certainly, it seems interesting to wonder why it is that, instead of thinking that possibly they came from some other part of the sea, that they'd come from the sky.
But there is more to the story. Less well known is that Columbus had an alien encounter of his own, one reported in his log just days before he reached the shores of the New World. At about 10 p.m. on the 11th of October, 1492, the anxious explorer was on the deck of the Santa Maria when he saw a light glimmering at a great distance. Columbus wrote, "The admiral, standing on the quarterdeck, saw a light. Calling to Pero Gutierrez, he told him he saw a light and bid him look that way, which he did and saw it. The admiral again perceived it once or twice, appearing like the light of a wax candle, moving up and down. Summoning another member of the crew, the two watched as the light vanished and reappeared repeatedly."
Seeing lights in the water isn't really an anomaly. We all know that certain kinds of underwater life give off lights. But this light actually traveled along with the ship.
Columbus noted in the log a glowing object rise out of the water and head off into the atmosphere.
What did Columbus see? A phosphorescent sea creature? An hallucination? Or was it something more? Something from out of this world?
What did Columbus's men see? What they saw was a luminous object that upon breaking the water's surface became a UFO.
To UFO researchers like Bill Burns, Columbus's sighting is significant, not only because of when it occurred, but also because the object was spotted coming out of the sea, ruling out the possibility that what he saw was a comet or a shooting star.
What's intriguing is that this was in what we call today the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle, that area, particularly off of Bimini and the Bahamas, may in fact be, and I'm way out on a limb here, colony headquarters underneath that. Your UFO goes down into the water and then into a subterranean. What better position would be to monitor South America, Middle America, Egypt than the Caribbean?
Many people believe that it's possible that UFOs could have established bases on the seafloor. To some extent, it's true that we know more about the moon or some parts of outer space than we do about the deepest parts of our own oceans.
This event is extremely important because it is the world's first recorded event that illustrates the appearance of UFO as object emerging from the water.
If Columbus's sighting was so extraordinary, why do we only find record of it in his log? Some believe another account of this event exists in the official records of the Spanish Inquisition. UFO researcher Maximilian de Lafayette claims that Columbus's shipmate, Pedro Gutierrez, reported him to the Inquisition after hearing Columbus describe the lights in the sky as resembling the Jewish menorah.
When they went back to Spain, Gutierrez went directly to the infamous Inquisition. This is the Catholic organization created by the Vatican to persecute and kill the infidels. The infidels means the Jews, the Muslim, and Christian who are not Catholic. The Inquisition called him for explanation, deposition. Did you say that you saw menorah? Why did you say menorah? Oh, so you are a Jew. He said, I'm not a Jew. In the deposition, which is lengthy, you find more details, meticulous details of what Columbus saw above the water. The file of the Inquisition is in the vault of the Vatican. And good luck if you can go to the secret file of the Vatican and try to dig for document as explosive as this one.
Secret files of the Spanish Inquisition? UFOs and alien sightings in the time of Columbus? Far-fetched, perhaps, but to proponents of ancient astronaut theory, these pre-colonial close encounters are considered commonplace events. For them, it offers additional proof that we are not alone.
They have several sightings of what we could call UFOs today along the discovery of America during the conquest of America. Columbus was not the only one. Also in the trip of Magellan, Fernando de Magellan, the discoverer of the strait, who circumnavigate the world after Columbus. He have also sightings.
Seafarers often encounter strange lights both in the sky and below the surface of the ocean. Skeptics argue that Columbus's sighting, like many others, was simply a natural phenomenon.
At night, there are all kinds of things. For example, bolides. Bolides are these very large comets, and they're spectacular. It's just like this enormous bright light with a trail that just arcs through the sky. But we can tell the difference. When you have a meteor like that or a bolide, characteristics are very different than the ones of genuine UFOs.
As far back as the 19th century, people have speculated about what that light could have been. Explanations have centered around the possibility that it could have been a light or a torch being carried by an island inhabitant. They were, in fact, more than 35 miles away from any land, which makes that impossible. The other possibility is that it was a meteor traveling very close to the horizon, and that the movement of the ship is actually what made the light appear to be moving up and down.
But what if conventional science is wrong, and the ancient astronaut theorists are correct? What if Columbus, Magellan, and the early explorers really did see evidence of extraterrestrial creatures visiting our planet? What does this say about our past, our history, and our future? Germany, April 14th, 1561. At dawn, the citizens of Nuremberg awoke to what was described in a local news flyer as a very frightful spectacle. Various strange objects were spotted in the sky, engaged in what appeared to be an aerial battle. Could they have been witnessing a close encounter?
They see this incredible sight as the sun is coming up. They see what they describe as cigar-shaped objects, circles in the air, and crosses, flying crosses. And suddenly, these shapes began emitting other shapes.
The spheres and disks were seen for a long time as they apparently were fighting in some kind of a battle over the city. In fact, the battle was so evident that the people in Nuremberg were actually able to perceive which side was winning. Some of the objects were seen to crash into the ground and disappear in a cloud of smoke or steam. Other objects were seen to fly off and disappear in the direction of the sun.
This entire event becomes memorialized in a broadsheet. Now, a broadsheet in the 16th century was literally a newspaper. And that broadsheet exists today in Zurich, Switzerland.
The Zurich Central Library to this day retains a copy not only of the famous woodcut that shows the 1561 sighting over Nuremberg, but also a 1566 woodcut showing a sighting from that year that was quite similar in Basel, Switzerland.
What's fascinating is it's a very similar event. People saw a bunch of circles in the air. In fact, a proliferation of circles in the air. They didn't necessarily interpret that as a battle in the air, but they did interpret it as some kind of heavenly sign.
The broadsheets that were distributed both in Nuremberg and in Basel 5 years later advised people to repent for their sins and interpreted these extraordinary events as signs from God.
In all time, everything paranormal, extra, ordinary, belongs to realm of divinity, of God. God's doing this. God is punishing us. God is blessing us. Go repent, go to church.
It's interesting to read the Nuremberg description because it is written with religious iconography in mind. They talk about crosses seen in the sky on the previous day during that sighting. Now, what we might think of as a fuselage with wings might have appeared as a cross to people who saw religious symbolism constantly in their everyday life. It's difficult to imagine how these things might have appeared, but it's certainly possible that if these were to appear in the sky today, we would describe them quite differently.
Could the people of Nuremberg have actually witnessed a battle between warring alien factions? An event eerily similar to the one written about in the Bhagavad Gita over 3,000 years earlier. And if not, what else would explain the vivid accounts of luminous globes and blood-red crosses appearing in the sky? Throughout the Middle Ages, visions of strange happenings were often attributed to God or to the supernatural. But moving into what is known as the early modern period of the 17th century, people began to look more and more towards science and the stars for answers. And with the invention of the refracting telescope in 1608, there would be more eyes trained on the stars than ever before. Ironically, the first report of a UFO witnessed through this new device came from colonial America's best-known Puritan minister, Cotton Mather.
There was an incredible sighting that the very famous New England preacher Cotton Mather had. Cotton Mather said that he was looking through a telescope at the moon, and in the telescope, he saw a flying light over the surface of the moon. Well, how did this get recorded? By none other than NASA. And people can find it themselves. Go to the NASA report on lunar anomalies over 500 years, and they will find Cotton Mather's sighting of a UFO over the surface of the moon.
There are a vast number of natural atmospheric phenomena that can appear as bright lights in the night sky. Certainly, meteors are a possibility. Even certain kinds of terrestrial phenomena do materialize as glowing balls of light that, seen from a distance, may appear to be a star, and it's incredibly difficult to judge the distance of a point source of light in the night. So he may have thought that it was on the surface of the moon or hundreds of miles away, when in reality, it could have been quite close to where he was.
Though it is uncertain what Cotton Mather saw, ancient astronaut theorists find it significant that a prominent religious figure would report such a sighting not as a vision from God, but as an astronomical event. They see it as a sign, not only of the sighting's authenticity, but that views on the possibility of extraterrestrial life were starting to shift, even within the Christian church.
Cotton Mather was known as a fire and brimstone preacher, but there's a rational part of Cotton Mather as well. Because this was the very beginning, the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. And in this context, people were thinking about science, they were thinking about machines, and really thinking about, could there be something in space?
Although sightings like Cotton Mather's were still rare in the 1700s, the increasing interest in astronomy sparked a new debate over a centuries-old theory called the plurality of worlds, the idea that life might exist elsewhere throughout the universe.
By the end of the 18th century, the majority of people, at least of educated people, were convinced that all throughout the solar system, there was intelligent life on Jupiter, on Mars, on Saturn. All of them had extraterrestrials. Very possibly the moon would have intelligent beings on it. I once did a tally of the leading intellectuals in the 18th century. Over half of them included ideas of extraterrestrial life in their publications.
The premier 18th century astronomer, William Herschel, also supported the theory that life existed on other planets. So did Thomas Paine, one of America's founding fathers, along with many religious leaders of the time.
Preachers were preaching about extraterrestrials as a proof of God's goodness. That's the idea that if there is a good and beneficent God, he would populate all the planets, all the stars.
Though there was open debate about the existence of extraterrestrial life in the 1700s, the discussion did not often extend to the idea of aliens visiting Earth. But in 1731, a series of sightings occurred across Europe that were so compelling, the possibility could no longer be ignored.
In modern UFO sightings, the communications about UFOs are instant. It's on the internet, it's on YouTube. But what about some of these 18th century or Renaissance sightings? Here's something incredible. In 1731 over Kilkenny, Ireland, there was a sighting of a luminous object coming out of a red cloud. That same sighting is reported in the span of a week over the rest of Europe, particularly over Romania in Eastern Europe. Now, here are two countries that are not communicating with each other. Newspapers don't go back and forth, they don't speak the same language, there's no radio, and there's no television. Yet, a UFO was spotted traveling from the Irish Sea, across Europe, all the way to Eastern Europe and towards Asia, and is spotted in different places as it goes. Independent observations that don't cross-pollinate.
Could these nearly identical reports of a strange object passing through the sky be mere coincidence? And if it was an alien craft, is it possible that earlier sightings simply weren't reported because they were interpreted as signs from God? In colonial America, the idea that aliens were visiting Earth was gaining ground. And in the 1800s, this controversial theory would even make its way to the White House. The United States officially declared its independence from Great Britain in 1776. And just 14 years later, a report of the first UFO sighting in American history appeared in the newly published journals of John Winthrop, the second governor of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. His journals, which are now known as A History of New England, 1630 to 1649, are still considered the preeminent record for that period in American history. When the journals were finally published in 1790, over 140 years after Winthrop's death, they were found to contain an alarming account of a possible close encounter over Boston's Muddy River.
One night in March of 1639, James Everell, who was described as being a sober and discreet man, and two of his companions boarded a little boat in the Muddy River of Boston. As they paddled along the river, they saw a great bright light that hovered in the sky. As they watched, the light flared up and then contracted into what they described as the figure of a swine. It's difficult to imagine anybody seriously reporting a sighting of a glowing flying pig. Looking at the sighting, one can't help but wonder if they were struggling to describe an oval-shaped fuselage and four short, what we might now call landing struts or landing gear, in a way that made sense in the 17th century.
Winthrop's account states that the object moved swift as an arrow, jetting back and forth, as well as up and down, for 2 to 3 hours. And when it finally disappeared, the 3 passengers in the boat, who had been drifting downstream the entire time, were astonished to find themselves back at the point where they began their trip.
What Winthrop describes in his journal is really difficult to explain. Certainly, it seems hard to fathom that for 2 or 3 hours, 3 men in a boat watched a bright light moving around in the sky over the city of Boston. And it seems almost inconceivable that their boat could have been drawn back against the tide without them noticing it. These type of strange and inexplicable phenomena are now associated with the phenomena that's called alien abduction.
And as the abduction cases evolved, you heard people say, all of a sudden, everything around them was slowing way, way down. And they associate the slowing way, way down with whatever this event is that we call the human abduction syndrome.
Could this event at Muddy River be not only North America's first documented UFO sighting, but also the first account of an alien abduction? Those who believe the account in Winthrop's journals was an actual alien encounter point to the last line of his report, which states, other credible persons saw the same light. By the time Winthrop's history was published in 1790, the debate over the possibility of extraterrestrial life was more heated than ever before. In fact, the question of whether life existed on other planets had become so hotly contested, it caused one of America's founding fathers, Thomas Paine, to be unofficially exiled to Europe.
Thomas Paine enters the extraterrestrial life debate in a very dramatic way. He was an Englishman, but famous American patriot. 1793, Thomas Paine publishes a book called The Age of Reason. And in The Age of Reason, he makes one of the most vigorous attacks on Christianity ever made. The bottom line on it is, he says you must believe in extraterrestrials. If you know any modern astronomy, the idea of God made the entire universe going from planet to planet, redeeming people, is just impossible to believe. That creates a sensation. Thousands of copies of the book were sold.
In December of 1793, Thomas Paine was arrested in France as a result of supporting a political party that was no longer in power. When the American ambassador refused to speak on his behalf, Paine believed that George Washington had abandoned him because of his writings supporting the idea of extraterrestrial life and refuting traditional Christianity. In 1802, he was invited back to America by the third president, Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson, an intellectual, was considered a genius by many in his time, both for his skill as a statesman and his scientific aptitude. And some believe he was also a proponent, like his contemporaries Ben Franklin and John Adams, in the concept of the plurality of worlds.
The concept of a plurality of worlds was a very widely accepted concept in the 18th century. People like John Adams and Thomas Paine didn't view extraterrestrial life as a possibility, but rather as a matter of fact that everybody knew to be true. The new rationality in science changed the way that these founding fathers talked about religion.
1825. Thomas Jefferson is hiring faculty for the University of Virginia. And John Adams writes to him and gives him advice on how to do that hiring. He says, do not hire any European professors. If you hire a European professor, they are liable to believe in Christianity. And that is a very dangerous doctrine that we should stay far away from.
Other founding fathers also agreed with this view, which included a belief in the existence of life on other planets. Benjamin Franklin wondered if there were different gods for every sun that harbored intelligent life. Many of them felt it was clear that there were intelligent beings conceivably through the whole universe, and that the notion that God came to this planet as a person who was spit on and persecuted simply was ridiculous. And they rejected that long-held traditional belief, which was a very radical thing at the time.
America's founding fathers defending the concept of extraterrestrial life against Christianity? A revolutionary idea, to be certain. But perhaps not so revolutionary to the country's earliest inhabitants, who long before claimed to have met visitors from the sky. In northwestern New Mexico lies a vast concentration of ancient ruins, known today as Chaco Canyon. Built from sandstone blocks and timber between 900 and 1150 AD, the 15 major complexes of Chaco Canyon contained 4-story structures with hundreds of rooms that required thousands of man-hours to construct. Until the 19th century, they were the largest buildings in North America.
Chaco Canyon was a center of activity for a lot of different Indian tribes, Pueblo tribes. Archaeologists, anthropologists have a lot of theories about what that was. But what I have studied and what I can tell by just some of the chants from our own tribe and other Pueblo tribes is that this would have been a big center of activity for technological, spiritual activities. There's a lot of places on there that has direct bearings up into the universe.
When archaeologists first excavated these ruins in 1896, they marveled at their architectural precision. But even more astonishing was the fact that many of these ancient structures, like those found in Egypt, England, and South America, suggested the inhabitants had a sophisticated knowledge of astronomy. A number of devices designed for tracking solar events were found. And at Fajada Butte, which sits at the entrance of the canyon, 3 giant slabs of rock are positioned near 2 spiral petroglyphs etched on a cliff wall. During the solstice and the equinox, these rocks catch the sun in such a way as to shine daggers of light on different areas of the petroglyphs. But why would early Native Americans spend so much time building the structures at Chaco Canyon along such precise astronomical alignments? And why build them in such a desolate area of the country?
It is one of those sites which has been posing so many questions and which science is only slowly beginning to explain, but really there are more questions than answers at this moment in time about Chaco Canyon.
In his 2006 book, The Orion Zone, archaeoastronomer Gary David proposed that the geographical layout of Hopi ruins in the American Southwest precisely mirrors the star patterns of a number of constellations.
When you look at where the ancestral Puebloan major ceremonial sites are actually located, Gary David has identified that when you just map these, you actually find that they depict constellations. Specifically, Orion is very important.
Orion's belt points to the brightest star in the sky, Sirius. If one looks at the Hopi mesas as the stars of Orion's belt, they also point to an important location, Chaco Canyon. But why Orion? And could it be merely a coincidence that this constellation pattern has been found at other important sites around the world, and always with the belt pointing toward a place of significance? Ancient astronaut theorists have discovered the constellation of Orion lining up with the Mayan complexes along the Street of the Dead in Mexico City. And here, Orion's belt points to Cholula, the largest pyramid in the world. They also find it at the Giza pyramids in Egypt, with the belt pointing toward the city of Heliopolis, a place of worship for ancient Egyptians.
One thing we know about Orion's belt is that this is a theme which is recurring in Mayan mythology. It's also actually a theme which is occurring in Egyptian mythology. Orion's belt and the stars around it were seen as the heart of creation. It is where everything began. And it's probably not coincidental that the Hopi see the place where they are living as the heart of the world.
These are ancient people. All they had to go by were the stars. And so they believed, as astrologists believe today, that the stars have certain powers over what goes on planet Earth.
According to their legends, the Hopi believe there were 3 worlds that preceded the one we are in today. Each of those worlds was wiped out when guardians of the sky called to the Creator to tell him that his finest creation, humans, were no longer living according to his plan. And they called to him by setting off a warning through the Earth's axis, a vibration strong enough to shift the balance of the planet. Is it possible the structures at Chaco Canyon were built along precise celestial alignments so that the Hopi could predict the periods of Earth's devastation and renewal? Could the guardians of the sky have led them here so they could monitor the position of the sun?
Why in the world people settled at that location wasn't something that they did on their own. There's no running water there. There was no reason to live there. There's no good soil. They did that because their guardian told them to live there.
During the times of the summer and winter solstices, as well as the spring and fall equinoxes, the people at Chaco Canyon could gauge the Earth's balance by watching the path of the sun daggers at Vajada Butte. If the daggers did not pierce the petroglyphs at the same points as the previous year, they would know that the Earth was out of balance. And since the Earth fell out of balance at the end of the previous 3 worlds, this could mean the end was coming once again. Scientists from NASA determined the earthquake that hit Chile on February 27, 2010, shifted the Earth's axis by 3 inches. Would the ancestral Pueblo people have seen this as a sign from the guardians above?
Well, do you think that's going to show up at Chaco Canyon on that dagger stick that comes down at the time of the solstice? Do you think the Indians were watching that?
It's what the Hopi call Koyaanisqatsi. We are living in Koyaanisqatsi right now. We are living in a life that's out of balance.
Could these Native American legends be more than just myth? Is it possible that these stories, along with the ancient texts of India and the stories of the Bible, are all describing alien visitations? For ancient astronaut theorists, the answer is yes, and the proof may lie on a small, uninhabited island in Nova Scotia, Canada. In 1795, 3 Nova Scotia farm boys set out to explore nearby Oak Island after witnessing strange green lights coming from its shore in the middle of the night.
As they came to the island, they saw that there was one little, pit that they thought, well, this is very odd. So they started to dig in that particular spot. They came across different platforms made out of wood, especially out of oak. And the deeper they dug, they also came across a mat made of coconut fiber. And they came across a stone slab that had very bizarre writing on it. The one thing is crystal clear. Canada does not have any coconut trees. So the mat made of coconut fiber, where did it come from? It's a very intriguing question, how all these different levels were made.
The initial excavation stopped at a depth of 30 feet. But since that time, over a dozen professional excavations have been attempted and funded by everyone from actors John Wayne and Errol Flynn to Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Mining and excavation companies have dug multiple shafts surrounding the whole money pit with the hopes of achieving or reaching whatever is buried down there. They've even tried to dig in sideways, and even that didn't work.
Based on the findings from numerous excavations, the money pit contains a series of oak platforms starting at a depth of 10 feet and recurring every 10 feet thereafter, going at least 200 feet down. In between these platforms are slabs of flagstone, not indigenous to the island, and layers of puddle clay. Efforts to reach the bottom of the pit have proven so dangerous, 6 people have died in the attempt.
Sie ist durchzogen von unterirdischen Kanalsystemen mit Flutungskanälen, die die Insel von dem Meer.
Its underground is covered with canals, flooding canals that lead seawater into the system.
In diesen Schacht. Man hat bislang das eigentliche Geheimnis nicht lösen.
Each time there seemed to be progress, underground floods in the canals would make further searches impossible. So this is what we know. Many centuries ago, someone constructed a giant hydraulic system under this island.
Angelegt. Piraten können das nicht gewesen.
It couldn't have been pirates. It had to be someone with great expertise for architecture and hydraulics.
Verständnis für Wasserkraft gewesen sein.
We still haven't been able to access whatever is down there because of the incredible flooding system. These treasure hunters poured red paint into one of these shafts. And not only did it come out on one side of the island, but also on the other side. Up to 3 shafts have been discovered. I mean, it's ingenious.
But who or what constructed this elaborately booby-trapped pit? And perhaps more importantly, what, if anything, lies hidden at the bottom? Some have speculated that it might be the crown jewels of England, pirate treasure, Viking hordes, and even the original manuscripts of Shakespeare. But perhaps the most audacious theory of all is that the money pit is the hiding place for one of the most sacred objects in the world.
There is a possibility that the Ark of the Covenant with its contents has been hidden on Oak Island.
The Ark of the Covenant? The most sacred object in all of Judeo-Christianity? The gold chest that is supposed to contain the tablets on which the Hebrew God wrote the 10 Commandments. Why would this religious relic be placed at the bottom of an elaborately booby-trapped pit in northeastern Canada? Ancient astronaut theorists believe the Ark may have been hidden because of the powers it held. Powers from out of this world.
According to the ancient astronaut hypothesis, the Ark of the Covenant housed an extraterrestrial device which was given to the Israelites during their 40-year wandering through the desert.
When you go back to the biblical descriptions, it becomes a weapon. It rises up into the air. It rushes towards the enemies of Israel. When the Philistines briefly capture it, they make the mistake of opening it and filing past it. Suddenly, thousands of people start to die. The biblical account states quite clearly that the cause of death was cancerous tumors. This is a very mysterious and puzzling thing. What kind of object could have these almost machine-like attributes and cause deaths that sound like radiation sickness?
What powers the Ark held is the subject of wide speculation. But an even bigger mystery is what happened to the Ark and where it might be located today. One legend says that it was taken during the Crusades by an elite band of monk-like warriors known as the Knights Templar.
The cover story, and it feels like a cover story, is that they were to protect pilgrims on the route between the coast and Jerusalem in the Holy Land. But they don't ever seem to have done any of that. Right soon after they were founded, they took possession of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. And for the best part of 80 or 90 years, they devoted themselves to what looked like an archaeological expedition on the Temple Mount. And I'm pretty certain they were looking for the Ark of the Covenant.
The legend tells of the Knights taking the Ark to Scotland, where they formed an alliance with the powerful Sinclair family. Some historians believe William Sinclair may have taken the Ark to Oak Island in Nova Scotia in the 1400s to protect it from English invasion. Here, Sinclair and his men could have built what might be the most impenetrable vault ever made, the notorious Money Pit. But if so, where is the evidence?
In den 90er Jahren hat ein Forschungsteam
In the 1990s, some scientists were able to send cameras down into one of the shafts. There, they discovered strange objects that had a rounded, tubular shape. Their C14 values were diverse, and their radiometric age ranged from very old to futuristic. Now that is basically impossible. However, there is some chance that that effect could be caused by some kind of radioactivity. That's why we suspect that a nuclear reactor may have been taken there and hidden inside this ingenious hydraulic system, so that it would be kept safe forever.
What would it mean if the Ark of the Covenant really was discovered at the bottom of the money pit? Would it provide the proof of alien intervention? The very proof that ancient astronaut theorists have been waiting for.
If the Ark of the Covenant is found at the bottom of the money pit, well, story's over.
Perhaps, but an even greater question persists. Why? Has mankind been helped by the intervention of beings from other worlds, as ancient astronaut proponents contend? Or was there a more ominous intention? Could the Ark, if discovered, be a sort of Pandora's box that, once opened, would reveal more about our origins than we would ever want to know? As the 20th century dawned, the Industrial Revolution suggested that nothing conceived by man could be impossible. We could now ride through the countryside in horseless carriages, sail the seas in huge ocean liners, fly through the sky in airships. Even the idea of building rockets and flying them to the moon, Mars, and beyond seemed well within our grasp. It was the era of science fiction writers like H.G. Wells and inventors like Einstein, Tesla, Edison, and Ford. In 1896, there were widespread reports of strange airships hovering over various locations in the American West. Coincidence or consequence?
There were sightings throughout history, and of course there were a large number of sightings in the 19th century. But it wasn't until 1896 that there were waves of sightings. Thousands of people in 1896 and 1897 in the United States saw phantom airships, the origin of which was never explained. These reports were cataloged, discussed in newspapers.
There were sightings in 1896, 1897, 1898, and in fact, we kind of know from newspaper reports from the Southwest that people were seeing craft with wings, and the Wright brothers didn't fly an airplane until 1903. So what were these craft? Well, on the one hand, people were flying balloons in the 19th century, so balloons were not high technology. What was high technology back then was affixing a gasoline engine to the gondola of a balloon.
That whole airship mystery, my guess is that some of those were just dirigibles that people were flying around. On the other hand, during that time, we also find reports of objects that moved really too quickly to be dirigibles, and some were maybe too shiny really to be the types of balloons that they were making at that time.
The prevalence of these balloons powered by gasoline engines flying around in the late 1890s and the turn of the century probably opened up people's minds to the possibility that there could be literally unidentified flying objects. People began, to put it bluntly, looking up. So it could be said that modern UFO history began with these mysterious airships of the 1890s.
It certainly seems possible, if we believe that the airship sightings were sightings of extraterrestrial spaceships, that perhaps the aliens were interested in human activity at the time because of the rapid increases being made in technology.
Some people have suggested that aliens have been interfering with the lives of human beings for thousands of years. And because they were always here at significant points in human history, they introduced various kinds of technologies to spur development along a certain line.
Could the same alien presence that some believe had been visiting the Earth for centuries have been responsible for inspiring our great leap into the modern age? Or could the increased close encounters with UFOs, which would persist through the next century, be a sign that we were in danger of going too far?
A very common idea that we have today is that as we develop technologically, we're going to see an increase in UFO phenomena, that UFOs are basically monitoring us. Decades ago, we saw a lot of UFO activity around air bases, around atomic bases, and also UFOs following airplanes and maybe following our aircraft. I would say that certainly as we keep developing, we will continue to see that monitoring aspect to the UFOs. Especially as we continue going into space, we're going to continue seeing more UFO activity. Whether it's for our benefit or not, that's hard to say.
Our history, the history of human beings on planet Earth, whether we ourselves are the aliens, seeded from another planet, or whether the aliens created us, as the stories of the Anunnaki say. Regardless, it may be that human beings are being directed toward a certain end.
In the 20th century, the inhabitants of planet Earth were capable of blasting off and touching the stars. We were also capable of harnessing the atom and using it to inflict the deadliest of devastations. We would send satellites into orbit, land on the moon, and reach Mars. But what would we find? A barren, empty universe of dead planets, or something else?
In the 1960s, mainstream scientists were already exploring the question of whether or not we're alone in the universe. And there was only a handful of scientists who actually proposed the idea that, yes, there are other civilizations out there. Now, fast forward 50 years. You'd be very hard-pressed to find any scientist today saying that we're alone in the universe.
What we're coming up to now in the 21st century is going to be a redefinition. Our entire history may have to be revised in the context of non-human intelligences coming and going. And what else is out there in this incredible universe of which we humans are a part?
Perhaps the dawn of the space age was a signal to whatever or whoever was out there, that after centuries of writing on cave walls, building temples, and mapping the skies, the inhabitants of planet Earth were at last ready for their return. Spaceships over Los Angeles. Body snatchers controlling our minds. ETs making contact. These and other alien-based scenarios have been the plot lines of countless science fiction movies and television shows. But what if extraterrestrial beings came to Earth tomorrow? Would they signal the birth of a new age of peace and prosperity, or trigger a war of the worlds?
The day that it's announced we're not alone is the day that this planet changes forever.
The very structures of government and the very structures of religion will crumble.
Everybody wants to meet an alien. But we have to start small. We have to learn how to walk before we can run.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, what might happen when they return? Throughout human history, man has gazed up at the stars in awe and with wonder. Our ancient ancestors charted their movements, identified constellations, and marked time by creating celestial-based calendars. The stars also became the source of countless myths and legends. Many of these describe visitors coming down to Earth from somewhere out there. Others speak of entire civilizations existing out in the cosmos.
The ancient Sanskrit writings of India tell us, for example, there are 400,000 human-like species scattered throughout the cosmos in different planets, different solar systems, even different dimensions.
But where are these alien beings? Did they come to Earth in the past, as the ancient astronaut theory suggests, and then leave? If so, will they ever come back? Today, scientists around the world have stopped waiting around and are taking steps to find intelligent extraterrestrial life. Will technology finally be able to prove what our ancient ancestors believed thousands of years ago? In 1960, astronomer and physicist Frank Drake set up an unusual telescope in the hills of West Virginia. The strange device was made from surplus World War II radar equipment. But rather than containing a traditional optical lens, it housed a directional radio antenna.
A few simple calculations showed that radio telescopes have the power to transmit and receive across literally interstellar distances. We're talking many light years. So Frank Drake turned a radio telescope on a couple of nearby stars and tuned in to see if he could pick up a message from the aliens. So this was a sort of crazy thing to do.
Drake failed to pick up any sounds that day, but the science of radio astronomy was born. If we couldn't see aliens in space, maybe we could hear them.
The things we focused on in the past for searching for extraterrestrial life is really passively trying to discover signals on the basis that if they were technologically advanced, they would have some form of electricity like we do, and all electricity generates radiation. And it sends out the signals and hopefully we detect it.
In 1961, Frank Drake and a group of astronomers, physicists, and biologists formed a privately funded organization called SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. Their goal was to focus massive radio telescopes towards space and listen. Drake estimated the probability that intelligent life existed out in the universe in a formula that became known as the Drake equation.
The Drake equation is like a bridge between scientists and non-scientists because it explains what you would want to know to give a number about how common alien life could be.
There are multiple factors within the Drake equation, like the fraction of stars that could have planets, and the fraction of those planets that could be habitable, and the fraction of those that might have liquid water, and how many could have evolved intelligent life. And then one important factor is the lifetime of those civilizations, and that is a big unknown. We only know of one, that's ourselves. And how long are we going to be around? That's to be determined.
Using his equation, Drake estimated that over 100 million advanced civilizations could exist in just the Milky Way galaxy.
SETI presupposes that if you've got an alien civilization capable of traveling that's developed electronics, they have a fingerprint. That fingerprint is a repetitive signal. A repetitive signal will tell them that it's not just noise, junk frequencies out there, but a real attempt at communicating, maybe not with us, but with each other.
On August 15th, 1977, astronomer Dr. Jerry Ehman was working on a SETI project at Ohio State University when he recorded an intermittent signal coming from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius. The signal lasted 72 seconds before being lost. Ehman believed that it was of extraterrestrial origin. But despite repeated searches and increasingly larger telescopes, the signal has never again been detected. But what if SETI intercepts a transmission from another world? What would happen next? According to SETI's post-detection protocols, once an extraterrestrial radio signal is confirmed, news of the event should be kept secret until the authorities have been notified. The government will then decide whether or not to try and make contact.
I think all bets are off, because here is this message. It could contain enormously important information that would transform our society and maybe destabilize it. What is it going to mean for the future of our civilization? These are momentous questions.
Today, SETI continues to scan the vicinities of nearby stars for artificially produced signals using several of the world's largest telescopes. In the next several years, when it becomes fully operational, SETI's new Allen telescope array will allow for the reconnaissance of up to 1 million stars.
SETI has to search a huge area. They'll tell you that now they have searched the equivalent of like a glass of water compared to the entire ocean on Earth. They have a long way to go.
While SETI listens passively to signals from outer space, NASA has attempted to contact alien life directly through messages sent aboard its space probes.
It's a long shot, but there's no reason in my mind not to expect that life evolved elsewhere. What's harder to predict or try and understand is how likely is it that it happened close enough that there'd be someone we could actually communicate with.
In 1972, NASA agreed to attach small plaques onto the outside of its twin Pioneer space probes, the first human-built objects destined to leave our solar system. NASA contacted Cornell University professor Dr. Carl Sagan to craft the message.
Carl Sagan was one of the most active astronomers in the search for life outside our planet. He was a very prominent scientist, he was an excellent astronomer, and he really did a lot to help us understand how we might contact other life or detect life elsewhere in the universe.
Sagan, along with SETI founder Frank Drake, designed a gold anodized aluminum plaque measuring roughly 6 by 9 inches that contained a collection of symbolic images representing humans and Earth.
The man and the woman were nude, and the gentleman was holding one arm up like this in what was intended to be a sign of greeting.
A schematic design of the solar system was also shown, with the planned trajectory of the Pioneer spacecraft marked on it, and a diagram of 14 pulsar stars around the Sun made a chart that might help someone work out where the craft originated.
We tried to give them an idea of where we're located. And that's an interesting problem, is to figure out how you would tell someone where you're located in space, because you don't know where they're going to find it. And it was all in a very stylistic design, but in an attempt to hopefully communicate at least some of these ideas.
5 years later, in 1977, Dr. Sagan got a second chance at designing an interstellar message when NASA agreed to attach another one to the Voyager space probes. This time, Sagan created a record album made of gold-plated copper, along with a series of basic instructions in how to make it work. Sagan estimated that the metallic disc could survive in space for at least 1 billion years.
One of the challenges with technology is trying to figure out one that can do what you want. So here you want to encode audio and even some video images, but do it in a way that almost any other technologically advanced society could figure out. And the advantage of a record player is it's both mechanical and electrical. The grooves are obvious. And so they actually put on the cover instructions on how to play it.
The recording included a wide variety of sounds. A baby's cry, wind, surf and rain, animal noises, as well as classical and cultural music from around the world. One interesting song selection was Chuck Berry's rock and roll hit, Johnny Be Good.
Music is a good choice because almost anything vibrates and makes sound. So I would bet that almost any culture would develop music. I believe it's Bach who gets the most time on the record. I don't know why they picked that, to be honest, but he is one of the more mathematical composers, and that may have been one of the reasons, because math is a more universal language.
Sagan also included a wide array of photographs of well-known man-made structures and greetings in 55 different languages.
I think the most important one is the Sumerian language. Now, why would they include Sumerian on that record? Well, according to the ancient alien theory, ancient Sumeria is the first place where we made contact with an extraterrestrial entity.
At this point, we obviously haven't learned anything yet about extraterrestrial life because we haven't been contacted back. But I think for our own purposes, anytime you try and go and figure out how you want to communicate something, it pushes your boundaries and understanding of communication itself.
We all want to find aliens, whether it's the planetary scientists looking for signs of life on another distant planet, whether it's the ancient alien proponents who want to find signs of life of aliens who have visited in the past, and whether it's people today who want to have experiences with UFOs and aliens that have visited them recently. All of us are trying to do the same thing.
While the search for extraterrestrial beings continues, a new space-based telescope is hunting for planets that may contain life. Are there other Earths out there? And if so, how will we find them?
Ignition. Liftoff. Liftoff.
On March 6, 2009, NASA launched a Delta II rocket into space. On board was a new telescope, named in honor of German astronomer Johann Kepler. The space-based telescope was designed specifically to discover the existence of Earth-like planets located outside our own solar system. The Kepler search is focused on a specific section of the Milky Way, known as Orion's Spur.
Kepler's job is to answer the question, how common are other Earths? And to do this, Kepler's looking at one part of the sky for 3.5 years. Imagine like keeping your eyes open and staring at just one part of the sky.
And what they're doing is they're looking at stars, and then as a planet goes around that star, when the planet gets in front of the starlight dims just a little bit from our vantage point because it's being blocked by the planet. And so you look for that dimming of those stars, and then that's how you're able to detect these planets.
So far, the Kepler telescope has confirmed the existence of 5 planets outside our own solar system. NASA officials expect to find several hundred more exoplanets like these before their mission is completed. Once a planet has been located, scientists must then determine if it might contain water.
We know from Earth that all life on Earth requires liquid water. So that is the approach that we've been taking for looking for life elsewhere in the universe. Follow the water. And so that is the step one.
On Earth, wherever we find liquid water, we find life. And it's true. Life on Earth can exist under an extraordinary range of conditions. There are extreme organisms that live in the scalding effluent coming out of the Earth's crust deep beneath the ocean. There are other remarkable organisms living in the waste pools of nuclear reactors in extreme radiation environments, and so on. But the one thing that seems to be absolutely necessary for life as we know it is liquid water.
To determine if a planet contains water and possibly life, scientists use special telescopes to analyze its atmosphere.
We look at the light coming from the planet, and we split that light up, like a rainbow. Now, if you look at a rainbow in the sky and you look really, really carefully, you will see some dark lines. You'll see some colors missing from the rainbow. And those colors are missing because of absorption by gases in Earth's atmosphere. So effectively, we're getting a rainbow from another planet, and we're looking for dark lines that tell us what kind of gases are in the atmosphere.
To better understand how life affects its atmosphere, NASA scientists study microbial mats at California's Moss Landing Wildlife Area.
Microbial mats are important to NASA for a whole bunch of reasons. The organisms that are in microbial mats have been on Earth just about longer than any other kind of organism. They make a number of things which we call biomarkers, which are important in our search for life on other planets. So there are textural biomarkers. So when you pull up a piece of microbial mat and look at the surface, what does that look like? One of the things that we're doing with these microbial mats is we're measuring the fluxes of methane. Methane is a gas that's produced by certain kinds of organisms that use the organic matter that's in these mats. And when that methane goes into our atmosphere, it can be detected by other missions, such as Terrestrial Planet Finder is one of NASA's concept missions for looking for gases that are produced by life on exoplanets.
We can look for the signature of oxygen or water on a planet, and at least that would give us an idea of life forms like ourselves, the ones that are carbon-based and use oxygen and carbon dioxide cycles. Our atmosphere is not stable without living organisms. It would have evaporated away by now. And so if you're looking out in space and you detect around a star a signature of the chemicals that we know exist for life, that's very strong evidence that life is there. Now, it doesn't help you know if it's intelligent life, but it does give you an evidence for life.
With a universe literally full of possibilities, planet hunters focus their search on an area they call a Goldilocks zone.
The Goldilocks zone for planets is the place where a planet is not too hot, not too cold, but just the right temperature for life. Right now, we know of no planets like Earth in a Goldilocks zone. One planet comes close. It's called Gliese 581d. But we're not entirely sure if that planet is really in the Goldilocks zone or not.
In recent years, it's been recognized that there's more than one Goldilocks zone. For example, there could be life inside icy planetesimals, these like small planets or large moons. Moon of Jupiter, Europa, is a very good example. Europa is liquid beneath an ice cap. It's liquid underneath because of tidal heating and friction going on inside the planet. So it could be that there is life, microbial probably only, deep down under the ice on Europa.
It's a very challenging question, if there's life elsewhere in our solar system. You have so many components that have to come together. We have to have an understanding of the science. We have to ask the right questions. I wish I had a tricorder that I could just go and like point and would say life or no life, right? But we don't have that. So we have to be smart and we have to be clever and we have to develop instruments that can actually address the questions we're trying to answer.
It's inevitable. There's so many planets out there, it's inevitable that we'll find one in the Goldilocks zone any day.
But while the Kepler telescope has only just begun scanning the horizon, NASA is already planning the next step in its search for extraterrestrial life: the 2014 launch of the James Webb Space Telescope.
People always ask me, do you expect to find an Earth in your lifetime? And I say, yes, absolutely.
When I was a student, there was almost nobody prepared to argue that way. The feeling back in the 60s and 70s was that even if there were other Earth-like planets, life is such an improbable freak event that it would never, ever happen anywhere else. Now the prevailing view is, yes, the universe is teeming with life.
Everybody wants to meet an alien. But we have to start small. We have to learn how to walk before we can run.
The fascinating thing for me is that we're only 4.5 billion years old in a universe that's close to 14 billion years old. What would happen with some of these Earth-like planets that had a 5 or 10 billion year head start on us? Gosh, you can only imagine.
But what if humans are not the only intelligent creatures searching for life in the universe? What if there are beings on other planets conducting a search of their own? And what if, in their search, they find us before we find them? Some believe they already have. On October 30th, 1938, radio listeners across the United States sat stunned as a series of news bulletins described Martians invading Earth.
Martian cylinders are falling all over the country. This is the end now.
While the broadcast sounded real, it was a fictional production, directed and narrated by Orson Welles. Incredibly, many of those listening believed it to be true and panicked. Newspaper reports described families fleeing their homes for the mountains, while others armed themselves with weapons and prepared to fight off the alien invaders.
If it was just presented maybe with a brief introduction saying it was not really happening, but from then on it was played as if it was really happening, well, most people who heard that thought that it was really happening.
People became upset. Some of those literally headed for the hills. They drove places to try to pick up other people, family and friends. They reported to the armory for duty.
The response to this fictional alien attack resulted in many people preparing for the worst. But if the public's reaction to a radio dramatization resulted in a nationwide wave of terror, what would happen if they really came? Los Angeles, California. In the early months of 1942, the city was on edge. The recent surprise attack on Pearl Harbor had propelled America into World War II. And the threat of a Japanese invasion, by sea or by air, kept the military on full alert.
Pearl Harbor was a very recent memory for people. People were in high alert. There was a great deal of suspicion. Japanese Americans were being put in internment camps. There were German U-boats in the Atlantic, Japanese submarines in the Pacific, and people were very fearful.
In a well-organized defense operation, air raid wardens and the Coast Guard were monitoring the Pacific shoreline as never before.
The war had started. I was a 13-year-old kid, and this one night, which was February 1942, the sirens started wailing in the middle of the night. Blackout. And we'd had several blackouts before this.
On February 25th, between the hours of 3:12 and 4:15 a.m., the 37th Coast Artillery Brigade in Los Angeles fired off a barrage of anti-aircraft shells at an unidentified flying object.
Watchers on the rooftop of the Columbia Broadcasting Building in the heart of Hollywood could plainly see the flashes of guns and searchlights sweeping the skies in a wide arc along the coastal area.
I think what woke me up initially was the sound of anti-aircraft guns. I jumped out of bed, and my parents were up. My father was an air raid warden. He figured this has to be the real thing.
My mother was telling my brother and I, get under the bed, stay there. And of course, we got out and we peeked. There was all this firing. It was almost like a 4th of July.
I started hearing a lot of loud explosions. My brother and I looked out the bedroom window, saw searchlights twisting and turning in the sky.
But what was the strange UFO that the searchlights were focused on? Where had it come from? Japan? Or somewhere from out of this world? Could this incredible photograph, published the next morning in the Los Angeles Times, provide the proof? Could ancient astronaut theorists have been right all along?
It was practically overhead, and I mean overhead.
Retired anthropology professor C. Scott Littleton was 9 years old and growing up in Hermosa Beach when he spotted the strange object hovering right over his house.
We saw what my mother always called a silver bug. I'd characterize it today as a lozenge, a long oval. It was something I'll never, ever forget. It was caught in searchlight beams, and anti-aircraft shells were exploding all around it. It gradually went like this, and then began to lose altitude a little bit as it moved over what had to have been Redondo Beach. We lost track of it, but the banging continued. And very quickly afterward, we all saw a flight of planes following the track of the object, going overhead, anywhere from 3 to 5 interceptors, clearly piston-driven U.S. planes. No one has ever admitted that those planes were in the sky. Our first thought immediately was a Japanese observation plane. Later, the Japanese records definitively proved there were no Japanese planes over Southern California that night, or indeed ever.
After ruling out the possibility that a Japanese plane had invaded American airspace, Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox attributed the incident to war nerves. But Secretary of War Henry Stimson quickly refuted this explanation, defensively declaring that an actual aircraft had been the target of the assault. To this day, no one seems to know just what or who was hovering over Los Angeles that night. Some claimed that the Los Angeles air raid was nothing more than an elaborate training exercise, a show put on by the military to keep citizens on the ready in case of a real attack. Others alleged that the unidentified flying object was, in fact, a barrage balloon that had broken loose from its tether. But even that explanation doesn't seem credible to those who witnessed the actual event.
The one place where there were barrage balloons that were anchored above the aircraft plants in El Segundo, Douglas, North American, it would have to have slipped its tether, floated north up to the Santa Monica Mountains, and then back down this way. Barrage balloons don't maneuver like that.
Regardless of the controversy, one fact is undisputed. An estimated 14,000 shells were fired at the strange object, and shrapnel rained from the sky for over an hour. But what were the guns aimed at? Would the Army really have put civilian lives in danger for a drill?
Major panic. 6 people got killed due to car accidents and hit by falling shrapnel.
A friend of mine said he witnessed a piece of shrapnel go through his neighbor's garage roof. So, oh yeah, there were some damage from falling shrapnel.
The next morning, there was something in our backyard. My mother told me to go roll up. It was like a tarp or something. And when I bent down or kneeled down in the grass, I cut my knee, and I have my piece of shrapnel. I've kept it all these years. There's my shrapnel, and it's very sharp.
By a process of elimination, the most efficient, and I say this as a scholar, the most efficient explanation is that it was what we would call today a UFO. Something not of this world, something that belonged to another technology. If that's true, then this event was one of the largest mass UFO sightings in history. Over 1 million people saw it.
But whether it was a UFO or not, the memories remain vivid for those who saw something in the sky that night. So vivid, in fact, that many of them gather each year at Fort MacArthur in San Pedro, California, to reenact this mysterious event.
The city went crazy. They thought it was we were being attacked by Japanese planes. Some theories said weather balloon. Others said, oh, I saw a plane, I know I saw a plane, and others say, no, no such plane.
Back then, it was a scary thing. I think to this day, they don't know what they were firing at. If it was a weather balloon or flying saucers.
But for those who believe they saw an alien craft that night, one important question remains. What happened to it?
The rumor is that it finally crashed in the water and was recovered by Navy divers. So maybe it was wounded and it crashed, and this might explain why the military was so quick to react to Roswell 5 years later, because they may already have had at least some inkling of what they would find there.
Was Earth really visited by an alien spacecraft on the morning of February 25th, 1942? And could the global threats posed by World War II have provided a trigger? Perhaps the idea is not as far-fetched as some would think. Is it possible that alien spacecraft could have been mistaken for enemy fighter planes in Adolf Hitler's Germany? In his 1993 book, The Gods of Eden, author William Bramley theorized that extraterrestrials played a part in nearly every catastrophe in human history, and have even used war as a means to control the growth of the human population. But while many are skeptical about Bramley's claims, there is one thing on which they agree: that the number of reported UFO sightings always increases during wartime.
In times of war, when vast civilizations are in conflict, and in conflict so terrible that it seems as though the civilizations will wipe themselves out, suddenly out of nowhere, UFOs appear.
While skeptics and military historians attribute these alleged sightings to war nerves or stress, those who believe in UFOs find the number of instances hard to dismiss. When World War II broke out in September of 1939, there were numerous reports of unidentified flying objects spotted over Hitler's Germany. Although the term UFO had not yet been coined, the Allies believed the bogies, as they were then known, were new fighter planes being developed by the Nazis. But the first combat bomber jets, the German Messerschmitt Me-262, weren't deployed by the German Air Force until 1943.
it certainly doesn't escape notice just how advanced the Nazi propulsion systems and their aeronautics technology really was. They had the first operational jet fighter to see combat. They were building and test flying aircraft that look incredibly similar to UFOs that are reported even today. They had greatly advanced rocket technology. There have long been rumors about Nazi projects to build aircraft using UFO technology.
At the end of the 19th century, there was Aleister Crowley, H.G. Wells, Bram Stoker, who wrote Dracula, and Jules Verne, who wrote From Earth to the Moon. They were in a society called the Golden Dawn. In that society, they actually believed in the existence not only of UFOs, but extraterrestrials. That culture influenced Hitler in the late 1920s, early into the 1930s. In looking for the origins of the Aryan race, they went all the way to India and the Vedic texts, which talk about UFOs. So Hitler, in his own way, was a UFO believer and sought to develop his own version of a UFO based on the Vedic text to have a dramatic Wunderwaffe, a wonder weapon that would end the war.
Although the Nazis never developed this so-called wonder weapon, reports of strange flying machines in German airspace continued throughout the war. But just what was it that the Allied pilots were reporting?
In the 1940s, as waves of American bombers were literally obliterating German cities, Dresden, Hamburg, Berlin. In these raids, American fighter pilots saw these balls of light coming at their planes. They didn't know what they were. They thought they were German secret weapons at first, so they called them Foo Fighters. The word feu in French is fire, and these were balls of fire coming out. So instead of Feu Fighters, they were Foo Fighters.
They were seen in large numbers over Germany and over Western Europe, where they were described variously as structured craft or simply balls of light.
It was so important at the time that the military began to notice it and they began to investigate these things. There are hundreds of cases. None seemed to be very harmful to planes, but they were all over the place.
Curiously, when the Foo Fighters appeared, Allied aircraft would sometimes experience mechanical failure. And perhaps most mystifying of all was that some pilots reported flying right through the UFOs as if they had no mass. It was never discovered what the Foo Fighters were or where they came from. But the theory that they were some sort of German secret weapon was widely accepted among Allied pilots at the time. But could the Third Reich have possessed technology more advanced than even our most modern aircraft? Some believe what the Nazis had developed was an advanced mechanism that scientists are still working on today: mercury-powered anti-gravity technology.
This involves mercury being in a closed system, like a glass ball. Once that mercury becomes spinning in a gyroscopic manner within the closed system, that creates a lift. It's an electrified lift. It's also a very bright light. And in fact, many UFOs are described as exactly that. Towards the end of World War II, the Germans started producing massive amounts of mercury. And in fact, a number of the U-boats that were later sunk, one was sunk near Singapore, another one in Norway, only a few years ago they actually found it, and its entire cargo was mercury. What the few historians have actually written about Foo Fighters, and which is still apparently a secret today, is that they were a kind of mercury plasma ball, and the purpose of the Foo Fighters was to make a highly pulsed magnetic charge and field around the bombers, which would then cut out the engines and interfere with the electrical systems in the planes.
Could Foo Fighters really have been based on extraterrestrial technology? If so, where did the Germans get it? UFO theorists point to the discovery of a flying saucer that allegedly crashed in the Black Forest near Freiburg, Germany in 1936. Some believe German scientists repaired the craft to test its energy and propulsion systems, and through reverse engineering were able to replicate some of these so-called alien technologies.
Did the Nazis take this craft, and was there some sort of a pact that happened there? Did the Nazis, did they retrieve bodies? It's hard to pin down how much they had. Was there contact?
There's always been that theory that they had a captured craft and that they were reverse engineering it. It's very possible. They were truly way more advanced than any culture at the time. Thank God for the American know-how, because we were combating them with our own kind of knowledge and technology as well.
After World War II, there was an exercise mounted by the Americans called Operation Paperclip. The Allies had been confronted with all this amazing technology from Germany. The jet engines, airplanes, the rocket engine airplanes, all these amazing devices. To give you an example of some of the material that was collected by Operation Paperclip, right at the end of the war, von Braun and his team had begun designing multi-stage rockets capable of reaching the United States. They also had plans for a space station, the classic circular sci-fi space station, and on this they had a huge sunlight collector and mirror that was designed to focus sunlight down on the Earth as a kind of death ray. There were all these wild ideas coming out of that team that turned it into a very valuable coup for the United States. Ultimately, it was von Braun who built the Saturn V rocket that took people to the moon.
The story of the World War II Foo Fighters, much like that of the Battle of Los Angeles, has been largely forgotten or dismissed by traditional historians. But an event that happened just 2 years after the war had even the skeptics wondering, what if aliens really did exist? And could one of their craft have crashed to Earth? Mainstream archaeologists have long rejected the notion that extraterrestrial beings had a hand in creating the pyramids of Egypt. Theologians and religious scholars refute the idea that stories of the Bible or the Mahabharata could be describing alien encounters. And governments throughout history have officially denied reports that the Earth has been visited by flying saucers. But on July 8, 1947, a UFO sighting was reported that even the United States government had trouble denying. Why? Because this time, the report was issued by the U.S. Army.
I'm walking on the Foster Ranch between Corona and Roswell, New Mexico, not far from what is called the debris field right over that hill. And that debris field refers to headlines back in July of 1947 about a disc, one of those mysterious UFOs, actually crashing right out here.
One night in early July 1947, a major thunderstorm rolled across New Mexico. The next morning, rancher Mac Brazel went out to check on the damage.
Mac Brazel went out to make sure everything was where it was supposed to be, and he came across this really extensive area of debris, stuff he had never seen before. He brought it to the local sheriff's office. In 1947, Roswell was home to Roswell Army Airfield. The sheriff called the base sent Major Jess Marcel, and at that point it basically became a military site as they gathered up every bit of debris they could find.
In their initial report, Army officials made a vague claim of having started the recovery of the debris sometime last week. But why didn't the Army report their findings right away? And why were they so ambiguous about the timeline?
One of the biggest things we have is the newspaper of July 8th, 1947, where Colonel Blanchard issued an order to Lieutenant Walter Haut, who was the public information officer, saying basically we have in our possession a flying saucer. It's being taken to Fort Worth to higher headquarters.
Roswell was a real turning point for ufology. I think that was because the military for the first time admitted that they had a crashed disk. And because it was admitted at the time, of course, it caused a sensation.
Then July 9th, General Ramey issued a press release saying, no, it was a weather balloon. And that started the best documented UFO cover-up ever.
Army officials referred to the debris as being part of a flying disc. Internal memos even referenced the crash site as having victims. So why, less than 24 hours later, did they suddenly decide that what they had retrieved was nothing more than a weather balloon? Although Blanchard and Ramey stuck by the revised story, Lieutenant Haut stood by the contents of his initial report his entire life. And those who believe him think modern technology may have recently provided the irrefutable evidence they have been looking for.
When Major Marcel took the debris to Fort Worth and General Ramey spread it out to give this press conference that it was a weather balloon, there was a picture taken, and in his hand is a piece of paper. And it's a very little piece of paper, and this has been blown up, and it is a memo. There is a leading researcher in the field who is pulling the words out of this. And they include things like team at Fort Worth, forwarded victims of the wreck, pod or pan. And so every year that the technology improves, General Ramey may be the one to solve it.
Bob Wood, a researcher in UFOs, had received leaked documents in 1996 and shared them with me and a few others. This document, called the Interplanetary Phenomena Unit, with a War Department stamp dated July 22nd, 1947. The most disturbing aspect of this investigation was that there were other bodies found not far from Landing Zone 1, the Mac Brazel site between Corona and Roswell, that looked as if they had been dissected as you would a frog. It does not define, were those bodies human? Were those bodies non-human? But suddenly, for me, this electric jolt that came into holding that document and reading at the end of the 90s what would explain finally that our government knew that extraterrestrial biological entities from somewhere else in the cosmos was interacting with our planet for a very long time.
5 years after Roswell, the United States Air Force coined the term unidentified flying object, or UFO. In the decades since, thousands of UFOs have been reported, photographed, and videotaped all over the world.
Oh my God, dude.
Perhaps one of the biggest, most revolutionary pieces of technology to change our view of UFOs and flying saucers is the video cam.
Whoa, I'm getting a series of lights right there. I got it.
You only have to look at what happened in Phoenix, Arizona in March of 1997 when these huge flying boomerangs went right across Phoenix, right through the whole valley, heading south to the Mexico border. These were all caught on cameras. Network news caught these. Local news caught these. You saw these on CNN. You saw these on Larry King.
Oh, there it is, over the left. Wow.
And yes, people called them flares. Of course they did. But the fact is, when you see something with your own eyes...
Look, dude, Pat, you got it?
I see it. Even if it's on a video camera, suddenly your perspective changes.
And that middle one is moving quick. It's only the beginning, you guys.
So now, according to recent polls, Gallup polls and Roper polls, well over 50% of Americans believe that flying saucers exist, and close to 50% believe that the government knows that flying saucers exist and that the government is hiding that fact.
But why so many UFO sightings after Roswell? Is it a coincidence? Or is the world's growing belief in aliens providing cover for those who might previously have been too afraid of ridicule to come forward? Perhaps there is another reason. Perhaps there are more sightings because there is a genuine increase in alien visitations ever since the dawn of the space age.
There had been plenty of stories of UFOs and aliens prior to that, a lot of sightings. They weren't as widely reported, somewhat also because World War II had been going on prior to that. But because now we had a crash and there was more room in the newspaper, so to speak, I think that really helped the subject take off.
If, as some suggest, aliens from other worlds truly are among us and have done their best to keep themselves hidden for thousands of years, will they ever reveal their presence? More importantly, what happens if they do? And what if it is already happening? In March 2010, a mysterious pulsating light floated over Cleveland, Ohio for 11 consecutive nights.
We're having a sighting right now over the lake. I'm gonna say 270 degrees south. There are two objects. One is coming up from the left. These are extremely close to each other. There's absolutely no way these are planes. Right now, what's happening is the initial object that came out, it's sitting there, it's hovering, it's getting extremely bright, it's illuminating different colors, and this second object appeared from, I'm gonna say, the top left of it, and now it's looks like it's moving around it. Wow, they completely just switched spots. Oh my God, this is beautiful. It knows we're watching, it knows we're watching.
The Cleveland sighting is one of thousands reported each year. And while many are proved to be false alarms, others are not so easily discredited.
Right below it. Big bright white flash just occurred.
In 1991, Britain's Ministry of Defense assigned author and journalist Nick Pope to track the hundreds of sightings reported over England, Scotland, and Wales every year.
The Ministry of Defense has been looking at the UFO issue since the 1950s, and the whole reason for looking at these UFO sightings is not necessarily because the department corporately believes in extraterrestrial visitation. It's more to do with keeping a watchful eye on any unusual activity in British airspace. Clearly, if there's something there that's a little bit out of the ordinary, we want to know about it. My beliefs when I was given this job were, I think, what on earth have I let myself in for here? I had no particular knowledge or interest in the UFO phenomenon, certainly no belief in anything unusual. But the more I looked back through the archive of old files and the more I began to investigate the ones that were being reported to me on a daily basis, I began to change my mind and realize that some of these UFO sightings couldn't be explained in conventional terms.
It's definitely moving.
Many of the most intriguing cases Pope researched involved eyewitness reports from pilots, police, and military officers, while others featured classified radar, video, or photographic evidence.
One case that was a particular turning point for me was the so-called Cosford incident. Now, Cosford is a military base in the United Kingdom, and on the particular night in question, which was 30th of March 1993, there was a wave of sightings over a period of about 6 hours, and there were many police and military witnesses, and 2 Air Force bases, Cosford and Shawbury, were directly overflown by a vast triangular-shaped craft. Now, the meteorological officer at one of these bases described this to me as the size of a jumbo jet, hovering or moving very, very slowly, and then accelerating away to the horizon at incredible speed. He said many times faster than a military jet. And this was a man with 8 years' experience in the Air Force.
This sighting was thoroughly investigated, not only by private UFO investigators, but also by the British government, who were unable to explain all of the sightings reported during this incident.
Another intriguing British UFO sighting took place in December 1980. U.S. Air Force personnel stationed in Suffolk, England, reported seeing a brilliantly illuminated spaceship that landed in Rendlesham Forest on 2 consecutive nights.
It's coming this way. It's definitely coming this way. It's shooting over the screen off. It's leveling down about. This is weird.
What made this case particularly unusual is that this was not vague lights in the sky. This was a landed metallic craft that some of the witnesses claimed they got so close to they could actually touch the side of it. One witness saw strange symbols on the hull, which he likened to Egyptian hieroglyphs. He made a sketch of this in his police notebook and took some photos, though he was subsequently told they didn't come out. The Ministry of Defense looked at this, and the Defense Intelligence staff assessed radiation readings that had been taken at the landing site as being significantly higher than background, and that's a direct quote from the government's own assessment.
The British government generated a massive file of information about this sighting report. But at this date, it's very unlikely that the actual truth about this sighting will ever be known.
But in spite of the compelling eyewitness testimony, the Ministry of Defense soon declared the case closed. 22 years later, when the government declassified files on the Rendlesham incident, the evidence was inconclusive. But what stood out was the credibility of the main witnesses, who were trained military personnel.
Obviously, as a UFO hunter, I've met a lot of people who've encountered UFOs. Just flying on a plane, for example. You're on a plane, and suddenly the pilot comes out of the cockpit, and this has happened on 5 separate occasions. And he'll say to me, I saw a UFO over Phoenix. I saw a UFO over Texas. Half my crew saw a UFO. And you'll say to the pilot, well, do you report it? And they say, when the flight controller says at the airport, do you want to report a UFO sighting? And then bursts out laughing, what you say is no. There are UFO sightings every single day. Real people with real sightings of real UFOs. It is very prevalent as more and more people talk about it. Something is going on.
In terms of the government response to all this, certainly in Britain, the Ministry of Defense policy for many years has been to try and downplay this subject, not really in any great sinister attempt to cover up the truth about UFOs, whatever that might be, but more out of embarrassment. There are things in our airspace, we don't know what they are, and that's not a good place for the government and the military to be.
On December 1st, 2009, the British Ministry of Defense quietly terminated its UFO project, citing that there had been no credible evidence that UFOs posed a potential threat to the United Kingdom.
There are a number of aspects of this decision that were particularly controversial. Firstly, UFO sightings are at a 10-year high in the United Kingdom, so it seemed the most inopportune moment to pull the plug on 50 years of research and investigation into the UFO mystery. The other point that made this particularly controversial was the way in which the decision was announced. There was no proactive statement issued on this. It simply said the department will not respond to any inquiries on this subject and will no longer investigate sightings.
One hurdle confronting those in favor of fully disclosing classified information related to UFOs is the fact that most mainstream scientists believe that the study of alien phenomena is little more than just fringe science. It is this fear of dismissal or ridicule that keeps many scientists hidden in the shadows.
Our best scientists who communicate with one another around the world have rules of protocol, which include they cannot appear to be religious. They cannot believe in flying saucers, and they certainly shouldn't hang around with anybody who believes in flying saucers.
But it's all done, you might say, behind closed doors, because nobody really wants to draw attention to it. You know, that they understand, you know, that there's a penalty associated with this kind of research, and so consequently, it's done invisibly.
To be blockaded and stopped by worries about peer reviews and so forth, to me, is wrong. We can speculate whether there is life outside this planet. We can speculate whether there's been a contact with other civilization. Why not?
But as more scientists openly embrace the probability that there is intelligent life existing elsewhere in the universe, will the belief that alien beings are visiting us also become more accepted? What might be the reaction today if extraterrestrials were to actually arrive on Earth and make themselves known to us? Countless science fiction books and films tend to portray aliens coming either to warn us or destroy us.
Since the 1960s, people have been thinking about, well, what do? Do we have a day the Earth stood still scenario? If aliens come, do they warn us that our planet's facing disaster? Do they attack us the way the Martians did in War of the Worlds? Well, the answer is more complicated than it seems. It's not just somebody landing and saying, "Take me to your leader."
The general consensus today is that if extraterrestrials were to show up tomorrow, they'd be hostile, and they would want to enslave us and battle us and destroy us and all this crazy stuff. In my opinion, that won't be the case, because any civilization that's mastered to travel interstellar space would be benevolent to a lesser advanced society, technologically speaking.
Simple statistic shows that if we make contact with extraterrestrial civilization, we're the new kids on the block. We're the ones who are at the back of the queue when it comes to intelligence. So they'll be teaching us stuff. We won't have a great deal to teach them.
There are a wide range of benefits that can be derived from accepting that we have neighbors in the galaxy that are visiting us. There are reports of medical treatments that have been performed for the benefit of several people who have had contact. There are advanced energy technologies. Reports are that some of these have been reverse engineered already and are used in military craft. There are communications technologies. So really, any area of life that we have could be beneficially impacted by acknowledging that there are these other people out there, that they have information, knowledge that they can share with us that would benefit us.
It's going to depend how the discovery comes about. If in fact it's a distant radio broadcast, we might expect one thing. If in fact there's some type of visitation that fits in with beliefs about UFOs, that might be something else. But on the whole, I think people are much more prepared for, shall we say, contact
Many who believe contact with extraterrestrials is inevitable suggest governments need to prepare themselves. It's a field of study known as exopolitics.
Exopolitics poses the question, what should our response be to that situation at a societal level? Not necessarily at a governmental level, but actually individuals. How can we reach out with the hand of friendship?
Exopolitics has really been a grassroots movement of people concerned about this issue and want disclosure on the UFO subject, and also want to help organize people locally to get the information out through their governments and make this big change happen.
But if we reach out in friendship, what guarantee do we have that it will be returned in kind? Many scientists, including famed theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking, believe alien beings could pose a threat and suggest we do everything possible to prevent contact.
If extraterrestrials or aliens were aggressive or warlike and they came here, is it a case where resistance is futile? How do you wipe out life on planet Earth? That's easy, a plague. Simple? No UFOs, no zorching beams from the sky, no explosions, no Empire State Building collapsing, none of that. We can do that. Why can't aliens do that?
To think that we would be able to come up with some type of a defense mechanism or have defenses against interstellar traveling society is ludicrous.
Whether they came as friend or foe, if extraterrestrials did land somewhere in the United States, it's possible the aliens would be greeted by government or military personnel wearing hazmat suits and testing for harmful pathogens and radiation. Many conspiracy theorists suspect the government's next step would be to cover up the visitation. They cite as evidence a reputed sighting that took place over Washington, D.C. in 1952.
In full view of the entire world, a squadron, a formation of UFOs buzzed Washington and fought our own F-93 jet fighters. General Samford willingly and deliberately, maybe on instructions from Harry Truman, who was president, lied to the American people.
We have received and analyzed between 1,000 and 2,000 reports. Of this great mass of reports, we have been able adequately to explain the great bulk of them.
His own Captain Ruppelt, in his own book on flying saucers, says Samford was lying. We have the letter from the Air Force to Dean Condon saying Deep Six UFOs. So, have UFOs come to planet Earth in full view, have manifested themselves, have shown themselves? Yes. Did we see it? Yes. Was there a protocol for handling it? Yes. That protocol was called deny.
But if an alien visitation proved undeniable, who might be chosen to then speak to those inside the spacecraft? Who could best represent all the nations and interests of Earth?
If aliens do land on Earth, I think we should send our best world leaders who are the most open-minded and reasonable, but who also have the ability to defend themselves against those aliens.
In my opinion, that's one of the reasons we have a United Nations. Yes, it prevents wars and delivers food. But on the other hand, just imagine the Security Council itself convening to deal with aliens, an image on a big screen at the United Nations. The answer is, I think it all happened back in the 1940s, and that was one of the reasons that Roosevelt and Eleanor Roosevelt pushed so hard for the formation of a United Nations to replace the League of Nations. Somebody had to confront the aliens.
The notion that our leaders, elected or otherwise, should speak on our behalf, I don't necessarily think that makes sense. There are a lot of people who might have better ideas than the people who are in government. I'd like to see a profoundly democratic, with a small d, unauthoritarian interaction with aliens.
Currently, there are no known official protocols in place for an alien visitation. But there are those who think that contact with extraterrestrials is imminent, and that our world leaders must plan for the event now.
We're not alone in the universe. We have friends and relatives out there in the galaxies. And we need to take on this task, one way or the other, of just getting the job done and getting to the point where we're considering the practical details of interacting with these friends and neighbors out there.
Who is responsible for that relationship? Well, the State Department isn't, the United Nations isn't, and I think this is a very big problem. So there needs to be a diplomatic effort to make contact with these interstellar civilizations in such a way that it puts wiser people in charge of that.
Even if you don't corporately believe in extraterrestrials, if you think the possibility of alien visitation is vanishingly small, the consequences, if it does happen, are immense, and therefore it's prudent to have something in place to deal with it.
Personally, I think it would be very, very exciting. I mean, it would be just like the first time, the explorers came from Europe to the Americas and discovered a whole new culture, and they had to interact. Hopefully it won't work out as some of the bad things that occurred then. It would be a more positive experience, and maybe we've learned from that and we can go forward.
What would happen after any potential extraterrestrial contact is open to much speculation. But most people concede one thing: the world as we know it would change dramatically.
The result would be that the fundamentalist orthodox belief systems of every organized religion on earth would collapse, meaning that it would really bring into question the origins of the human race, the Genesis stories, and a whole lot of other issues.
The very structures of government and the very structures of religion will crumble.
But in 2008, a stunning announcement was made from a very surprising source. Proof to some that miracles, like aliens, do indeed exist. The Vatican, Rome. This walled enclave has been the center of power for the Catholic Church since the 5th century. It's not only the Pope's residence, but a place of homage for 1 billion Catholics, and represents nearly 2,000 years of Christian teaching and tradition. But in 2008, the Vatican made an announcement that some say might threaten its own existence. The chief astronomer of the Vatican Observatory, Father Gabriel Funes, acknowledged the possibility alien life exists on other planets.
They basically said that belief in planetary life outside of Earth does not negate one's belief in God. Now, 500 years ago, if the Vatican would have said that, they would have burned everybody on the stake.
The present Pope Benedict, of course, has a very scientific bent, and he respects intellectual life in a way that is quite extraordinary. So he seemed quite open to entertain the idea, what if there is life on other planets? It's certainly an interesting question for a Christian to approach it scientifically and challenges your belief of how much of this you attribute to God.
Many wondered about the Church's motives and timing. Why, after centuries of belief in man as God's supreme creation and the only intelligent life in the universe, did the Vatican make an announcement that could turn Christianity on its head? Did they know something the rest of us did not?
This is something that is completely new in the history of the Church, that the extraterrestrial question is not only addressed, but at the same time, it's okay. I mean, that is a major change in opinion, a major change in the status quo. And I ask, why? Would it have huge ramifications? Of course. Does it change anything? Of course. But at the same time, would that change religion or belief in God? Not really.
Some people say, well, the Catholic Church must know something. Maybe they're trying to get ahead of the game here. On the other hand, it may just be that they're being very clever and simply trying to cover all the bases in case there is some great announcement or discovery about alien life. Because make no mistake about it, if it is announced that alien life has been discovered, people are going to look to their religious leaders for some sort of guidance about this, whether it's Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus.
If extraterrestrial life was found, then the Church would react presumably as it does with any data, see what there is. I don't think there would be any conflict in the way that we look on our humanity. What we would find is that God creates intelligent life in a variety of ways. And I think what we would learn from that is we can't restrict God to any one mode of making intelligent life.
The idea that intelligent life exists elsewhere in the universe has been debated by religious leaders, historians, and scientists. But not everyone agrees how its proof would affect human spirituality or the many religious institutions.
What would happen to our interpretation of the book of Genesis? Well, the book of Genesis looks at the universe from the point of view of Earth. We look at the sun, we look at the moon, we look at the stars. So to realize that the Earth is just one small pale blue dot in this immense universe, I think it would only expand our interpretation of Genesis. I don't think it would change it in any fundamental way.
It's an interesting question for Christianity in general, since Christianity would teach that salvation comes through Jesus, who was apparently an earthling. What do you do if there are people on Mars? Are they saved, according to our viewpoint? I don't know.
Christians have always had this problem that if there are aliens out there, are they not to be saved? It's not a problem for Jews, it's certainly not a problem for Buddhists or Hindus. But Christians are in a particular fix for a very simple reason, that Christianity alone among the world's religions has an incarnation. And what they mean by that is that God became incarnate in the form of Jesus Christ in order to be the Savior. When you talk to Christians, they sort of say, oh, well, there isn't a problem really because, you know, we've accommodated Galileo, we've accommodated Darwin, why can't we accommodate E.T.? Well, I think there's a big difference.
I think science and religion have more in common than perhaps the popular perception suggests. On one hand, we have science, which deals with reason and fact. On the other hand, we have religion, which deals with faith. Science is an evolving proposition, and what we know today will almost certainly be reformed and maybe even replaced at some point in the future. So to think that science somehow provides the truth, in contrast to religion, I think is a mistake.
While scientists and religious leaders may still ponder the notion of aliens visiting Earth, ancient astronaut theorists claim that the evidence exists in plain sight around the world. But if this theory was accepted, would we have to change our beliefs about our knowledge, our history, and the very beginnings of human civilization? For thousands of years, humans have recorded events that seem to suggest otherworldly beings came down from the skies to visit Earth. These ancient visitations represent the foundations of those who believe Earth was visited in the past by advanced beings from other planets. These sightings are also said to explain many mysteries surrounding our past.
The most important was religion. The gods have descended to our ancestor time. Now it enters into the holy books, into mythology. Now later, reasonable people try to understand this. They make out religions of it. But the core is extraterrestrials have come here. That was the beginning of all the big religions.
There are two main components why we are who we are today as a species. One, someone tampered with our genetic makeup, and two, technology. Because all of a sudden, we were doing and building things that we would still have difficulties recreating today. And the ancient texts are very clear that many of our achievements in the past happened due to a direct intervention of extraterrestrials that arrived from the skies.
Ancient astronaut theorists also cite as evidence the amazing similarities between isolated cultures all over the planet. Why did different civilizations build immense megalithic structures to honor otherworldly beings? Why do so many ancient texts seem to reference men flying in the sky? And why do the ancient Egyptians, Hopi Indians, and the Dogon tribe of North Africa all believe their ancestors came from what we know as the constellation Sirius?
If the extraterrestrials wanted to leave behind a message of where they came from, then it would serve them very well to build those structures with a reference to their location of origin. So, if we have connections to the Sirius star system, well, it would lend us to believe that here we have a reference of where they might come from.
The question of extraterrestrial life is as old as civilization itself. Ancient astronaut theorists, as well as many noted scientists, point to the immense size of the universe and concede that other beings must exist somewhere else besides Earth. But the question remains: did aliens visit us in the past? And is it happening again?
The way we look at history is very fragile. Any discovery which is made somewhere can change the way we look upon history. I think if we were to identify that an alien presence has been here on Earth in the past, I think there are two very important questions. Did ET just come by and visit and then disappear? Or did actually ET come, stay, and contribute to civilization? I think the second one is far more important because it shows us far more. It actually rewrites mankind's identity rather than just whether or not, some extraterrestrial being came here on a holiday and then left without really leaving something behind.
In all of the ancient texts, there's one thing that is very clear, and that is that these gods one day will return.
But short of an alien spacecraft landing on the White House lawn, ancient astronaut theorists know there will always be skeptics.
People are always looking for an ultimate proof of the existence of extraterrestrial intelligent beings. But I think a more useful and honest question is, how much and what kind of evidence would be enough for you to believe that they're out there, that they've been visiting us?
I believe through the experiences that shamans have been documenting and reporting for tens of thousands of years that we are in contact with entities and beings that are not of this earth. But precisely what those entities and beings are remains to be established.
There is evidence that indicates that it's possible that humans were visited by extraterrestrials in the distant past. And if we are too quick to discard that possibility, then we might be shutting ourselves out from something that might be really fascinating and might take us to a next level that we can't even imagine.
It's very possible that those extraterrestrials who've allegedly been coming here for thousands of years, I mean, they are us. They look like us. And in fact, that's part, again, of the Bible, in that the God or the gods created us in their image. I mean, we are to be like them. We are to look like them. We are to have the technology they have. We're to go into space, just like they did.
I think there is life, simple life, bacterial life, microbial life, on other planets. I think we're gonna find that. And who knows, maybe one day we'll find some other planet that's capable of sustaining life, that has evolved people over a long period of time, that are also looking up at the stars, wondering, is there anybody else out there? Are we the only ones?
We are a species of explorers. So ultimately, we will come across some other type of intelligence. And when that happens, if that society, technologically speaking, is primitive, we'll become ancient astronauts with that culture.
Human history has become too much a matter of dogma, taught by professionals in ivory towers, as though it's all fact. Actually, much of human history is up for grabs. The further back you go, the more that the history that's taught in the schools and universities begins to look like some kind of fairy story.
We have logic, we have intuition, we have our senses. And to limit ourselves through the scientific route is a mistake. We can send people on the moon, we can plan journeys to Mars, we can make cell phones, but we haven't explained the fundamental questions that we should be dealing with. Where do we come from? What are we supposed to do here? And where are we going? We really have not come with the answers, and we know no better than the ancients that we're trying to explain.
Exploring the ancient astronaut theory is the ultimate quest to find out, where did we come from? How did it all begin? And most importantly, who are we? And the ancient astronaut theory has the capability of answering all those questions.